on. Sorry, I was on mute. Hey guys, sorry. I said I'm at my brother's right now, watching the dogs. I said I got some McDonald's breakfast. I was on mute on accident, but how are you guys? Um, I hope the internet, because I get like the higher. I pay for like extra high speed internet, like higher than high speed, because you need it for editing and live streaming. So here he just has regular, and I've been having like issues like with editing and stuff. So I hope it doesn't. I hope it runs smooth. Is my point for the thing for the trial or for the hearing. So yeah, I don't think it's gonna be very long. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, they haven't started yet. I don't think it's gonna be very long today, but we'll see. Yeah, I probably sound weird too because I don't have my microphone, so it's just going through this laptop microphone. Hi, Mark. Hi, Princess. Hey, Delana. Lee. I slept like crap again because I ended up sleeping because I came back over here. Oh, yeah. Let me share my screen here. We're gonna do it with law and crime today. I did it. Oh, okay, here we go. Let me share. All right. Okay, so anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I slept like crap. Good morning, everyone. How'd you guys sleep today? The other channel I was streaming from there, it doesn't look like they're alive yet. I would rather do it. Huh, where are they? Oh yeah, I guess long crime's all right. I'm gonna eat my breakfast, I think, guys. It should be starting here, right? Hey, good morning, Leonard. Yeah, so I think it's probably gonna be. Oh, hey, Rick. It's probably gonna be a quick. Yeah, me too. I got like just a couple hours too. Man, I got like a headache. I got my coffee though. I haven't even drank it. I gotta put some cream in it. So yeah, I think it's gonna be I don't know how long it's gonna be. Delana, do you know? Aren't they just gonna read the impact statement and then do the sentencing, right? I'm not sure. Well, how they're gonna do it? Hold on a second. Oh, that's close. Yeah, the camera's not. It's good. Anyway, yeah. Hold on a second. I'm gonna be eating, guys. Add some cream to this. The doggies from here. I got 3 dogs I'm watching. Come here. Hold on, let me see if you can you, there's Penny. Cash, come here. There's Cash. Wait, back up so you can see. And then there's another one. Kessim, he's sleeping. Got 3 of them I'm watching. Oh, Lordy. Where's Kessim? I don't know where he's at. Anyway. Oh, they do? Are you talking about the victim impact, right? Zeke's been missing me. Well, I was home yesterday, but then I came back over here. I was watching some. All right, I'm gonna eat, guys. Well, I better wait till it starts, huh? I'm hungry though. I haven't had breakfast. Usually I eat my breakfast before I even before I drink my coffee. Anyway. Oh, I look rough. I look rough. Yeah. Hey, Zoe. Or Zoe. Is it Zoe or Zoe? Hey, spread the love. It's Aiden Fucci, Rick. Hey, Bart. Rick, spread the love. We got Delana. Mark, Princess, Dell. What's up, Dell? Dell, the divine the divine Mr. Jones. The divine Mrs. Jones. The divine Mrs. Jones. Sorry. Dolly B, Valerie, Jackie D, got Princess Megan, Elsa, Lily Black, 15, red won't go. Okay. I might put myself on while I eat. Ellie, what's up? Because I don't want to, I'm so hungry and let's see if it's still warm because it was like, all right, guys, it should be starting any minute, right? Let me see if, no, the other places it still is not live. The other one. Oh, there we go. Hold on. Yeah. I might switch over to the hold on a second. I mean, I hope I don't have a problem with my internet, guys. I should have went home, huh? Shoot. Hold on a second. Is it working all right now? Mark. Yeah. Did my internet go off? I mean, what was it doing? For me, it was freaking. Did it look weird for you guys for a minute or no? Yeah, it's this. Like I said, I'm at my brother's house, so maybe right now I'm wishing I would have went home. Hey, Maurice. Let me see. Yeah, it's good right now, but I don't know. All right, I'm gonna let me exit out some things, maybe. Oh, yeah, let me exit out of this. Anything using anything? Let's see. Exit out of that. Now I'm stuck here. Won't let me exit. Come on. Okay, there we go. I got out of some things, so maybe that'll help. So it's 9:03. Come on, you're running late. Hi, Becky. What's up, Tunnel Dump? Tunnel Dump. Maurice with study tips. Good morning. Yay. Man, I hope this is people's that are their first live, and I'm like not myself right now. I mean, I just woke up and I'm all, I just rolled out of bed. This is what I didn't even just brushed my teeth and ordered some breakfast, and that's me. Let me see if the other. Well, I guess not. Keep checking for. Oh, okay, Delana, I see. Hey, Awaken. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not very talkative. I just gotta eat. I haven't even eaten my breakfast, so you know what? I'm just gonna do it. Whoa. I'm gonna mute this.
St. Johns County Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Smith presiding.
Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, let's go on the record in case 21 CF 825, State of Florida versus Aiden Fucci. Who do I have appearing on behalf of the State of Florida? And on behalf of the defense.
Rosemary Peoples.
And Mr. Fucci is also present. All right, we are ready to resume our sentencing hearing that we began yesterday. Are there any matters we need to address this morning before we move into the remainder of the victim impact statements? Anything from the state? Anything from the defense?
Your Honor, just a continuing standing objection based on the motion filed yesterday is all we would ask for.
As far as to what?
The victim impact in the letters, but nothing new.
All right, that is denied as well. All right, State, you may call your next victim impact statement.
State calls Alexis Bailey.
Alexis Bailey.
Good morning.
Alexis, before you begin, if you would just state your name and your relationship to Tristan and within the family.
Perfect. My name's Alexis Bailey. I'm Tristan's second oldest sister.
And just for the court's aware, if you would just tell the court the order of the sibling.
So my oldest sister is Brittany Bailey. Again, I'm Alexis Bailey. I'm the second oldest sister, followed by my brother Tegan Bailey, Sophia Bailey, and then Tristan was the youngest of the family.
Go ahead. Thank you.
$114. Of course. This jar now holds 114 stones, one for each of the 114 stab wounds that my sister had to endure. It was 1 hour and 42 minutes between when my sister was last seen and when Aiden Fucci was next seen, running out of the woods holding his shoes because his feet hurt. It's funny that such a simple statement can bring such anger. Aiden Fucci could show compassion for his sore feet, yet had nothing to leave for my beautiful sister. The number of questions I have for Aiden Fucci surrounding that night plague my mind. Did she see you coming at her with the knife? Or did you stab her while she wasn't paying attention? Did she scream out for help? Or was she paralyzed with agony? Did she cry for my mother? Did she beg you to stop? Did you hear her lungs gargling with blood? Or did you see it in her face when she realized she could no longer breathe due to her collapsed lungs? What were her last words? Did you stay to watch her die? Or did you leave her there in agonizing pain as you ran away? How long did she suffer? Did you watch the life leave her eyes? Do you know the answer to any of these questions? Or were you too caught up in the thrill of the kill? The last time I heard my sister's voice was May 8th, 2021. I have racked my brains trying to remember the last words she said to me. Was it I love you? Was it goodbye? Or did we say nothing at all? What I do remember is her walking out that door. I have nightmares about that moment. In my dreams, I try to reach out and grab her, beg her to spend the night, anything to prevent what happened just hours later. Yet every time the door closes before I can get to her. The memories of May 9th will forever be ingrained in my mind, body, and soul. To know I was awake and only 11 minutes away from my sister as she was being brutally murdered. Could I have saved her? I remember the vivid feelings of my body collapsing on the ground as the police informed us that they had found a body. Then, finding out hours later it was Tristan's body, I remember becoming physically ill and having a detective grip my hair as my body uncontrollably expelled everything from my stomach between my sobs. The pain I felt in every nerve as I watched my dad lying on the floor, screaming in a way no human should ever be able to produce. Our family broke that day, and I don't recognize any of us anymore. I have watched my parents going from believing that they were good parents to believing they were failures. I have listened to my parents question, what did we do wrong? What kind of mother or father was I not to protect my child? I have watched them overanalyze every conversation, every action, trying to figure out what they could have done differently. I've watched my older sister, Brittany, become unrecognizable with anger. I've watched my brother, Tegan, emotionally shut down and avoid the family due to the pain being home causes. I've watched my younger sister, Sophia, completely lose her childhood and be cast into the role of being a parent and being the resident therapist for my mother. I've seen the changes in myself, the responsibilities and burden that I have had to undertake because of the actions of Aiden Fucci. I am the one who had the responsibility of speaking with the funeral home and forcing my parents to decide which urn to put what remained of Tristan in. I was the one who had to pick her up from the funeral home and make that long drive home with her ashes. I have what remains of her beautiful blonde hair, now stained red, sitting in my house, haunting me daily. I have had to become the safe place for my parents and hold space for their feelings. I have had to commit every detail of Tristan's murder to memory so that whenever someone has a question, they need only ask and not be burdened with looking up the answers themselves through the hundreds of pages of court documents and police records. I bear the thoughts that one day the trauma we have all been through because of the actions of Aiden Fucci will cost the lives of my other family members. I have been diagnosed with depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder. I have been unable to work at times during this process due to the trauma and PTSD attacks triggered by knives, blood, and open wounds. My relationships have suffered. My physical and mental health has diminished, and my goals for the future have seemingly disappeared. Aiden Fucci didn't just take Tristan's life that day. He took everything from us. Our family, sense of security, laughs, health, and potential. For us, justice does not exist in this case, and closure does not exist in this case. Peace, understanding, and forgiveness will never come. The duty of this court today is to determine and weigh all the factors in this case, to decide the just sentence for the crimes Aiden Fucci committed, with retribution and potential rehabilitation sadly being considered. The only justifiable sentence in this case is a full life sentence. Anything short of that would be an insult to not only our justice system and community, but to our family and Tristan's legacy. Lastly, I would like to add my own stone to the 114 that I added for Tristan. This white stone represents my trust in people, which died the day that Aiden Fucci chose to kill my sister. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alexis. State would call Tegan Bailey. You can start whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, on Saturday, May 8th, 2021, I came home to spend time with family and to celebrate Mother's Day the following day. When I arrived home that afternoon, we quickly made plans to go to dinner. My dad, mom, Sophia, Tristan, my niece, and I went to dinner. There wasn't a single sign that this would be our last night together, what I believe was Tristan's last meal. Shy of my older sisters, Brittany and Alexis, being present, the dinner was perfect. My niece was playing with her food, trying to crawl under the table. We talked about when we lived in Singapore. My dad supplied ample comedy and smiles in a way that only siblings can. Tristan and I silently made a pact and messed with Sophia during dinner, the way only siblings know how to do. It was perfectly imperfect. I would give anything to either stay at the table a few minutes longer or to have had Brittany and Alexis there as well. Following dinner, we visited Alexis and then went home. I went on a late walk with Sophia to reach my exercise goal for the day, which I talked with Tristan about when we got back. Finally, Sophia, Tristan, and I started to watch TV. I began to fall asleep on the couch until I finally excused myself to go to bed. Every single day, I can't help but wonder what would have happened had I slept on that couch instead, or if I had stayed up later. Tristan was a 13-year-old. She had a personality brighter than fireworks, and she was being a teenager. But had I slept on that couch that was within earshot of our front door, there's a possibility my little sister could still be alive today. I have lived with that question, that weight, and that guilt since I went to wake up Tristan on Mother's Day and found her room empty. The day we lost Tristan, I began running mentally and emotionally to try to cope and survive. Anytime I slow down, every detail of that day, this court process, and the memories of Tristan flood my mind and threaten to cripple me. So mentally, I put this all into a box and I run from it. I will run to school, to work, to friends, and at times I ran to alcohol. I was desperate for anything that would numb and convince me that this is not real life, rather a sick and cruel nightmare I can't seem to wake up from. This is real though. My baby sister, who always had a sassy reply ready and a heart filled with kindness, is gone. The depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder is real. The weekly therapy sessions to learn how to cope and make it this far is real. The waves of anxiety I experience when I walk around Durban Crossing at night are real. Every time I see her use a knife, the intrusive thoughts of the damage that they can inflict is real. The nights where sleep is replaced with the heinous details of what Tristan suffered are real. The nights where I drank to black out and put myself in danger are real. The week-long depressive episodes where I break down and struggle to leave my bed are real. The classes I withdrew from because grieving and being a student was too much are real. Breakdowns that erupt from songs that remind me of Tristan are real. Even things as small as a red cardinal bird will bring my day to a stop. There's an old wives' tale that when you see a red cardinal, it is someone from heaven checking on you. I can only hope that each one is a sign from Tristan telling me she's still cheering me on. Yet they are each a painful reminder of what I have lost. They are each a reminder of how I failed Tristan. Despite countless reassurances, I continually weather by sleeping on that couch, being at home more, reaching out more, or a million other things if I may have been able to prevent her death. But no matter how much I may try to run, distract, or numb myself, this is my reality. Reality where Aqua and Teal fill me with pride, love, and pain. Reality where I am terrified and furious at other teenage boys because a single 14-year-old broke my family. Reality where instead of a cheer trophy, a family portrait, or a million other things, my sister's remains sit on a shelf at home in an aqua urn that glimmers brighter than a star. Reality that is so painful to live in, I continue to run and numb myself to it, trying to escape the pain and reminders of what I have lost. In the process of trying to numb myself and outrun this, I cause myself to lose even more. By not handling my grief head on, academically, I sacrificed a multitude of opportunities within my courses and with professors. Socially, I was alone. While I have an astounding support system where I live in Gainesville, Tristan's story and her spirit are not as well known there as they are in St. John's. Few are able to understand the hardship of losing a family member, much less losing them to a gruesome homicide. I felt that I became a burden and disconnected from a multitude of people that I once treasured. Despite the fact that these were the very people trying to support me, emotionally, I shut down every time I was asked, "How are you doing?" As there are no words to convey the misery that was born from my grief and my sense of isolation. I would like to address Mr. Aiden Fucci. Today, I want to take the time to address whatever humanity you still possess. Since learning of your existence and the agony inflicted upon my family, I have convinced myself you are something other than human. I refuse to use your name, to believe that you are a regular person. To believe that you are human would be to accept that the darkness that has marked my family could come from ordinary people, something which causes me to lose all hope. So I convinced myself you must be something less than human and that people can still be good. But you are human. Between investigative evidence and individuals in the St. John's community, my family and I have learned more about your life than we ever cared to know. Part of this included learning that you have siblings and a younger sister at that. I'm sorry, I lost my place. I have 4 sisters, 2 older and 2 younger sisters, including Tristan. While you may have siblings, I don't believe you know what it means to be a brother. Having siblings is a job, a responsibility, and a privilege. Being a brother to sisters means being there to support them, to listen, to celebrate them, and to be there for them when they're in need, and so much more. You took one of my sisters away from me. I will not get to drive her to cheer, listen to her spill the tea, celebrate her achievements, or spoil her with trips to Starbucks for a double chocolate chip grande frappuccino. If I ever have children, none of them will ever get to meet their aunt. I will never get to brag to others about Tristan's determination and her persistence in pursuing her goals. Because when Tristan had a goal, she accomplished her goal. Because of your actions, I cannot fulfill my role as Tristan's big brother. While I am so fortunate to be blessed with 3 other amazing and unique sisters who inspire me and remind me of what life has to offer, you took away my baby sister. I want you to think of your own siblings, your own sister. Just as I have lost my sister, they have lost their brother. At the end of this, you will be in prison. They will not get to lean on you for support. You won't be able to celebrate with them or grow old with them. They have lost their brother. You have lost your siblings. You have failed as a brother. My siblings and I didn't just lose a sister. My parents lost a daughter. Tristan's friends lost a goofball who brought a smile by walking into the room. The cheer community lost a teammate who was an unwavering pillar of spirit and perseverance. The world lost a young woman who, after binge watching Grey's Anatomy, became inspired to become a doctor. We lost the chance to see Tristan graduate high school. We lost the chance to see Tristan attend and graduate college. We lost the chance to see Tristan find love and have her own family. Not only do we have to grieve Tristan and her past, we have to grieve the person she did not have a chance to become, and everything she never got to do or achieve. Since losing Tristan, I've heard through countless conversations what can happen to her murderer. This court is able to impose between a 40-year sentence up to a life sentence. Several weeks ago, we sat in this building as the court reviewed a motion to limit autopsy photos to be shown during the trial, a trial which we fortunately did not have to go through. Among several things that came out during that hearing, I recall that there were 6 wounds that had been considered fatal. However, even in shy of these 6 wounds that my sister suffered, no one would have been able to survive the cumulative 108 other wounds. My sister was stabbed 114 times. 49 of those wounds were defensive. While some may view these as simple facts of the case, these are the thoughts that will plague the mind of Tristan's community, friends, family, and myself for the rest of our lives. Tristan's fought for her life, and my mind has tormented me since, with all of the details of what she went through and what she must have felt. This is a burden we collectively have to carry for decades to come. In light of this, a life sentence for her murder seems nearly merciful. His wrongdoings reaped not only the remainder of Tristan's life, but cursed the lives of countless others. Why should he be allowed to serve a single sentence while so many others must serve our own sentences because of their choices? If it were possible, I would plead the court to give a harsher sentence than light. But in the light of the current state of the law, I can only hope that he will be given the maximum sentence. I add this stone for the hope and belief I had in people being good that died the day that Aiden Fucci murdered my sister.
State calls Brittany Bailey.
Your Honor, my name is Brittany Bailey Russell, and I am Tristan's oldest sibling. When I was told we had the opportunity to write an impact statement, I immediately got to work. Writing comes natural to me, but I knew the importance the statement would hold, and I knew I needed more time than any piece I had written in the past. For months, I have attempted to put pen to paper to express the magnitude of this catastrophe we face every second of every day. Yet every time I met with complete writer's block. Not the kind of writer's block where you have nothing to say, but the kind of writer's block where you cannot find words impactful enough to describe the devastation this has caused on my family. Your Honor, I could stand up here today and tell you what little I can remember from May 9th, 2021, how I was on day 1 of my honeymoon with my husband and woke up to an alarming call from my sister Alexis saying, "Brace yourself. We can't find Tristan. We're about to post it on social media." I could express the sense of darkness and terror I felt just being over 1,900 miles away from my panic-struck family, feeling absolutely helpless that I could not search, comfort, or engage with my squad, as Tristan would put it. I could even go into great detail about the blood-curdling and excruciating screams that ejected from my dad's lungs, the bottom of his lungs, while my husband and I sat on the other end of that FaceTime call, crumbling to the MGM hotel room floor, sobbing our eyes out, praying to God the news of where Tristan wasn't our biggest fear. And if the court really wants to hear the most graphic of it all, I could tell you about the days to follow when I heard the fatal wail that bursted from my mom in the other room when Detective Hannon delivered the news to just my parents on how Tristan died that Mother's Day. I wasn't even privy to the know at that point, but the crippling sound that my mom let out, I knew it was something unimaginable. I remember this torturous feeling that took over my body as I ran to the bathroom, slamming the door, banging both hands on the wall, screaming, "Why? How?" How is this happening? I didn't stop until my dad ran in, grabbed me, hugged me, and kept telling me, be brave for your mom. Do it for your mom. As later we learned, that friend Tristan thought she had ambushed our youngest Bailey by stabbing her 114 times, over and over and over, to the point where we all know, she fought her fight and had nothing left in her body to give. And yet he continued like an absolute coward. You, Aiden Fucci, decided to overpower a 5'3" innocent 13-year-old girl. How much more of a coward could you possibly be? Those feelings that took over my body that day, I could go my whole life without feeling again. I can promise you one thing. I do not ever want to be that brave in my lifetime yet. Here I am, standing in front of this courtroom, exposing my vulnerability, peeling back layers of my PTSD in this unsafe and very overwhelming environment. While I sit here publicly reliving tad bits of our worst nightmare, I recognize that none of these horrific memories will bring Tristan back. It truly just pains me more to have to relive them, to talk about it, to feel those feelings all over again like it happened yesterday. What I can confidently express to the court is, since my sister's murder, I agonize at the thought of leaving Florida for travel, something that was once engraved in my DNA. I lack prioritizing my husband, and I carelessly and my parents openly allowed her zoo to live under their roof. Tegan's draw to coffee and books at University of Florida enticed him to continue on to grad school, which my parents could not be more proud of. Sophia, our lacrosse all-star, was just accepted to Colorado Mesa University to play goalie, and once again, my parents could not be more on board, even though this means there are 2 flights between their child and them. And as for Tristan, cheerleading was her life. And because it was her life, it was my mom's life too. My parents have sacrificed their needs and wants for their children for 30 years. I've never met such selfless people. And to think one of the 5 of us won't get to see that fully through, Your Honor, I can't put a word to it. Agony isn't painful enough. Shattered to the core doesn't crumble like how I feel. Infuriated doesn't even come close to touching the amount of rage I find myself trapped in. And let me tell you, justice is just a word for comfort. It doesn't bring her back. It doesn't allow her to see if she would have made worlds or become a college cheerleader. It does nothing but put this inhumane, cold-blooded killer away for good. I ask you to remember how much my sister lost and will continue to lose as the years pass by because of one vile decision this ruthless, unremorseful villain made. His apology was a waste of oxygen and meant nothing. It was cold, it was callous, and it was disheartening, and it left my family feeling absolutely tormented. Once again, a word not pungent enough to express the degree of what we felt, but it's the best the dictionary could offer. In Tristan's name, I will fight till the end to make sure my children, my siblings, my family, and our community will never see Aiden Fucci in society again. I respectfully ask for you to do the same. This white stone represents my loss in faith in our school systems to keep violent children away from the innocent. We are forever Tristan Bailey strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany. Next, we would call Miss Jean Sheffield. State your name and then just tell the judge real quick your relationship to the family.
My name is Jean Sheffield. And Your Honor, before I read my statement, I would like to read this excerpt from Lorraine and Glenn Bailey, the other grandparents in this case who could not be here. Your Honor, I know his sentencing hearing is with charge of murder. Consideration should be for the younger, lovely, good young victim, our 13-year-old granddaughter, Tristan. Glenn and I are family, friends, and the incredible number of good people in this world who know her story are outraged at his viciousness and need to know he will be put behind bars for the rest of his life so he can never hurt another innocent person and inflict pain of loss on that person's family and loved ones. And if there is the possibility that this letter will be considered by future parole boards, even if he shows signs of remorse, the rate of repeat offenders by freed parolees is too much of a chance that he will return to his wicked ways. Caring, good, intentioned people tell us that sentencing will give us closure. That word implies finality and a possible end to the pain of living without her and dealing with our memories. Rubbish. There's not a day or night we won't live with the awareness of her physical absence, nor do we want that. What we do want and what Tristan deserves is justice. The justice of knowing he will spend the rest of his life behind bars, reminding him of the heinous crime he committed and that he will never have the opportunity to hurt another innocent being. May I ask your awareness of another crime that he caused is still occurring and will follow us for the rest of our lives. When you commit a murder, you are also guilty of stealing their future. He is a thief. My husband's life and mine, my family, their cheer family she adopted and adopted her, and the countless people who have come to know her through Stacy's weekly Facebook messages, our lives will never be the same. He has stolen the joy of everyday life with her, her enthusiasm, her insistence on being included for any family event, her wordy description of the day's happenings, especially to whomever the chauffeur of the day was, her anticipation of being together with her friends and whole family on Sunday, or as it was known, Bailey Family Fun Day, and her interaction with each of us in a different, special way. He has stolen some of the family dynamic, and we all have to find a new sense of normalcy. There is another unknown loss he caused, the tremendous amount of good she gave to the world in her short life, the awareness of her story on the importance of kindness and caring to others, and her signs from heaven, all extraordinary. We don't know what career path she would have chosen in life, but if she did all of this in her 13 years on this earth, imagine what she could have done in adulthood. Your Honor, at 86, I know my time is limited in living with her loss, but please consider how her murder impacted my life and the lives of so many. Justice demands that you take away his freedom. Thank you for your time and any consideration you may give to my impact statement. That would be Lorraine and Glenn Bailey.
And those are the parents of four.
Forced parents, correct.
Ms. Sheffield, you are Stacy Bailey's mother.
I am Stacy. Thank you for allowing me to tell this defendant how he destroyed my life. While I choose to not speak his name, please know that this impact statement is directed to the defendant in this case. My name is Jean Sheffield. I am Tristan Bailey's maternal grandmother. I flew to Singapore, where Tristan was born, in January 2008 and held her for the very first time. In 2017, I moved from Denver, Colorado, in order to spend as much time as possible with my daughter, son-in-law, and grandchildren. Had I even dreamed you would cut my time with Tristan so short, I would have never left her side. I am very grateful for the years I had with her here in Florida, but it wasn't enough. You stole from me the lifetime I was supposed to have with her. You stole that from all of us. Because of you, life for my family and me has been a living hell since Mother's Day of 2021. From the moment my daughter called me that morning stating that they couldn't find Tristan, that she was not in her bedroom and was missing, my reality and the reality for all of us has shifted on its axis. Life has become a nonstop nightmare because of you. In the hour it took me to drive to Tristan's home, I had convinced myself I would arrive to see her being lectured by her parents. Instead, I arrived to a war zone. Police cars, a helicopter circling overhead, bloodhound searching, and dozens of people from the community trying to find Tristan. It was chaos. It was insanity, and it made no sense. None of this has made any sense. You made the deliberate decision to destroy our lives. Why and to what end? As a mother and a grandmother, my only desire has been to take this pain away from my family. I've watched every member of my family literally drop to their knees in utter despair, and I can't fix it. I can't do anything to help them, and they can't do anything to help me. You are the one that did this to our family. I literally can't comprehend the evil in you. You have completely destroyed not only my life, but also the lives of Tristan's mom and dad, her siblings, her paternal grandparents. You have irreparably damaged Tristan's friends, her cheer family, and even the people who have never had the opportunity to have her incredible spirit in their lives. Tristan will never get to experience going to high school, prom, learning to drive, graduating, going to college, having a boyfriend, husband, or children of her own. She will never get the opportunity to guide her niece into the world of cheer, the world that Tristan loves so much. We will never get to experience Tristan's excitement and watch her meet those milestones. You stole that from us. The first thought I have upon waking each and every day is that Tristan isn't here, that she isn't coming down the stairs or coming through that front door. Not only is she not here, she was ripped from us with utter malice and evil in the most hideous way possible. I don't possess the words to tell you how we all miss her amazing smile, her laugh, her bubbly personality, her enthusiasm, her determination, and even her sassiness. Oh, what any of us would give to hear a little sass from her at this moment. Holidays will never be the same for our family. Our lives will never be the same again. Every night when it's dark outside, the anxiety of imagining the fear she must have felt with each stab of your knife is too much to bear. I sleep usually no more than 2 hours at any given time, and I almost always wake up in a panic attack. You have impacted not only my physical health and mental health, but my family's as well. The pain, grief, and sadness you have inflicted upon our family and friends, as well as the entire community, is incomprehensible. And you chose this. You chose this. How dare you? And yet you get the freedom to still be alive. You ripped that same freedom away from Tristan that early morning of May 9, 2021. You did it deliberately and with unspeakable malice. You planned this. You put forethought and effort into it. You went out of your way to spread this evil into our lives. Your actions are beyond senseless and horrific. The only thing that even approaches justice is that you go to prison for life and that you will not be able to hurt anyone else or destroy any more lives. No, I do not forgive you, and I don't accept any pathetic apology you might offer. In my opinion, you apologized only when it became abundantly clear that the consequences of your actions were imminent. I hope these consequences truly are inescapable and that you are sentenced to life in prison. In 25 years, when your case is reviewed, I pray that people looking at it realize there is literally no other justice than to keep you behind bars until the end of your life. This is the least of what you deserve. This white stone represents the loss and happiness and emotional stability for me and my family, which died on the day this defendant chose to murder our granddaughter. Thank you.
State's gonna call next Gia Bauer. Gia, if you could maybe pull that microphone down a little bit. Tell us your name and your age, and then you can read your letter, okay?
My name is Gia Bauer and I'm 15 years old. Tristan Bailey was my best friend. She's the person I'd call when I had a bad day or had something exciting to share. Tristan was born in Singapore, and since I'm from Korea, we bonded over being over Asian sisters. We took care of hairless cats all summer, watched movies, and made TikToks. We loved to listen to music. We shared the love of cheer. We traveled together and had countless sleepovers, and when we were not able to go to each other's homes, we would FaceTime all night and have virtual sleepovers. Her family called me their bonus child. We went to our first concert together, and she's also the one who gave me my first concussion doing unauthorized cheer stunts. I talk to Tristan every day. We had a connection that cannot be explained. We were always on the same page. She was my person, and Aiden Fucci took her from me. Since May 9th, 2021, I have carried a sadness that never goes away. I've been lost. There's not just one part that is sad, but all of me. I no longer have my best friend. She won't be able to experience life. We won't be able to go to dances together. We won't be able to be bridesmaids at each other's weddings, and we won't be there to experience having children together. Initially, it was a surreal feeling, and I could not believe she was no longer here. The person I needed to get through such a tragedy with was not here. I would think about texting her for comfort and remember I would never receive any words back from her. Losing Tristan has changed the way I see the world. I once believed people were good and that the world was a happy and safe place. Now I struggle to see the good in the world. A sense of security has been taken. I no longer trust the way I once did, and a sense of joy is missing. I fight not to be a negative or bitter person. I used to love cheer, and now without her here, it will never be the same. I changed my Starbucks order because I could not bear to get the double chocolate chip frappuccino we used to drink together. We had a playlist called Rock and Roll, and I've not been able to listen to it since she was taken. I avoid so much now, even people. I used to be known as Tristan's best friend, and now my identity has changed. It's hard to be in public because people come up to me and want to talk to me about tea. It is always with kindness and people have the best intentions, but for me, it's just another reminder. She is no longer here, and she never will be. Aiden, you ruined so many lives. You took away my beautiful, joyful, loving friend. She is never coming back, and the pain you caused so many will last the rest of our lives. You still get to live, she doesn't. I ask the court that you spend the rest of your life in prison so you never have the opportunity to hurt another person and cause this much pain to anyone else. This white stone represents my innocence, which died the day Aiden Fucci chose to murder my best friend.
You okay to keep going or, okay. Here, I would call Stacy Bailey. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Bailey.
Your Honor, I am Stacy Bailey. I am Tristan Tyne Bailey's mother, or as her friends called her, T. Not many know what Forrest and I faced during our pregnancy with Tristan. We were moving to another country, Singapore, when I found out I was expecting another child. To say the least, it was a surprise as we thought we were done after having 4 children. I was terrified to be pregnant in a foreign country, but soon found myself with amazing medical care. I was put into a high-risk category and I had a high-risk doctor because we were told that Tristan potentially had Down syndrome. And then it got worse from there as they found a spot or potentially a hole in her heart. We faced every day wondering if she would be okay. The fear was constant, which was incredibly difficult on my family. We prayed every day that she would be okay. But never once did we ever question that she was wanted and loved no matter what. Our prayers were answered when she came into this world with no signs of a spot on her heart and she did not have Down syndrome. In time, we learned that Tristan's heart was stronger than most, and it would be a gift that she would share with the world. We soon learned that she was a child that needed to be front and center from day one. Tristan Tyne she was incredibly loud from the get-go. She never really cried. It was more like a scream, ear-piercing at times. Growing up in Singapore for the first 4 years of her life was amazing. Her siblings and her had an incredibly close bond. But she had a bond with me that was unbreakable. Forrest used to say, "Nobody else seems to matter except for you, Stacy." She was always a very social child, always striving to do the best in every aspect of her life. She joined the cheer world at a very young age and pushed herself to be the best that she could be while always encouraging others. At school, she had excellent grades and had many friends. One of the things that stood out to me the most was how she fiercely protected others from being bullied. Tristan truly had a heart of gold. For me, I have always loved being a mother and vowed endlessly to love, teach, and protect my children. I spent so many weeks traveling with Tristan for cheer over the years. I was lucky enough to have a lot of one-on-one time with her. During these times, we would have conversations about friends, school, the good, the bad. I will never forget conversations about one boy in particular who was always getting in trouble in her class for years. I always ended the conversation with, "Just be kind to him. He probably needs friends. He probably doesn't have many." Little did I know that she did that over the years. At Tristan's celebration of life, a boy waited in a long line of people to speak with me. To be honest with you, he's the only thing I really remember from that day. Everything else are just brief flashes of memories. He waited for so long to speak with me, and the tears poured out of his face. His words still resonate with me to today. He said, "She was my best friend. She was my only friend." I spent more than a month trying to figure out who this boy was. It turned out to be the same boy that we had talked about so often. At that moment, I knew just how extra special my daughter was and how she truly learned a valuable lesson of just be kind. I will treasure these moments and lessons taught for the rest of my life. I, however, failed in one lesson. I did not know that I needed to teach Tristan to be afraid of the evil in her own school, to be cautious and fearful of the people you think are your friends. Aiden Fucci, you betrayed us all. I have seen the traumatic impact of Aiden's horrific actions and how they have affected all that knew and loved Tristan. I have watched her friends become afraid to go to school and fearful of who they could and could not trust. I have watched the depression, the PTSD, the anxiety take over so many. Worse than anything, some of these feelings go so deep that several kids have tried to take their own lives from this incident. I carry the weight of this on my shoulders every single day. The guilt eats away at me. While I know it is not my weight to bear, it doesn't change the fact that I feel this. I feel that I have to protect and be there for each of her friends to let them know how much they mean to me. Aiden Fucci has destroyed so many lives by his vicious choice to take my child's life. I want to bring you to the weekend of Mother's Day, May 9th, 2021. It was Friday night, and we were preparing for an event at our business. Tristan came to me asking me if she could go to Food Truck Friday because all of her friends were going from school. I immediately said no because of our work event, and I could not go with her. You see, she had only gone one other time, and I was not willing to let her go without supervision. She begged to go with one of her friends that I had not met, but said that I could meet her parents as they would be watching over her. I agreed that if I met the parents and felt comfortable, I would consider letting her go. I drove to her friend's house, I met the mom, and we agreed that the girls could go as the dad would be taking them and bringing Tristan home too. It was reassuring to meet another family who had the same parenting style as us. This night is where the weekend starts to crumble in hindsight. You see, Your Honor, many kids that night planned to sneak out, not thinking anything could go wrong. They just thought they were going to be having fun and hanging out together. Saturday night arrives. It was just a normal day around our house. I can remember Sophia and Tristan planning what they were going to be making me for a surprise breakfast that next day, Mother's Day. They asked me to stay in my room until it was ready. Later that day, we went to dinner, and then we went to see our daughter Alexis and her new litter of Sphinx kittens. We didn't stay long because we were all tired. How I wish I had never gone to bed and stayed up longer. The next morning, Sophia prepared breakfast by herself, as Tristan never came down to help. Needless to say, my Mother's Day morning was soon filled with panic as my son informed us that Tristan was not in her room as he went to tell her it was time for breakfast. I thought to myself, this can't be. She must be in the bathroom or her sister's room. I immediately ran upstairs to indeed find she was gone. We all frantically were yelling for her and running through the house with no reply from our precious daughter. Forrest yelled for me to call the police, and this is where our nightmare went into full force. My heart was pounding with every second that passed, pleading with the police to help me. We soon found ourselves calling our friends on the phone, using social media, and yelling in the streets for anyone to help us. How could this be? This crazy thing of social media is there is always a trail, and we knew within an hour who Tristan was last with. I thank God for that trail, even though I find some of social media to be the bane of my existence. The minutes turned into hours of not knowing where our daughter was. I called her phone, as so many did, for it just to go to voicemail. Everything that happened that day is a blur. I do know that there were so many people trying to help find our daughter. Our community was there for us and completely put their Mother's Day plans aside. At some point around 2:00 in the afternoon is when my mother saw a dragonfly. And she said to me, "Stacy, look, it's good luck. They're gonna find her." Unfortunately, I shoved my mother as hard as I could and started yelling at her. Because in that moment, I knew my child was not coming home. I tried desperately to apologize for pushing her, but it was such an uncontrollable moment. You see, when my father passed away, I was surrounded by dragonflies, and it has soon become a symbol of my guardian angel. 4 more agonizing hours passed before I found myself sitting in our home with family and several detectives. We waited for the news that we could have never been prepared for, pleading to God to not let this happen to my family and to not take our baby girl away from us. I cannot tell you all the details of what happened when we went inside, as my brain has hidden them in my memory somewhere deep inside. I have very few memories of that day. Your Honor, what I'd like to do is share one night from a recent journal of mine this past month. It's 1:05 a.m. My eyes pop open in fear, and I try to orient myself as to where I am or if I am safe. I walk myself from the couch to my bedroom and try to get some more sleep. It's 2:05 a.m. Again, startled awake. It's 3 a.m. I'm startled awake again, as I am every night, multiple times a night. My head is pounding in pain. My thoughts are racing. My anxiety is high. My chest is tight. The thoughts immediately start. The time tells me that it's over. Tristan lost her life by now. Visions flood my head, how terrified she must have been. What went wrong in that moment of betrayal from someone she thought was her friend? Did she know it was coming? Did you wait for her back to be turned? The first strike of the knife, the fearful shock she must have had. The second strike, what is happening? I can only imagine she tries desperately to fight him off. Why is this happening? He continues to strike over and over and over as she continues to fight. My chest pain grows tighter, and the tears are now flowing. Was she screaming for help? Did she try to reach for her phone to call for help? Tristan's desperation to live and get away from him continues until he overpowers my child. He continues stabbing her even when there is no fight left. These visions are embedded in my mind. Her beautiful blonde hair, her smile, her irresistible laughter have all been snuffed out. The guilt I have that I was not there to protect Tristan plagues me. My thoughts continue, and I cannot get it out of my head about the pain Tristan felt. I think about how one small slip of a knife I cut my finger while cutting fruit, and it hurt so much that I almost fainted. I pray she passed out. But honestly, with the amount of defense wounds, I know she did not. She fought, and our beautiful daughter suffered for so long as he took no mercy in the 114 times you stabbed her. My heart is pounding so hard now, I think it could come out of my chest. Oh my God, please tell me this is a bad dream. Tell me that I will wake up from this horrific nightmare. The pins and needles have started in my head. The trauma migraine is here. They always come. I beg and plead with myself to just stop thinking for 5 minutes so that the pain goes away. It only increases until sharp stabbing pains take over my head, which can bring me to my knees and screaming in pain. This is my new normal every day, all day. My new life, sentenced to the torture of my child being murdered. Please stop thinking. Just go to bed, just for a few moments to relieve the pain. It's now 3:46. I try to close my eyes, but it only lasts for a brief moment as the fear is overwhelming. The darkness scares me. What is waiting to harm me out there? Will I ever have peace? No. How can I without Tristan? It's 4:15 a.m. Sirens are going off that send me running to the living room only to find out it was on the TV. The panic is now starting to elevate to the point I can't control my anxiety. Images race through my mind of the helicopters, the police sirens, the bloodhounds, and worst of all, the police asking me to come in my house. I remember falling to my knees, begging them not to make me go inside. I knew that meant she was never coming home at that horrific moment. The darkness of the night surrounds me, and I live in constant fear of what might harm the rest of my family. A memory flashes and enters my mind as Detective Hannah knocked on my door at 3:40 in the morning that night to let us know that an arrest had been made. God, please make this stop. Wake me up from this nightmare. I want to run and find Tristan, but then I am met with the reality she is gone. Am I losing my mind? This cannot be real. I question God. Why, oh why, did you not protect her? How could you let evil touch her? Why, God, why? This is my sleep pattern every single night for 97 weeks. Sleep deprivation at its finest. The sleep deprivation is taking a toll on me mentally and physically. I do not recognize the person looking at me in the mirror. How I wish it was someone else. The sleepless nights bring black circles under my eyes, and the swelling from the constant tear and the stress have aged me beyond my years. I have memory loss, and I live in constant brain fog. Trying to put complete thoughts together can be very challenging. I now suffer from pins and needles in my head many times a day, along with chronic migraines. My hair is breaking and falling out due to all of the stress and anxiety. The PTSD from Mother's Day has had many impacts. I run into my house at the first sign of a helicopter or sirens, and I now have a genuine fear of being outside in the dark. I check my children's location multiple times a day just to know that they are where they are in case something happens to them. Seeing police cars can send me into a panic, thinking that something is terribly wrong. The depression can be debilitating at times, and I feel like my life has spun out of control. My home, which was once where we all gathered in comfort, is now a place of hurt that Tristan is no longer there. The door to her room remains closed. It is exactly as she left it. Her bed is unmade. Her bath towel she used on May 8th is at the foot of her bed. The suitcase is still packed from the weekend before when we attended Summit with Infinity All-Star Cheer. I can't bear to change one thing, not even washing her clothes in the hamper, as it would wash away the scent of her. Many times I find our cat, who knows how to open Tristan's door, in her room as if she's just waiting for her to return. I do not know if we will ever have comfort in our home again. My children were once full of life and laughter, and now they are full of despair, anger, depression, PTSD, and anxiety. Bailey Family Fun Day was every Sunday in our home, a day where we would all come together and have a meal and spend time together. Sunday will never be the same for us as we have a missing link in our family. The Sunday of May 9th, 2021 has made us dread every Sunday. How will it ever be whole again? Aiden Fucci, you have destroyed me. You have destroyed my family. You have destroyed Tristan's friends. You have destroyed the community that we live in. You have caused a divide amongst friends and neighbors that should have never been. You have taken away my baby girl, my past, my present, my future by your calculated, vile actions. I will never be able to watch her perform on stage with her cheer team. I will never see her win Summit or Worlds. I will never have our special weekends away, just the two of us. She will not be able to graduate high school or college. And her father will never be able to walk her down the aisle at her wedding. You have taken this all away from us. I will never understand the heinous choice you made that day or why my kind daughter was the one that you chose. I will spend the rest of my life grieving our beautiful daughter, longing to hear her voice and hold her in my arms. Aiden Fucci, your deplorable actions are unforgivable, and I will pray every day that you stay in prison for the rest of your life and never be able to harm anyone else in this world again. Your Honor, I plead with you. Please consider everything that he has done to our daughter and to our family. Aiden Fucci made a heinous decision on May 9th, 2021, and took the very life that I brought into this world. Please do not for 1 second think that he could be rehabilitated at any point. He is beyond saving. He should have to pay for his crime against my daughter. Justice is an empty word for our family, as it can never bring Tristan back, but justice is for society. And he should have life without parole. Thank you for everything that you've done in this case, and I know that you have really hard choices in front of you. I'm going to be placing 2 rocks into this. This rock, this white stone, is for her sister, Sophia, who will never have the opportunity to be a big sister again, and you stole that from her. This last one is for me. And it represents everything that you have stolen from me. My words, my joy, my hope, my future, and my beautiful daughter.
We would call Forrest Bailey.
Good morning.
And we've heard a lot about the family impact this morning. If you would, just before you start your letter, kind of talk to the court about some of the acts of kindness and things that the community has done, in reaction to the loss and the sympathy that everybody feels for your family. Just you could summarize just some of the wonderful things that have been done.
Yeah, no, certainly. And thank you for the chance to do so. You know, it's every day. I was out walking the dog this morning, and neighbor driving out of the neighborhood stopped and let me know that they were praying for us. And that's the type of community we live in St. John's. You know, I think it was immediate, as was shared. You know, we put out the notice. It was on social media, and I mean, Mother's Day, there were families all over the place that dropped all of their plans, and they went out and they were looking. You know, and you heard in some of the statements, immediately after that week, there was a huge vigil in Durban Crossing the next day. The cheer gyms that she had participated in held vigils. There was a vigil, you know, a year after. A number of different sports programs have actually created awards to recognize the type of teammate that she was. You know, the businesses in the area have been phenomenal. They've, you know, provided my family with a safe place to go after we had funerals, the celebration of life, you know, and the way that Celebration Church gave us that, and even local media in the way that they streamed it, because there were so many people that wanted to go, and giving space for really the teammates in the community to be there. So, you know, those things have happened, and those are the big events. I think the smaller things are the day-to-day. You know, there's a lot of people that still have bows on their homes to represent their support silently. We have people that have, you know, painted rocks, put rocks all over the world. There's just so much really good things that the community has done to keep her name and to make sure she's not forgotten.
I appreciate that. You have a letter today as well?
I actually have two. So the first is, you know, it's a Mr. Fucci. February 6th, you finally admitted to your guilt in murdering my daughter, Tristan, after you clearly sat in this room and agreed to all of the questions and statements that were read by the judge, and admitted that you knew what you were pleading to. At the end of that, you turned around, or you didn't even turn around, you made an apology. I want to be clear, saying that your insincere apology is not accepted. In no part did I sense any glimmer of any true remorse felt in your apology. Without question, I know that statement was for some self-serving purpose that you have. During all of the proceedings in which we've been present, including these past couple days, at no point in time have I seen anything from you that is any type of remorse. I loathe your very existence and know that there is nothing within you that reflects the smallest amount of goodness or human decency. Your Honor, Judge Smith, I know there's a lot of us, and I know you've had to listen to quite a bit. Foremost, I would like to appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to let us all speak, as well as the time that you're taking in reviewing the statements. The other thing is, you know, I understand that defendants have a right to waive a speedy trial, but I appreciate the fact that you've tried to keep this trial moving, because this is a necessary step for us to get through so that we can move on as a family as well. I like to think that for each of us that have presented or submitted impact statements to you, that's going to give us strength in the days to come as we continue to deal with the loss. I think that you've also heard many different aspects of Tristan when she was 13. Hearing from Bree yesterday, you recognize hopefully the type of teammate and the impact that she had and what she did with others. I'm sure that from Susan's comments, you can tell that she was the type of classmate and had an impact and, you know, help people that needed that help. And those difficult middle school hallways was a smiling and welcoming face. What likely resounded with you even more were the impacts from Tristan's friends. both the adults and her contemporaries. She was an incredible person who was comfortable in her own skin and helped people find comfort within their own. The world is in short supply of people like that, and Tristan was needed. I want to step back and talk to you from the family's perspective once again. A little background on me. I am very proud to be the son of Glenn and Lorraine Bailey. My aunts and uncles and cousins created such an incredible experience in my growing up. My dad was the fifth of 8 children, and seeing the dynamic they had, I knew that was something I hoped for in my life, a large family. When Stacy and I met, she likely had no idea what she was getting into as an only child, yet no one could have been better as the role model of being a phenomenal mother to a large family. We were sure to tell each of our kids that a sibling can be a gift like none other. The relationship is so incredibly unique. I am so blessed to have children that treasure one another as well as mine do. I know you heard this from each of them that spoke today. Yet my daughter Sophia was not ready to do so, which I completely understand. It is an impossible task to ask her to summarize the loss of her sister. They had the most unique relationship. While so much has been shared on how Tristan encouraged others, Sophia likely was Tristan's biggest supporter and fueled her confidence. Sophia was always looking and taking care of Tristan. Sophia's biggest impact of losing Tristan will lie in the days and years to come. Sadly, I know the tremendous loss that they will have to bear in losing a sibling, as I lost my brother January 13th, 2001. He is with me constantly, and the regret and unfulfilled plans we had together. Since Tristan was taken with us, I have not been able to look in on my parents as I should, just as it haunts me what my children are going to endure with the loss of their sister. So often our calls with my parents and with them trying to figure out any way that they can help, anything that they can do, yet they know that from the loss of my brother, I will carry Tristan's loss with me always. Within our family, Stacy does an impeccable job of dealing with the critical items that come in on the day-to-day. Oftentimes I'm brought in to deal with some of the bigger problems and find our path forward. I've always been able to fulfill that role until now. There are no solutions. There's just trying to move forward and carry her with us. During so many hard times, the advice to just breathe or realize that this too shall pass is appropriate. This will not pass. I can't even answer with certainty on how we'll continue to handle all the counseling and related bills that are some of the concerns, as we've had well in excess of $36,000 just in counseling related bills. You heard from one of her friends who keeps texting her cell phone. We still pay her cell phone every month because she has a lot of friends that are still sending messages to her. Throughout our married life, I've been able to look Stacy in the eye and assure her through any difficult time that everything will be all right, and it has. With respect to Tristan, I can't do that. It is all well known within my family that Stacy loves the early years with the kids. For me, it's always been that the older they get, the more they come to me. Yes, I love teenagers. Tristan and I would have some of the best conversations on the ride home from practice. Her view of the world was fascinating. She had such a keen focus on seeing the best within people. She also appreciated the importance of everything you have to invest on the path to your goals. You see, it wasn't just about the competitions. She loved practice. While she talked of being a doctor, the concepts she was learning were more important in our talks than the grades. The continued expansion of our relationship with our time together has been obliterated. Stacy and I feel directionless. We are so far behind on so many things in life, from the trivial to the important. Even our life path, such as when I will retire, is in complete disarray when the baby is taken from the family. I always figured when she graduated from college, Stacy and I could enjoy travels and looking in on our family wherever life took them. Now I just don't know. Just don't know about so many things. I've lost my sense of self. Good friend of mine who lost their son described feeling like a zombie. It is a description that has stuck with me, as that is what I feel like. Going through the motions, hoping that you get everything right. Even when you get assurances that you are, you just doubt it. Despite what anyone says, when you lose a child, your life becomes ongoing questions of doubt. The grief will not go away. Tristan's birthday every January 18th is going to hurt. Every Mother's Day, that sacred family day, will have its painful moments. Every May 9th will hurt to remember what happened to our Tristan. The anniversary dates are always difficult. As you know from the way too many parents that you've spoke to in your courtroom, the pain and triggers happen every day. Every day upon waking up is a cruel reminder that she is gone. Within our family, we had our tradition of Bailey Family Fun Day. No event in the world, it was as dear to me as our family dinners, and everyone would make it there on Sunday. Every Sunday is filled with hurt as the day she was ripped from us. It hurts us to the core to sit in my chair at the head of the table and have our baby not in her chair, but in an urn sitting on a shelf in front of me. My dreams of enjoying the big family reunion similar to those I grew up with have been stolen from us. As I said before, every family holiday we know, Tristan should be there with us. Everything has that cast of what if over it. I am so proud of the resiliency and strength that my children have had since that day. Each of them have managed to have incredible accomplishments while going through this grieving process. It's difficult because it hurts to feel good without her here. And they have just been so incredible in continuing to move forward and carrying her with them. It's emotionally exhaustive to not allow the grief to overcome the positive. Your Honor, I'm hoping that you can see that he impacted all 7 of us for life. I would also remind you of the testimony from the medical examiner that he essentially killed Tristan 7 times. 6 stabs that in and of themselves were lethal. The other 108 cumulative would have been lethal. From what Alexis and Stacy shared, you can only begin to imagine how the pain he put her through stays with us. Your Honor, we cannot turn back the hands of time so that we can have a different outcome. We cannot bring my Tristan back. We cannot even be certain that the sentence you give on Friday will not be impacted as part of the 25-year review process. Yet you can deliver justice for our community. He took Tristan's life. He impacted all Tristan's family for life. You've heard how he shattered the innocence of childhood, so many in our wonderful community, for their life and the lives of their children. He even damaged the sanctity of Mother's Day for so many for their lives. Please, Your Honor, take this into consideration when you have to make your decision. Lastly, I want to place this rock. And this rock represents the loss to our family and the world for all of the good Tristan would have done. Thank you for your time.
Your Honor, that's all of the statements to be read to the court. We'll submit a few more letters at some point throughout the day for the file.
All right, it's now 10:30. Why don't we take a 15-minute recess and then the defense will begin. All right.
Oh, so the defense still has to go. So it is going to be all day. So I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to somehow on lunch make it home because I got to go home. because they'll be coming home. So I should be able to. So I might have to actually, during lunch, you know what? I could keep the live going. Hold on. I'm trying to think how I could do this. What do you guys think? Should I start like to have 2 lives, or just I could somehow keep it going, I feel like. And then just like I think I would be able to, right? I don't know. I'm trying to think what would happen if like if I just like if my computer went offline while I went home, but I kept the live going. I think it would still go. It would still go, and then I could just log on when I get home, maybe. I just don't know. I'd rather keep it all in one because if I break it up, then it's gonna look like it's like 3. I don't know. What do you guys think? You could leave. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think I could probably leave it open. Nothing will be going on. It might like start spinning a little bit because I'll be offline. But if I don't actually push end broadcast, I think it'll just keep going. And then when I get home, I could just pick it up. I'm pretty sure it would be like that. Because, like, let's say it lasts 3 days. Let's say it does go into tomorrow. I don't know. It might, because if the defense takes all day today, tomorrow might be when they do the sentencing. I don't want it to be like confused because it'll be like that'll already have 3 parts. You know, if somebody's trying to follow it like day 1, day 2, and then day 2 will be like broken up. So it might make more sense to keep it going, guys. Um, so yeah, I'll probably do that on lunch. I'll try. And if for some reason it does go off, and it like ends the stream, then just look for a new stream. And I'll start a new one when I get home. Oh yeah, I could transfer it to my phone awake and you are so smart. Yeah, I'll transfer it to my phone. That's a good idea. Okay. But wait. But I'm sharing I don't know if that'll work because I'm sharing my screen through my computer. The only thing is with StreamYard, they do not let you share your screen on your phone, I mean. I've tried to like find an option, like at least on iPhone, like to share your screen. So therefore, like to be able to share this. Oh wait, why I won't need to share it? Because it'll be on lunch. Yeah, never mind. I'll be on lunch. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. So what time's lunch gonna be, I wonder? Man, I should have tried to go home on this break. But I have to finish like clean up around here a little bit. Well, it's not even just like throw out the trash and stuff. So yeah, I'll just have to get it ready for lunch. Wonder what time lunch because it's already 10:30 if they're taking a break. So probably like 1 or something, huh? But anyway, let's talk about those statements. Those were pretty good, man. I love the dad. That was my favorite. Like what he said to Aiden. I wish they would have double screened it just to see his face. Aiden. I know he probably wouldn't have had a reaction, but I don't know. There's parts of it I wanted to see his reaction, even though it's probably not. He probably didn't even phase him. He's a freaking piece of crap. Wait, what? That is Zav. Can you guys hear me? Right? Wait, who? Hold on. Oh, you didn't know? You didn't recognize me, Susie? Do I look that different? I just woke up this morning. I mean, I just woke up. This is what I slept in, and well, not this hoodie, but I just woke up, so I probably look like I don't know. But do I look that different? Or did you just never see me before? Um, Man, I'm tired, guys. Let's see. Because she said died on. Yeah, I think the reason he brought up Mother's Day is because she died on. It was Mother's Day, so that's why they were talking about Mother's Day, Susie. I mean, can you imagine like the anniversary of her death is on Mother's Day? So of course every Mother's Day is gonna be like. I mean, how could you even celebrate Mother's Day ever again? Really? I mean, hopefully they'll be able to, but I mean, it's still fresh. But like, I mean, it's always gonna be like just not the same, you know? Well, no, I'm talking about I'm probably just gonna I'll wait till lunch and then I'll try to oh, excuse me, I'll try to stay alive. I'll just take you in the car, like I don't know, like on the drive home and then I could at least talk to you. I don't know if I'll have the camera on or whatever, and then I could just transfer it when I get home. Because I was thinking it was just going to be short. I was thinking they were just going to do the victim impact speech statements and then they were going to do the sentencing. But I didn't realize that the defense still has to do their case, which I just still don't understand why they're like, if the defense gets up there and they just try to like create some kind of doubt that he did it, it's gonna makes no sense. Why do I feel like they're gonna do that? Like it makes no sense. They should be trying to just show how he should be getting a lighter sentence. That's what they need to prove, not doubt. He already admitted to it. So we know he did it. So don't sit there and try to like create like, oh, well, I don't know. Some of the stuff they were doing yesterday, the objections and stuff, is like, what is your point? We know he did it. They should just be trying to show that he, even though, I mean, it's going to be hard because he doesn't have no freaking remorse, but that's what they should be focusing on is like to show that that he either changed or he had remorse or it was like something that was not like his character doing it or was like a one-time thing or he's probably not going to repeat or you know what I'm saying? They need to argue stuff like that. This is for sentencing. I just feel like it's just going to be so stupid. I already don't like that lady. And then the guy just seems like not very good. But Diana, so she sent me the screenshot here. I should share it. So I guess yesterday, oh, I can't quit yawning, guys. Yesterday, when I guess his lawyer was trying to block, like when he was signing out, he was trying to like block him for some reason. I don't know why, like blocking him signing out, but it had like she like took a screenshot because it showed like his notebook that he was drawing on. I can't make out what it says, but I don't know if she could. Let me see. Hold on. Or maybe you guys can. Because remember he was like writing in that notebook where his lawyer like here it is. Hold on. Now. Hold on. I'm gonna have to get my phone because I only have one screen, so I can't see what I'm sharing. Hold on 1 second. I'm at my brother's, Sarah. I was watching his dogs. No, I get that. I get that. That's what their point. But the thing is like yesterday, some of the like arguments that they were trying to like, objections and stuff that they're trying to question the state's witnesses. It was almost like they were trying to like deny that he did it. I don't know. It was just weird. It didn't make sense. It's like we know he did it. What are you trying to do? But I know that's what I'm saying. The point should be to try to talk down a sentence. So you should be trying to like say how whether either like he's changed, he felt really bad about it, or like this is like he's not probably going to repeat repeat that again, or like this was out of character or something like that to show like that he should be able to have life outside of which I'm not saying I agree. I'm saying that's what his defense should be trying to do, right? You're trying to like get a lesser sentence and to show that if he ever got out that he would be okay and he wouldn't repeat this behavior, right? So I just feel like they're going to waste the time trying to like create some kind of doubt that he did it and that's stupid. but we'll see. Maybe not. It just seemed like that was their angle yesterday when, with the state's witnesses, it didn't make sense. Some of the stuff that they were asking, it's like, what? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to prove here? It make no sense. But they're probably just not very good. They're public defenders. They're probably don't care. You know what I'm saying? They probably, I mean, this guy is a piece of crap, Aiden, and they probably, they know he did it. So, I mean, they might not care as much as somebody that they like, somebody that's like representing somebody that they believe in, Who knows? But since this is a pretty popular, like televised, it's like people from different countries are following it. You know what I'm saying? It's a pretty popular case, so they might actually, want to put some effort into it for. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying for their name or whatever. Because I still think the girl that's representing Brian Koberger, I think she's like all about it because of all like the publicity and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I just feel like I don't know why I've gotten a feeling from her. What's her name? Ann, whatever. I can't think right now. Ann Taylor or something. And wait, what is her name? I gotta get my phone. Hold on. Let me get my phone. Oh, hold on, guys. Where's my phone at? Oh. I don't know where my phone is. Huh. I lost my phone. Oh, here it is. Okay. Yeah, I feel like she's just in it for the publicity. I don't know why I have a feeling that the only reason she's like, let's see, hold on. What was I going to look up before that, guys? Remember when I was saying I was looking at my phone? Oh, that's what I was going to do. Hold on. So I could show you that picture. I want to get another screen going so I have, because I can't see what I'm sharing because I only have one computer. Hold on. Yeah, right? I know, Maurice. I know. No, it definitely is. It's definitely his age is that's why I think it's like it's a bigger deal on like making sure they do a good sentence because he is so young. You know what I'm saying? Like normally, let's say this was just like an adult that, pled guilty for a crime like this. I mean, it would be like the sentence, it would be so much easier, but just because he's so young, it's a little bit tricky because I mean, he was what, 14? Like you're not even an adult yet. Hold on, I gotta let the dogs out. You're really a minor, 14 years old, that's young. Guys, I'm so tired. Sorry, I haven't seen this. Has this kid made a statement? No. The only thing that he's made, like when he pled guilty, at least that's all I've ever seen, right? When he pled guilty, we're all getting ready for the trial, and he gets up, and it was like the hearings before the trial, and then like all of a sudden he gets up, the next hearing or whatever, and he basically pleads guilty, and he just gives like a quick sorry. That's the only thing that's the only sorry I heard, right? Isn't that the one? Isn't that what they're all referring to? Isn't his apology, or was there another one? Because that's the only one I've seen. And it was not, it seemed so stupid. It didn't even seem like sincere at all. But was there another one that he did? I know. You could barely understand him. He talks like such a bull. So yeah. No, that's what I'm talking about. When he did it, Dom, that's what really matters. When he did it is what they have to go by. You know what I'm saying? So he's 14. I mean, that's so freaking young. I don't know. 15, 6. Let's see. I mean, he's either 15 or 16. Everybody's saying 16. Because it was 21 and it's 23 now. So yeah. But I mean, I guess we just got to look at it. What, when he did it, he was 14. So that's the number you got to really think about. Oh, yeah. Remember when you guys remember that when he tried to pretend like he was crazy hearing voices? That was so the worst acting ever. Oh my God. If I wasn't driving home during break, I could play it during lunch. That video of him like pretending. Oh my God, it was so ridiculous. Is there anybody that hasn't seen that on his one hearing but way back when it first happened, like right after it happened? I don't know if it was his first hearing after it happened or maybe second or one of his first couple hearings. He it was on like a Zoom hearing because it was, right after COVID or whatever. So trying to think if there wasn't a hearing right before that, if that was the first one he gave. But I'll try to play it. Maybe during the second break, I'll find it. Oh my God. He pretends like he's hearing voices. It was so stupid. He was like, huh? Huh? He was even like talking to him. It was so ridiculous. Because like kids, okay, think about it. A 14-year-old kid is going to think, you hear like, oh, the insanity, plea or whatever. You think that's going to get you out. And it could have been for attention too. You know what I'm saying? Like when you just think like, oh, so it could be attention. It could be for his defense. I don't know what he was thinking, trying to pretend. But when you're young, you think that that's going to get you out of it or something. When it's really not. All you're going to do is you're going to probably be in a worse place.
Think that's going to circuit court return to order?
And then you're going to go once you're rehabilitated, and if you're okay, you're going to go back to prison. You're not going to get out of prison. You have freedom, but they don't. When you're young, he probably didn't realize. I don't know. I don't know what he was trying to do. It could have just been for attention. Who freaking knows? But it was the worst acting ever. We'll put Jackie D. I'll play it either at the end or during the second break, not lunch, because like I said, lunch I have to drive home. But I don't know. I should look up to see what's going on with his mom. Yeah, Halo. Yeah, yep. But you said they kind of did, but his attorneys refused for him to be seen face to face with doctor. Oh, really? Huh. Yeah, hey, so basically her own cameras at her house is what busted her. She took his jeans. So you see like, did you remember seeing the cameras where you could see the bathroom and then his room's over to the left, and you know how you saw him like yesterday we saw him go into the bedroom and then he went to the bathroom and then came out in his robe and his room's over that way. Well, you see this. So she goes in his room, she gets his jeans, washes them, goes in the bathroom. You see her washing the blood out of
The
the
issue of any objections or exceptions to the pre-sentence investigation and the DJJ reports. I wanted to address that with you before we begin. So as to the pre-sentence investigation report, I know that the state had no objections or exceptions. Does the defense have any objections or exceptions to anything contained on this report?
No, Your Honor. The only addition or the only issue with both of them is that the defendant had prepared a letter. There was just an issue because of his housing that things were moved and getting the letter. We do have the letter and we'll submit it today.
Okay. And how about the adult sentencing summary report from DJJ? Any objections or exceptions to anything contained on that document?
Exception being regarding his statement, we do have that and we'll provide it to the court today.
All right, very well. Thank you. All right, and you said you have your first witness. I'm sorry, what was the name?
Raul Benasco.
All right. Raul
You guys want me to
Benasco.
keep the subtitles on the channel or no? As far as on the law and crime. Is that annoying or no? Let me know. I could turn them off. I just realized they were on. I didn't know they were on the whole time. But anyway, so then the mom, you saw when she was in there talking to him, and there you could read the transcripts. She tries to like tell him that he was wearing the khaki pants, not the jeans. Like it's real subtle, and he's probably so stupid he didn't pick up on what she was doing, but he was trying to
Sir,
get
if
him to
you'll
say
approach
that
this railing in front of me and raise your right hand.
jeans.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. All right, sir, if you'll come on around here and have a seat in the witness stand, make yourself comfortable. You may adjust that microphone.
This should work.
All right. Sir, please state your name.
Raul Espanasco, RAUL SBANASCO.
And how are you employed?
I am a prison consultant as well as a jail administrator.
And can you please give a brief summary of where you've worked in the past?
Started my career in the state of New York with juvenile justice system, and in 1988 joined the Florida State Department of Corrections as a corrections officer, in which I served that agency for 20 years in a variety of capacities. I was a classification officer, moved up the ranks as a classification supervisor, worked a variety of facilities, starting at Lake Correctional Institution, Maximum Security Prison, Central Florida Reception Center, and then got promoted to Polk CI as a senior supervisor and served the next 7 years as an assistant warden down south at Martin CI, Tomoka Correctional Institution outside of Daytona Beach, and then got promoted to Hernando CI as a warden and served in the capacity as director of staff development for the whole prison system for about 2 years, and then transitioned over to Orlando's County Jail and Osceola County Jail as well.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes, I'm a certified jail administrator through the AJA Commission, as well as a certified corrections executive through ACA.
And what's your education?
My education background, my undergraduate degree is in psychology, as well as my master's in public administration to Florida Atlantic University.
And I heard your employment summary, but when was the last time you worked for the Florida Department of Corrections?
2006.
And from the time that you worked at the Florida Department of Corrections, are you familiar with the department's policies and procedures?
Yes.
And you said that you also worked in the county jail, Orange County and Osceola County?
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with the policy and procedures with both the jails and the prisons in Florida?
Yes.
And have you been working as a consultant and an expert witness?
Yes.
How much do you charge?
$200 an hour.
And have you previously testified in court proceedings?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 27 times.
Okay. And have you previously testified as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'd offer Raul Bonasco as an expert in corrections policy. And
All right.
how did you first get involved in Aiden's case?
Yeah, I was contacted on March 7th, 2023 by yourself, Rosemary Peoples.
All right. And in the Florida Department of Corrections, how are juveniles held or housed?
The way juveniles are held, depending on how they're classified, juveniles can be sentenced up to the age of 21 by the courts as a youthful offender, or the department can classify them or categorize them up to the age of 24, in which they will go through the reception process, either Central Florida Reception Center in this case, and they will be sent to a prison based on their custody and their risk assessment and their behavior while in the county jail, as well as when they enter into the prison system.
All right. Now, do inmates have to work in prison?
I'm sorry.
Do inmates have to work in prison?
Yes, they do.
And does that include inmates that are sentenced to a term of years or life?
Yes, both.
Okay. What if they're disabled? Do they still have to work?
They still have to work.
And what happens if they refuse to work?
They will be put in confinement, as we often call it, the hold. If they fail to work, they will be given a rule infraction, which is known as disciplinary report. They will go through their administrative process and spend the sanction of their time in disciplinary confinement with no privileges, just the basic day-to-day living environment that we're providing to them.
All right. Now, how much of the work inside the prison is actually done by the inmates?
Approximately 80 to 85% of the prison system is sustained by the inmate labor that we house.
And are inmates that are, what incentives are there for inmates that have a term of years versus a life sentence?
Well, for the most part, they're both the same. The incentives are you can have commissary opportunities, visitations with your family and friends, phone calls, and recreation. All those things are just incentives, but at the end of the day, if you're not working, all those privileges will be taken away from you.
All right. So then if someone's in prison and they're not following the rules, what would happen?
They will spend as much time in disciplinary confinement. And if they continue to behave in that fashion, the next level will be either send them to a facility known as close management, where we send the most egregious inmates who cannot function in the general population or can do harm to themselves, other inmates, or the staff. So we will place them in close management, and we have a designated prisons throughout the state that would deal with that population.
What's a disciplinary referral?
A disciplinary referral is pretty much a rule infraction. The Department of Corrections has a variety of rule infractions, either from a minor disciplinary report to a major, and each of those carry an infraction of either loss of gain time or placement in disciplinary confinement for an extended period of time.
And it sounds like then there's different levels of disciplinary reports?
Correct. There's minor disciplinary reports. For example, a minor disciplinary report might be disobeying a verbal order or written order or tattooing, which might give you privileges taken away or even maybe put you on probation, while anyone who assaults an officer, assaults an inmate, or basically has any kind of physical activity or might be a danger to the population can be placed in disciplinary confinement. That's a major disciplinary report.
Then are the disciplinary reports, are they handled differently with a county jail versus prison?
Well, county jails have a sort of different process. County jails, for the most part, because they're short-term type of inmates, for the most part, they have their own disciplinary processes, but they pretty much mirror themselves. They have identified certain charges that are minor, as well as those major disciplinary reports that are for major rule infractions. So they have a different system, but it sort of mirrors itself.
Now, looking at, again, turning to prisons, Florida Department of Corrections, what programs are available to juveniles or younger offenders?
Well, it depends. When they come to the reception process, one of the things we have to do is look at them at their sentence structure, look at their release date, if they're serving a life sentence, also their medical grade, mental health grade, and then we do an assessment and we determine what is the prison that will best fit this individual, and more important, keeping public safety paramount. And in this particular case, with the Department of Corrections, there's only 2 facilities at this time due to closures that can house an individual like this, and that is either Suwannee Correctional Institution, where we send all the maximum security male youthful offenders, or Lake City Correctional Institution, which is another facility we contract with. I say we, the Department of Corrections contracts with, that we send the 2 type of male youthful offenders. The women go to Lowell CI, where they have about 5,000 women housed at that facility.
So it sounds like the youthful or the juveniles under 21 then are sent to Lake City or the other place you just mentioned.
In both climates are different. So for the most part, those who are following the rules and don't have a lot of behavior issues will most likely end up at Suwannee Correctional Institution. We send more of the most challenging population of youth over to Lake City Correctional Institution, where they deal with more of the behavior and aggressive behavior that comes with youthful offenders.
And you said why is there more aggressive behavior with youthful offenders?
In my years of experience running a youthful offender camp, what you see is individuals who are between the age of 13, I've seen them come into the prison system, to the age of 24, which they still haven't developed a lot of their social skills. And also there's a lot of territorial, I say turfs, in which they have to prove themselves. So they tend to be very aggressive or have to do give the perception that they're strong, and they get into a lot of behavioral challenges, which they find themselves fighting a lot and getting themselves in a lot of trouble, in which that population is very challenging to manage as an administrator.
Now, in terms of, I was asking about programs earlier. Has there been a change over the years in the programs available to the youth in the
Yeah.
Department of Corrections?
Yes, most recently, they have this new program called CNUS, which is now an integrated risk assessment program that they just rolled out, which happens at the reception center. So to paint the picture, there's 3 reception centers in the state of Florida, South Florida, North Florida, and Central Florida for males, in which at the reception center now we have technology, we have tablets, in which the inmates have to answer a variety of questionnaires. That is all tabulated, and it is assessed in this new component of risk assessment and determine what will meet their risk assessment, because the goal is to deal from community to prison. So these are individuals that they're trying to identify so we can give them the resources the agency can. So hopefully when they get released, they don't get reoffended and come back into the system. The challenge that the current system has, like most historically also, is that those inmates who are sentenced to death or life sentence or have a severe mental health issue are excluded from this new risk assessment program. That's something that will be considered much later down the road, because they're trying to capture the population that has at least 36 months from release, to capture that population, to provide them with services in the efforts of hopefully them not reoffending.
All right. So with a life sentence, there's some programs may be available. Is it fair to describe that a juvenile with a life sentence would be a bottom of the priority list to access these programs?
Yes, youthful offenders will never be denied program opportunities, but they were not on the priority list. They're not on the spectrum. The goal is to eventually give them an opportunity, but looking at the population that's going to be released in hopes that they will benefit more effectively with the programs offered.
In prison, what's the typical day for an inmate?
Typical day for an individual in prison, basically at 4:30 in the morning, you're woken up, you have to go to count. Then we march you down to the chow hall. You have up to 10 minutes in which you have to eat your meal. You don't get the opportunity to sit next to your friend. The goal is get in, get out. You go back to your housing unit. You go through another count. You go through various counts throughout the 24-hour cycle. You get back to your dormitory. Then you have either your work assignment or your program assignment in which you have to be where you need to be. If you have any kind of medical appointments, you have to follow those as well. And basically throughout the entire day, it's regimented. You're told what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and the expectation that you follow the rules of the Department of Corrections.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to pose an objection. I'm not sure what relevance the day-to-day life that someone might have in prison is relevant to the sentencing factors in this particular case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then in terms of looking specifically to this case, you received some materials that you were able to review?
Yes, I did.
And in review of those materials from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, what information were you able to glean from that?
What I was able to receive from the Jacksonville was several informational sheets, incident reports of his involvement in an altercation or group situation with other inmates, as well as his confinement records, where he was either in general population or in isolation for self-harm or for protection as well.
All right. And in terms of his confinement in Duval, there's that incident report. What was the resolution for that?
On one of the reports on December 25th, he checked himself in because he was in fear of his life, because he stated in his statement that he was being harassed or bullied over his commissary. Coincidentally, that same day from December 25th to January 25th, Sergeant Cox was assigned to investigate a variety of allegations made by other inmates in his housing environment he was at the time, I think 15, and the other inmates were 17. And basically there was some concerning behavior that the officer had observed, that he had made some threats to another inmate, as well as there were some other hearsay conversations, but at the end, was not clear on what came out of that circumstance. Just basically the incident report was provided to me, and that was the only information I was provided by the Jacksonville County Sheriff's Office.
Then looking to what you had said earlier about that juvenile population having behavioral issues, was that uncommon what you read in that report, seeing that other juveniles were fighting with each other, having behavioral issues with each other?
Dealing with this population is not uncommon. They are going to get into a variety of fights and steal from each other. That's just the juvenile behavior that happens. And that's sort of what we deal with in the corrections environment. And I think in also referencing Sergeant Cox, I know in his deposition, he is familiar with that as well. It sort of happens in county jails as well as prisons. That's just a very challenging population.
Now, did you speak with any of Aiden's family members?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
His mother, Crystal Smith.
And what did you learn in that conversation?
In the short period of time I spoke with her, what I learned was that he was in 8th grade at the time of the crime that was committed, and that he had some sort of learning challenge in which she provided tutoring lessons after class, and that he was raised in a Christian faith-backed family.
Were you able to speak to anyone from the Jacksonville or the Duval jail?
No, ma'am. I made an attempt to speak to Chief Calloway, who's the jail administrator for Duval County. He was on vacation, and as recent as yesterday, he reached out to me and I reached out to him, but we never had an opportunity to communicate and talk.
So Aiden's been in custody since May 9th, and he's moved around a bit, meaning there was a short period where he was in Volusia, and the majority of time, is it fair to say he's been in Duval?
Correct.
How long has he been in custody overall?
He's been in custody over 22 months. He came into St. John's on May 9th, and on May 10th, he was a direct file in which they moved him over to the juvenile detention Volusia Regional Facility over in Daytona Beach for about 18 days. And then on May 28th, he was transferred over to Duval County, Jacksonville County Sheriff's Office.
And in his time, and you mentioned it earlier, but so he's been in protective custody, or if you can explain the difference.
Of the 22 months he's been in Duval, pretty much he's been in some form of self-harm or protective custody for about 17 months. He's only remained in different stints of time, 5 months in general population.
And is it common for a juvenile that's direct filed with adult charges for that child to be in this form of protective custody?
Case by case. Sometimes what you do have is some of the younger population that, depending on the size, maybe their lack of exposure to the criminal justice system, they will utilize the opportunity to go into self-harm or might have a mental health crisis, or even for protection from other circumstances, that they will utilize that as an option to get out of their circumstances. So it does happen from time to time, but it's case by case.
Now, in terms of Aiden's family, were they able to discuss their ability to contact him or financially support him?
Yes, his mother shared with me. She communicates with him weekly, as well as she provides as much as she can to his commissary account, so he has some way to sustain himself for items that he wants to purchase.
Does Aiden have a work history?
No, he was 14 at the time of his arrest, and from my records, he was not employed or had that opportunity due to his age.
So what special skills does he have, if any?
He has none.
In terms of, because you did do some classification work in your years at DOC? Or
Approximately about 7 years, yes, ma'am.
All right. With what you know of the charge or what he's pending sentencing on, how would he be classified, meaning Aiden?
He will be classified as close custody given the due to the crime that was committed, as well as most likely his sentence. But because of the crime, he will be close custody throughout the Department of Corrections.
And based on your experience then, how would a term of years versus a life sentence change Aiden's classification, if any?
The difference would be a term of years would give him an opportunity for a judge to review his sentence at a later date, and also give him perhaps the opportunity to get, I could say, placed on a priority list or a little higher level to be considered for some kind of vocational programming or cognitive development courses, anger management, those things that might be suitable based on his risk assessment outcome.
So the programs that are there, he would have some priority if he had a term of years versus a life sentence.
Given the Department of Corrections challenges, if those who have a lesser sentence or have an opportunity to be reviewed at a later date will most likely be moved up on the list.
All right. And then, but the classification wouldn't change if it's a life sentence or a term of years.
Absolutely not. He will remain close custody based on my years of experience.
All right. Now, Aiden can read, so what opportunities would he have, for example, a GED program?
That would be something that the Department of Corrections Education Department would have to do based on the risk assessment, have him go through a TAP test and look at the opportunity when his role would come and if they have a slot for him to be enrolled in the GED program, given the circumstances of only 2 prisons at this time designated for youthful offenders, which is where the department is challenged with a big population and very few prisons to house them.
Right. At what point, with a term of years then, because the minimum that Aiden would be eligible for is 40, at what point would he be moved, or would he be moved after the age of 25?
Well, he's subject to be moved at any time. It depends on his institutional adjustment. So regardless of what prison he gets sent to, he can turn 18, and if he's not functioning well in a youthful offender camp or we can send him to an adult prison throughout the state of Florida.
And is it fair to describe then that based on your experience, well, let me ask, based on your experience, what would you anticipate placement then specific for Aiden?
Most likely, he would probably be placed at Suwannee Correctional Institution, which based on his age, he's a lot younger than those that they send over the Lake City Correctional Institution, but most likely he would be sent to Suwannee Correctional Institution to see how he does in adjustment at that facility.
All right. And I understand your answer earlier, but just to clarify, so in either instance, whether it's a term of years of life, he would be eligible for programs. Is that fair?
Yes, he would.
But with a life sentence, then the priority or his access to those programs would be diminished.
Correct.
Fair to say that with a life sentence, he'd be at the bottom of any list because the priority would be for the individuals or the juveniles with 36 months or less.
Yes.
And it wasn't always like that. Is that fair to say? Because the resources have now been reduced?
Yeah, a lot has changed in the last few years, particularly with COVID, but I left the system in 2006, and years ago, there was a lot of opportunity for rehabilitative programs. At the end of the day, resources were different. The economy was in a different place. And we all in the corrections profession, not only just in prison systems, but in county jails, a lot of our educational cognitive development courses are sort of not as available because the resources not out there and the employment and the workforce is a challenge to get those folks in. That's why we're doing all type of interesting things with technology, with tablets, trying to provide as many program services as possible in a corrections environment.
And based on your experience, do you believe that Aiden could contribute to the prison system if he was sentenced to a term of years instead of a life sentence?
Well, if he's sentenced to a term of years, the opportunity to get involved in some kind of vocational program would benefit the Department of Corrections, so he can learn some kind of trade and put that trade to work to benefit the taxpayers of the state of Florida by putting him to help maintain the facilities that we have to maintain throughout the state.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Bonesco.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
You do almost all of your work as a private consultant is criminal, correct?
Correct.
90% of your work is in the criminal realm.
Correct.
80% of that work that you've done is for the defense. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, you've never been retained as an expert in your field by any state agency in the state of Florida, correct?
No.
And you said you were contacted about this case on March the 7th, which is 12 days ago?
Yes.
2 weeks ago. And in that time, you have reviewed records to come to court today and to testify about what you think is best for the defendant, in this case, Aiden Fucci. Is that right?
Based on my years of experience on the information, yes.
Have you ever met with Aiden Fucci?
No.
Why not?
Never had the opportunity because of the time constraints and because where he was placed, my understanding in Duval County, it was very restrictive in having access to him.
You live here in the state of Florida, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that did anybody at the Duval County Jail tell you that you could not meet with Mr. Fucci?
No, sir.
Did anybody else tell you that you would not be permitted to speak with Mr. Fucci?
No, sir.
So why didn't you meet with Mr. Fucci?
When I spoke to the public defender's office, the time constraints were very tight. And actually reaching out to Chief Galloway, those were one of the things I know I was hoping to maybe get an opportunity to speak with him in person, but it just never came to fruition.
You were contacted 2 weeks ago, and you don't think that you had enough time to meet with Mr. Fucci within that 2 weeks?
In talking with the public defender's office and where he was housed, it was my understanding that would have been a challenge at the time.
I see. So the public defender's office told you that you could not meet with Mr. Fucci.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
They did not give you the opportunity to meet with him, correct?
Yes.
Would you have liked to have met with him?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
If the opportunity was afforded to me, yes.
And why is that?
It's always a good opportunity. If the opportunity is provided, it's always good to have a good conversation to know face to face where that individual is, based just having a report on records.
Now, you mentioned, you discussed some altercations that Mr. Fucci had gotten into, some records that you reviewed on that. Is that right?
Yes.
And to kind of start off this conversation, you'd indicated that I think you were pointing out that he has basically been sort of in a confinement status at the Duval County Jail for all but, I think you said 5 days. Is that right?
No, he's been in general population approximately 5 months.
Okay.
And 17 have been, as they categorize it, isolation cell, either for mental health or for self-harm or for protection.
Okay. And I wanted to talk about that. You had indicated that he was in that confinement situation because of, I guess, some indications of self-harm. Did you read in any of the records where Mr. Fucci actually committed acts of self-harm at all?
No.
Did you review, did you see any medical records where he had injured himself in any way?
No.
Isn't it true, Mr. Bonasco, that sometimes that those records, when they say self-harm, he may be placed in that status as a precautionary measure?
Yes.
Is there any indication whatsoever that it was anything more than simply precautionary?
In some instances, this often happens because of notoriety of the case. They place them in that status as well. And I think in one of the documents, it was sort of referenced because someone might have heard about his case. It was in the news or something.
Isn't it also correct that someone can be placed in confinement status for disciplinary reasons?
Yes.
And in fact, in one of the stretches where he was in confinement, the date that he was placed in confinement coincided with a report where he had threatened another inmate.
Correct. He had checked himself in on December 25th, and that's when Sergeant Cox reports referenced December 25th to January 25th, the period of time in which there was a...
Let's talk a little bit about that. What was the date that he had self-reported?
December 25th, 21.
Of 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had kind of indicated that was the same date that the report had issued that he had threatened someone, right?
Yes, the report that was written by Sergeant Cox covers the period of December 25th, December of 2021 to January 25th of 2021, in which he completed on the January 27th of 2021.
Isn't it true, sir, that that report was dated January the 25th of 2022?
The signature is the 22, correct. But on the front of the report, it started December 25th, 21, to January 25th, 22.
The report, though, indicates that the threat occurred on January the 25th of 2022. That's when it was reported, correct?
That's when it was reported
Right. That's a year.
later.
That's a year later, right? So those two things don't necessarily coincide.
Well, I would bear to differ. The incident that he checked himself in was December 25th, 21, according to the report.
Right.
And the report by Sergeant Cox covers a span of December 25th, 21 to January 25th, 2022.
I understand what you're trying to say, but you're trying to convey that he was placed in confinement because he was in fear of his life. And
The
you're trying to
records-
coincide that event with this other incident that occurred where he threatened an inmate, right?
No, what I'm trying to state is he checked himself in on the 21st, December 25th of 2021. And in the synopsis report that covers December 25th, 21 to January 25th, 22, it makes reference to a variety of allegations from other inmates, as well as an officer observing some behavior by him. So it sort of butt ups against the report. He checked himself in, and when they reviewed that period of time, it backs up into the date he checked himself in for self-harm.
But my original question, though, was one of the stretches that he spent in confinement, the date of that, the beginning of his confinement period, coincided with the date that it was reported that he had threatened another inmate.
That's correct.
And he threatened another inmate by saying he was going to stab him, correct?
That's what's stated in the report. Yes, sir.
Now, you had indicated earlier that it was not clear how that sort of investigation turned out.
Correct. I was requesting hopefully additional more information to find out what resulted from that.
So you didn't review any disciplinary reports.
I was not furnished that information, sir.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your testimony concerning some of the things you said about the difference between a term of years sentence versus a life sentence. You had indicated that it was your understanding that it was only under a term of year sentence that Mr. Fucci would receive some type of review. Did I understand you correctly?
No, because they're youthful offenders, they are going to get a period of review where the judge can look at possibly modifying their sentence.
Okay. So you understand that whether he gets a term of years sentence or whether he gets a life sentence, he's going to still have a review.
Correct.
And so for juveniles, a person who's been sentenced to a crime that committed while he was a juvenile, there's, regardless of what the sentence is going to be, there's a possibility he could get out one day.
That's correct.
And the Department of Corrections understands this.
That's correct.
And so there are programs that would be available to him. Is that right?
Programs are always going to be available. It's just a priority.
One moment, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Benasco.
Good morning.
2 weeks ago, basically, when I'd sent you the paperwork available, I'd indicated these are the DRs that I'm aware of. And on review, you explained to me that they were not DRs.
That's correct.
And that's when we started the ball rolling, so to speak, to see if you could speak to Captain Calloway in Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Chief Calloway, yes.
Chief Calloway, I apologize. So on your review again of what I presume was a DR, what was the result of that incident?
It was very unclear. Basically, there were some allegations made. The officer did witness the individual, Fucci, make a threat against another inmate. And there was an extensive assessment of several inmates and witnesses of complaints, as well as his statement as well. That's all I could gather from the information.
And then looking to the population, because they're all juveniles there and they're all juveniles with serious charges in Jacksonville. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, there's most youthful offenders who are in that environment usually have some very, very heinous crimes they were committed. Yes, ma'am.
And is it uncommon, or let me backstep it a bit. Is it uncommon for different groups to form within jails?
No.
Okay. And if an individual enters a jail and doesn't have any association with any of those groups, is his time in jail more difficult?
Most likely, with my years of experience, they have to identify with a group, or they will be often preyed on, unless depending on their demeanor and their response to certain kind of jailhouse or prison house environment, they either survive, flight, or fight.
All right. So part of the behavior issues that come out with juveniles, is that born out of this issue of they need to defend themselves against the other juveniles that are there?
Well, in my years of experience, and particularly with juveniles in the adult prison system, that is their defense mechanism for the most part, unless they're individuals who know people in prison or have gang affiliations. But unless they're not really connected, they sort of have to find their way, navigate their environment, and sort of attach themselves with somebody in order to most likely not be part of the overall management challenges that administrators have to deal with.
And for the juvenile that has no one to attach to, solitary would be a safe place. Is that fair?
It's common that they would check themselves in for their own safety or a variety of other reasons, but that is usually the go-to to sort of check out of your housing environment.
And that's similar to what we see with Aiden Fucci in the county jail records?
From my records, he has spent the majority of his time in protective custody or some form of isolation, which he has not really functioned much in general population. So that is correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Bonasco, I want to ask you about the confinement situation. Did you ever go to the Duval County Jail to see kind of what the setup was?
No, sir.
Did you ever review the deposition of Officer Cox?
Sergeant Cox, yes, sir.
You did review his deposition. So you saw that in his deposition, he indicated that the juveniles that are placed in confinement are not there by themselves. They're actually there with other juveniles.
Sometimes at 2 or 3. I read that.
So he's not there in isolation completely alone.
No, but for the most part, not in general population, but it's so their form of isolation as they classify it.
I think in one circumstance, he indicated there was, could be as many as 10 juveniles in that area, correct?
I did read that as well.
Nothing further.
All right. Excused. All right. One more follow-up.
Just one more follow-up, Your Honor. You have the inmate housing location records?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
The inmate housing location records?
Yes, I do.
All right. So there are instances where he has another bunkie, so to speak, for a short period of time, but it's still fair to describe him as in isolation or housed alone for the majority of the time?
Let me make reference to that again. There was some instances where I remember where sometimes he had one bunkie, sometimes he had no bunkie, sometimes he had 2 or 3 in his room.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Sir, you're free to go. Thank you. Call another witness.
Dwayne Barton.
Dwayne Barton.
Good morning.
You come on up here. If you will pause right there, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, sir, if you'll come on around and have a seat in the witness stand, make yourself comfortable, and you may adjust that microphone.
Please state your name.
Dwayne Barton.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Department of Juvenile Justice
Sorry. And how long have you been employed with the Department of Juvenile Justice?
since December 2002.
And so that's 20 years roughly with the Department of Juvenile Justice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How far did you go with your education?
Bachelor's degree.
And what job titles have you held over the years with the Department of Juvenile Justice?
Juvenile probation officer, supervised release tracker, alternative to secure detention officer.
Now, turning specifically to this case, how did you become involved with Aiden Fucci?
Circuit 7, St. Johns County requested that Duval County provide courtesy supervision / wellness checks on Aiden.
All right. And in terms of your wellness checks, what did that mean? What exactly were you doing?
Basically just checking to see if he was being abused, if he had any bruises, marks. He was being involved in fights with staff or with his peers.
All right. So how often would you see Aiden?
Once a month or every other month.
And how did he appear to you the first time you saw him?
The first initial visit, he appeared very anxious. He paced back and forth in the interview room, and he indicated he was hearing voices.
You said he was pacing back and forth. Did he make any eye contact with you?
Very little.
And did you see any marks on his arms?
He did have some what appeared to be old marks. I'm not sure how he got those, but they didn't appear to be deep marks. It was just like scratches.
All right. And did he indicate any issues? Well, you said hearing voices. Did he indicate anything else?
No, not that
All right.
I recall.
And you continue to see him each month, every other month, roughly?
Yes.
All right. And the purpose of that, when you say wellness check, what exactly are you checking on?
Again, just checking to see if he was, being involved in fights, if he had any bruises, just make sure he wasn't being abused.
Okay. Did his demeanor with you change over time?
It appeared that he got, a little more comfortable with me because I was seeing him more frequent.
Did he start to make eye contact with you?
Yes.
So over time, the two of you are actually having conversations without him pacing?
Yes.
Right. How many visits in total do you think you've made with Aiden over the years?
I believe it was like 9.
And at times, were you encouraging Aiden to work with the mental health staff?
I was.
Did you go ahead.
Almost each time I would tell him to, if he was having any issues, to reach out to the mental health staff at the jail.
But you specifically weren't having any conversations with them?
No.
All right. So you're encouraging to meet with mental health staff?
Yes.
Okay. Did he follow your advice?
I'm not certain. I do know that he did indicate that he had previously put in a sick call request for some medication for acne.
Okay. And then in terms of the voices, is that something that continued on for a period of time? Meaning his reporting it to you?
It was reported each time.
He also indicated to you that he was taking certain medications?
Yes, initially he said he was taking lithium, but it also changed. He was taking Remron and Zoloft, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Now, You've indicated that you've worked with DJJ for about 20 years.
Yes.
Okay. And over your 20 years, well, let me ask you, how many juveniles have you supervised on average per year?
I couldn't answer that.
All right. So over the 20 years, you wouldn't have an answer of how many juveniles you've worked with?
No.
Fair to say almost countless?
Countless, yes.
All right. Then, and in terms of you actually going into the jails and having wellness visits, Aiden's not the first kid you've done this with.
To this extent, yes.
Go ahead.
I have gone in and checked on other kids, but it wasn't not that often.
All right. And then in terms of children reporting, whether in custody or out, Aiden's not the first child that you've worked with that's reported having some issues in terms of hearing voices.
I don't recall any other kids other than Aiden
Right.
reporting. If they did report it, we will make referrals to different providers. But
Go ahead.
That's pretty much the extent of it.
But what I'm getting to is that over the years, and it's been 20 years, you've had to work with children that are having some mental health issues, meaning you're not counseling, but you're working with others that are working with the children on those issues.
Yes.
All right. In terms of you sitting with Aiden one-on-one, so he's less anxious, there's more eye contact. So after a period of time, the two of you are able to work or at least speak to each other? Or is there an improvement in the communications between the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. With your interactions with him, were there any behavioral issues?
No, never.
When he's reporting to you the hearing voices, you don't follow up and ask specifically what he's hearing. Is that fair to say?
No, ma'am.
That's not what you're there for.
No.
Okay. You're aware that, or is it fair to say part of the reason you're doing the wellness check so long is because Aiden was in solitary for a period of time?
I'm not sure if it was solitary. I think they
Confinement, I'm sorry. The phrase
isolation. Isolation due to his age.
All right. And have you seen over your 20 years children sitting in confinement for that long a period of time?
I haven't.
Say that again.
I haven't had any kids that has been in long as Aiden has.
In confinement?
That I'm aware of, no.
Okay. One moment.
Cross.
Good morning, Mr. Barton.
Good morning.
So these wellness checks that you were doing with Mr. Fucci, I believe you stated you would make visits to the jail and meet with several kids in the same day, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he wasn't the only juvenile that you were checking on that was charged as an adult in that jail, right?
No.
Okay. And the point of those checks, it sounds like you kind of summarized it. You were looking for abuse, any signs of injury, general wellness checks, like how they're doing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you ever see with him, or were there any complaints about abuse by another inmate, let's say?
No, he did indicate that he was involved in a physical altercation on one occasion.
Okay, so he told you about a fight he had one time, but outside that fight, any abuse by staff or other inmates? He
Not
never
that I'm
complained of
aware
that. Okay. And when you met with these kids, you described it wasn't like a checklist that you had verbatim, but there were all, you checked on the same things every time and kind of asked the same questions every time. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you asked that of all the kids you visit, not just Mr. Fucci.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And one of the things you talk about or ask is about, are you seeing things or hearing voices, right?
Not necessarily. I would ask, are you currently taking any medications? And, they'll report. I'm taking lithium for, hearing voices or depression or bipolar, things
Okay.
of that nature.
But that's being checked on. A general mental health questions being
Yes.
asked every time. So he's answering you in response to that.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you stated, you have a lot of experience with DJJ, but you're not a psychologist, right?
I'm not.
Okay. So you don't get into the details. You're there basically to document his well-being and then advise him of resources that may be available for him while he's in the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And that very first visit you had with him where he was anxious, sort of pacing, was that close in time to his arrest and being moved to that jail?
I believe it was June of 2021.
Okay.
So I'm not really certain if it within that month or, a couple days.
Right. That was the first time. And then his interaction with you got better. He was calmer with you after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. He denied, one of the things you ask about is if they have any suicidal thoughts, and he denied that when you met with him over the time.
Yes, ma'am.
And you never saw any proof or evidence that he was trying to harm himself in any way?
No, ma'am.
You would have reported that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You testified in your deposition that when you met with the juveniles, it's not like you went to their cell. You were put in a room and they were brought to you. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you weren't sure the breakdown of how many days he spent in general population versus administrative confinement versus true isolation, right? You don't know those numbers.
I don't.
Okay. So you wouldn't be viewing him in the setting. He would be brought to you.
He will be brought to me.
Okay. So that information is best to come from the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you also had testified when asked about his maturity level that you felt he was pretty mature for his age.
I did.
Okay. And you've been doing this and working with juveniles for 20 years, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right. No further questions.
Thank you very much, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
I see the attorneys at sidebar. Minute recess. You can, and then you'll call one more witness before lunch. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. We'll take 5 minutes, then we'll come back.
Wait, this isn't lunch, is it, guys? He said 5 minutes, right? Yeah, okay. When do you think lunch will be? I have to like plan it out because I have to give the dogs like half of their dinner because my brother's gonna be home tonight. So he's gonna be home a little bit later than he thought. So he said give him like half. So I have to give him half the dinner. I have to get him outside like close to before the lunch happens. So when do you think it'll be? Any ideas? After next witness, you think? Okay. Just gotta plan it out right because it's gonna be like limited time because I live about 20 minutes, so I want to have time to, by the time you get out to the car and then like go inside, set up, go up to my computer, turn that, you know what I'm saying? So I have to be quick. I don't have time for messing around. But even if it does start, you guys, let's say it starts a little bit before I like get back home and get it on. Like think about how I started it over an hour and a half late yesterday, and we still caught up by the time lunch hit. We were like caught up. So even if I'm like 5 or 10 minutes late from when it starts back up after lunch, just wait for me because I mean we'll catch up with all the little breaks and you know what I'm saying. We'll catch up. So or like these little recesses or whatever. Put dogs on. On what, Daylight? Put dogs on. Put them on what? On what? I can't control it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I mean, I'll try to talk softer, but I can't control the court's volume, and it doesn't give you the option to balance it like with the streaming with a StreamYard. It doesn't have. It's not like this audio. What is it called? Technology where it's like you can balance them out as you're live streaming. Sorry, I don't have that type of. Well, no, StreamYard don't even offer that type of a thing, so I have no control over that. Who let the dogs on the video? Oh, on the video. Oh, I see. Hold on. Come here, doggies. It's hard because I should have started my phone and you see him? Cat, there's Penny. Penny, go over there. I can't see what. Penny, go over here. There's Penny. There's Cash, and then Kiss him. Kiss him over here. Kiss him. Kiss him. Come here. Come over here, Kiss him. Here's Kiss him. Do you see him? Wait, hold on. Can you see him? Kiss him. Kiss him. Kiss him. Kessem's my favorite too. He's the little black sheep. He's the one that's like unique. Come here, Kessem. He's the quiet one that goes and hides. Kessem, come here. The other ones are a little. Come up. I don't know. He's little. Can you see him? I don't know if you could see him. I can't see what you're seeing because I'm trying to. Kessem, come here, buddy. Come here. They want to see how cute you are. They want to see how cute you are. Here. Come on, come up here. Come here. Guess I don't know. Hold on, let me get my phone on. I'll log on my phone. I'm trying to like charge the battery, and I'll show you on my phone. It's too hard. I can't tell if you even saw them because I'm not at home, so I don't have my two screens, so I can't see like what you guys are seeing when I walk away from the screen. Normally, I got my two screens. Were you able to see all of them? Kind of cool. Is that a fat cat under the table? No, there's no cat. No, there's 3 dogs, no cat. We have Cash is the black one, Penny is the like tannish brown one. Those 2 are the same breed. And then Kesem is the like mixed breed. He's like a I can't think of the name. I think it begins with a D, but you know, like those Australian cattle dogs or whatever. What is it called? There's another name for them, and I can't think of the name, but he's mixed with that. You know, the ones that have like the like almost like checkered coloring on the fur. I love it. So cute. You guys help me out on the name. I always wanted one of these dogs because my dog Rocky in Colorado, he had a girlfriend Dinah. There's this yard that we would take Rocky to, and he would run around. And the girl that lived in the complex, Dinah was the dog, and it was like we called him Rocky's girlfriend. And Dinah was this type. The dog that Kesem is, the mix that he has, it has like the checkered like color like markings. Dinah was like a full bred, whatever that is. And they called it's like an Australian cattle dog or whatever, but it's like there's a different name for him. She called him a different name. There's a different name. And she was so cute. And I always said, you know, that'll be my next dog. Cause it was like, she was like perfect size and her demeanor was so freaking cute. Yes, Blue Healer. Thank you. That's what I've been trying to think of that forever. Thank you. Oh my God. I've been trying to think that for weeks, months, maybe. I guess I could have just looked it up probably, but I didn't. Blue Healer. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. How are they? I always wanted one. Yes. Thank you, Delia. I didn't know there was a red healer too. What? Wow. Australian herding dogs. Yeah, something like that. Australia. What did I say? I don't even know what I probably said it wrong. All right, here we go. Why did I say it begins with a D too? Or no, I said B. What did I say? I don't know. I was probably thinking the blue part of the healer. But why do I think I said D instead of B? I'll have to go back and rewind. If I said B, then I was right. But if I said D, I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, I could give him treats. I have to give Kesem like in the morning. I give him this anxiety stuff. He's got anxiety, especially like because like my brother, they work, so they go in the daytime, you know, when they're not on vacation. So he's like,
St. Judge County Circuit Court will return to order.
Could all be seated. Thank you. All right.
is that what I said, sheepdog? If I did, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. It's like herder, Australian herding. Yeah.
Is this testimony? So she'll be coming.
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am, if you'll come forward, please. You can come on up. If you'll pause right there and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? All right, ma'am. You can come on around here, have a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust that microphone if you can scoot forward just a little bit. All right, thank you. Counsel, your witness.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Debbie. Sorry. Debbie.
In your full name?
Deborah Spiewak.
All right. And where do you live?
Live Oak.
And how many children do you have?
I have 4 children.
And how many grandchildren?
12.
Debbie, how do you know Aiden?
He's my grandson.
And how long have you known him?
Since he was born.
And how often would you see Aiden over the years?
All the time.
And when you say all the time, how is that?
I mean, we're always together. We're a big family. We do everything together. We're always together. I stayed with them too because I work here in Jacksonville, so it saved me a drive to not have to drive home all the time. So I would stay with my daughter and her family.
So a lot of dinners and breakfasts you would see Aiden?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay. Who did Aiden live with?
Primary with his mom, but his dad and his mom shared, custody.
So how often would he spend days or weekends with his father?
They alternate. I think his dad got him Tuesday and Thursdays and every other weekend. So that's how they worked it. They were really adamant on having their days. Nobody wanted to miss their time.
Okay. Both parents wanted to spend time with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how many brothers or how many children sorry, Aiden's your grandson by your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And how many children does she have?
She has 5.
Okay. And where is Aiden in that group of 5 children?
He's in the middle.
Now, did the 5 kids get along?
Yeah, they get along just like normal kids. Yeah, I've never seen any fighting or arguing or any problems at all. It was a pretty happy home.
Okay. How would you describe Aiden in that home with the other 5 kids?
Aiden's always been silly and funny and the jokes for the kids. He was always happy. Every picture I have, he smiles. I don't know what happened.
Now, what's your daughter Aiden's mother like?
Oh, she's a good person. She's good-hearted and kind and sweet and just, she's my daughter. I love her.
And his father? What's Aiden's father like?
Oh, he's a good man. He's always been in their lives, and you don't see that often. And when people split up, there's always one that leaves it, stays out of their life, but he's always stayed in his son's life from the beginning.
Now, what holidays would you share with Aiden?
All of them, and especially birthdays, because my youngest daughter, their birthdays were like a few days apart, and so we always celebrate them together.
Meaning Aiden and your daughter?
Yes, my youngest daughter.
All right. And would sometimes those celebrations be at your daughter's home and sometimes in Live
A lot
Oak?
of times on my property because, it's country, they like to ride the four-wheelers and go to springs and river, and it's just, I have a lot of family out there, and, I kind of came together there.
So where did the kids spend the summer?
Well, some in Jacksonville and some out there with me. They like to, like I said, they like the country. They like being out there. It's just more peaceful out there and happy, and just the four-wheelers. Kids love four-wheelers, and we go to Springs a lot in the summer and cookouts and bonfires, and we hit Itch Tuckney a lot. And what's the other part of that question? Sorry.
So in the summer, now sometimes would Aiden come with you and the family? Was there any other activities, say the Bible
they
camps
like-
in the summer?
Yeah, they like to come. We have vacation Bible school once, every summer. So him and his older sibling would come for that. And they like to go to the church with me. And church always had little events and activities, so they'd come do that with me too.
Now, Aiden's responsible for taking Tristan's life on Sunday, May 9th. But what was the plan for the night before that Saturday night for Aiden?
Well, he was supposed to go with his cousins because they were going to spend the night at my other daughter's house. And so the boys were supposed to come pick them up, and they picked up his older brother, but he wasn't there yet. I guess he was still with his friend. So he had called them to please come back and pick
So there wasn't enough gas money to come back and get Aiden.
Right, that's what they said.
Now, what mental illness do you know of in your family?
Well, the only thing I've experienced with any.
Okay, it just picked up. I'm gonna rewind it 1 minute. Sorry, the internet. I cannot wait to get home. And my internet, oh my God, I miss it. So I'm gonna just rewind it like 1 second because it just picked up like right where it ended. So hold on. Okay, that should be good.
And they didn't want to wait around. So when he had called them to come back and pick him up, they said they didn't have gas money. And so he ended up staying home.
It sucks.
So there wasn't enough gas money to come back and get Aiden.
Right, that's what they said.
They would have had gas money if that's even true.
Now, what mental illness do you know of in your family?
Well, the only thing I've experienced with any of that was, I mean, my son goes through a lot of depression. He still does. He always has, even since he was a teenager. My ex, which is my kid's dad, has a lot of mental issues. I mean, he has things going on. He still has things going on. He's in and out of jail. So, but I left him when my kids were real little, so I didn't want to put them through any kind of stuff like that.
So your son, Aiden's uncle,
Mhm.
when was he first Baker acted? Or how old was he?
He was like 14.
Right. So his first Baker Act, he was 14.
Right. He started getting a little bit of trouble, but you know, we pulled through it, you know, I mean, counseling and help, we pulled through it. But he's still depressed. He has his moments, you know, he falls.
So you understand what Aiden's here for?
Yes.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
Is that the
Sorry.
boy you knew?
He's not the boy that I knew. I don't know what happened. I mean, he's always been good and happy. So sorry. I still need my mama break. Wow, this is so hard. I'm so sorry. He has a good family and we don't condone what happened. And we're very sorry for your loss. He's always been such a good kid and I don't even know where that came from. I mean, he doesn't have any bad in his family or around him or I don't know. I can't explain. I just don't know.
Now, in terms of Aiden around the family, that included hamsters, animals. Was he ever harmful to any of the pets?
No, I mean, we all have animals and no, he's never been mean to any animals.
And then there's younger siblings. So he's got a little sister.
Yeah.
How did he interact with her?
Well, they were very close, especially his little sister. They always played around. He was real close to her, and she still asks for him all the time. And she still doesn't know what's going on, and she wonders why she can't see her brother. So, but they miss him very much. And I think I'm pretty much the voice for the family, and I know I'm probably the first that y'all seen, and I want to throw darts at me, but I mean, I'm sorry. I don't, you know, we have a good family, very good Christian family, and we're loving people, and we just don't know what happened. I think we're all trying to wonder what happened.
Now, you've seen the newsreels with Aiden in the car. Again, is that the boy you knew?
No, when I seen that with him in there, it's like he was on something. I could tell, you just know, because you're around him all the time, and he just looked like he was high on some kind of drugs. You know, I don't know. It wasn't the same person that I know and see every day. So, I mean.
How has Aiden's arrest affected your family?
Well, we haven't had a family event since, you know,
Relevance, any of the factors.
We're sad all the time, you know, I mean, this is something you don't plan for. It happens and you just don't know why. And I pray every day for both families. And I try to stay strong for my children and my grandchildren because I'm pretty much been their mother, their father, and their grandmother and grandfather. And she always cries. My daughter always cries. And then I cry and they all cry and, you know, So I just wish I could have changed how things might have happened if I could have been there, you know.
And what would you like to say to the court?
Just want to say to the family, I'm so sorry. I wish I could change what happened. And we pray for you every day. I pray for you every day. I pray for my family every day. And I just hope that you find peace somewhere, and just know that he has a good family, and we miss him. And we lost a child too. You know, he's I know there's not physically here, he's here, and we just miss him, and which just didn't happen. I don't know. You know, I had a letter ready because I knew I wouldn't speak right when I got up here, and I could just leave the letters, or I can read the letters, or you want me to try to read the letters?
Go ahead.
I had to plan in my mind what I would say, but when you get up here and you're so overwhelmed, you just don't know what to say because it's just a very tragic situation. It's just tragic. Do you want me to read these? Okay. This is to the family for me. I just wanted to tell you that I'm feeling very deep sadness for the loss of your beautiful daughter, and I know the heartache you must be going through is just terrible. And I will pray for you every day, I promise. And I just hope you find peace, sometime, and closure for what happened. Thank God for you, Your Honor. I can't see real good. I'm sorry. Probably look a mess. I just wanted to tell you, I know he has to be punished, and for his actions, and I love him, and his family love him very much too. And I know we're a very large Christian family, and we pray all the time, and I just hope you consider it a little bit, and please don't take him out of our lives forever. I know that I've died and not be able to spend time with him sometime before I go. I am not good at this. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I know there's some good in Aiden. I don't know what happened to him that this caused, but I know there's some good in him, and I think if we find that out, what caused him to do this, maybe we'll have more understanding of what happened. I don't know. I can't think. I just can't think. I'm sorry.
Sorry, no further questions, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. So sorry.
Wow. Afternoon, I think it is now, Ms. Bywak. Just so the court understands, you live outside of Jacksonville, but you spend like the weekdays, Monday through Friday-ish, in the home of Crystal Smith and her family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've been doing that for a long time, right?
Yes, for years.
You did that when she was with Jason Fucci. You lived with them as a unit, is that right?
Yes.
And then she is now with or married to Michael Akel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also visiting and living at that house on Castledale Drive during the week leading up until when this happened in 21?
Yes, I was there.
Okay. Were you even there the week before this happened?
I was there that Thursday.
Okay. And then you kind of go home for the weekends and then come back. Is
That's
that right?
why when I had said I wish I was there, I wish I had stayed and not gone home or something. Maybe I could have.
Yes,
changed
ma'am.
things.
So you observe this family a lot, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've never seen any, we didn't talk about Mr. Akel a lot, but even from Mr. Akel as a stepfather, treated his family well, no abuse of Aiden that you ever observed?
I've never seen, I've been in the house a long time, and I don't never see that now.
Okay. I believe you said that those kids had it all, right?
Yeah, I thought so, yeah.
And they were spoiled and never went without. Is
They
that
never
fair?
went without.
You didn't see Anybody excessively use alcohol or drugs? Is that right?
No, they weren't really drinkers in that home, you know, which is a good thing.
And I believe you said Jason Fucci never missed a weekend. He prioritized Aiden,
No.
even though they were separated. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, he's always was there, you know, and pick up the kids.
Those summers that you talked about that he would come, he and some of his brothers would come spend with you and maybe attend VBS. Was that when he was younger, like 7, 8?
Yeah, she wouldn't let him come when he was too young because she always worried about him getting hurt, you know. So I think it was like 7, 8 years old when she finally realized, okay, he'll be all right. You know, he's old enough to not get hurt and not to worry so much. So I was allowed to take him.
Okay. But that stopped in the teenage years, right? VBS is something for like elementary age.
No,
To
it
junior
goes all the way
high?
up to the teenagers. It
All the way
goes-
through
Still
teenagers.
goes on, yeah.
How many summers did he do that with you?
Lots. I don't know. I can't. Well, I mean, it's once a year, so you have to think it was like 7 or 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, all the way up till he was 14. So
Okay. And you talked about some mental illness in your son and your ex. Is that right?
that's correct. They do.
Okay. But you're not aware of any or observe anything in Crystal Smith, your daughter, right?
No, she's a good girl.
Okay. And you never observed anything living with Aiden that caused you concerns?
No.
Never observed, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No.
Okay. You never observed him like responding to stimuli, hearing voices, anything that you needed to report?
Well, all the kids talked about the house being haunted, and I think I told you that. And I thought myself I would hear things in this house whenever people were gone. It would just be me and one of my older grandsons. And the boys would always say that there was somebody in this house, you know.
But outside of thinking their house was haunted, you didn't see anything that you felt was a mental health concern, would Mr. Fucci would need to be Baker acted, anything like that?
Oh, no.
All right. And Mr. Fucci never reported to you, you know, you guys were close, right?
Yeah, we were real close.
Yeah, he never came to you and said, Mr. Akel is doing this, my dad is hurting me, nothing like that.
Well, I mean, when he would get in trouble, he would, you know, he would just say, I'm going to get in trouble with my dad, you know. But I mean, that's any kid. You're going to get in trouble by your parents.
Right. But nothing above disciplining him if he were to get in trouble at school or something like that.
No. If they got punished, they would pretty much just go to the room, get their phone taken away or whatever. Wouldn't be able to go down to the lunch court, food court that they have down there.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Nothing further, Judge.
No further questions.
All right, ma'am, thank you very much. Good to go. We'll remain if you'd like. All right, it is now 12:15. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. We will come back at 1:30. So I'll give everyone about an hour and 15 minutes, and then we'll continue with the sentencing hearing at that time. We're in recess.
Okay, guys, I gotta be quick. All right, so let me set this up. Set this up on my phone. You guys come with me. I just let the dogs out. I have to give them like a half a scoop. How long did they say? Did they say what time? Like I said, if I'm a little bit late getting back, we'll be all right. Just have patience. All right, I'm gonna set this up. Hold on 1 second, okay? I'll take you in the car ride home. Yeah, because I want to talk. Well, I'll tell you my thoughts on her. I felt bad for her, to be honest, but hold on. I'm coming, guys. Hold on. I'm just getting this stuff finished up. Hold on. So I can get out of here. All right, come on, buddy. Come on. Hold on, guys. Oh, I didn't want to do it too early, you know. Where's Simple at? Oh, hold on. I just eating a little mini dinner. Yeah. All right, where's Cash? Get some. All right, hold on, guys. Yeah. Okay. All right, so let me hook up my phone, get my coffee out of here, see if this is gonna work. We'll see. All right, so I have to like hook this up first. Hold on. Actually, I'm gonna have to log on to I have to turn off the Wi-Fi because no. Hold on. So I could use my, hopefully my internet on my phone will be okay. You know? It's like, hold on one second. Ooh, I have a lot of pages up. Hold on. All right. So let me go to this. Oh, that's. Hold on, guys. I'm trying. It's stupid. How many pages do I have up on my phone? All right. I'm going to have to get it because it was like froze on my phone. Okay. StreamYard. All right. So why is it not letting me click? Oh, I was hitting the wrong thing the whole time. Oh, I'm silly. All right. Who's going to stay with me on? Okay. Allow. All right. Hold on one second. Am I on? Okay. Whoa, it's gonna be. Oh, shit. Okay. I have to get off of here. Am I still on, guys? Can you still hear me? Yeah, I think I'm okay. Okay, hold on. Let me shut this up. You guys eat already? Let me shut this down. Wait. Okay, Cash. Go ahead and eat. All right, guys. Did you guys? I know you're not used to eating right now, huh? Okay. I'm coming, y'all. I just gotta get my computer. This is gonna work. You just have to chat with me on my way home. You know? Okay. Get my charger. I couldn't do this all early because I had to like wait till the last minute. So just, oh, yeah, I'm leaving. Oh shoot, I have to take Kessim in the cage. Kessim, eat real quick. Eat, buddy. Eat, buddy. This is your last chance to eat for a minute. Go ahead. Eat it up. Eat it up, Vern. Eat. Eat. Because I gotta put you away. Oh, that sounds bad. Put you. All right, hold on, guys. Okay, I'll just bring some in the cage because we gotta go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. No, that's what I'll bring you some food in there. What? Get in there. Come on. Guess what? You need to get some. No. You just need to get into everything. It's not my rules. Not my rules, because okay, guys. Whew. So what did you guys think of the grandma? I felt bad for her. I really did. I really did. Oh, shoot. Just gotta get packed up. Hold on. Am I gonna make it before it starts back up? No, Cash, that's not yours. Cash, Cash, he's eating Kessa's dinner. Cash, no, that's Kess. God, he's so bad. Oh, Cash is so bad. He's a pig. Here, Kessa. Eat it, Kessa. Eat it, Kessa. Are you gonna eat it? Oh, I don't know, Kessa. If you don't want to eat it, I don't know what you want to do. All right, guys, I'm coming. Just being a little pouty. Okay, all right. I don't even think you guys are still in there, are you? Okay. All right, so now I'm gonna head home. Hopefully I'll make it in time. And, okay, got the light on. Yeah, there should be enough lights for them. Okay, guys. Okay, I'll turn on the camera when I get in. You guys can see my drive home. Who's all here? Kiwi. Who else do we got? I can't wait to see Zeekster too. All right, I think I have everything. I should do a double check, huh? I'm like breathing a lot. All right, you guys gonna be okay? You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Kessam's the only one that's gonna be. Kessam, eat, please. Will you please eat? You gotta eat, Kessam. Okay. All right. Bye, guys. Should be enough lights for you. All right. Yeah, that'll be good. All right, guys. Peace. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Don't you hate that? Anyway, so how many of you guys felt bad for the grandma? I kind of did. I feel like she didn't know. Shoot, I'm going to have to. Hold on a second. I don't know if I'll be able to make it. If I could run. Hold on. The garage door open. If I could run and make it out. I have the garage door opener, but I was trying to. Oh, it goes back up. I'm so glad I don't have the. Wait, what is the code? I don't know. I'm guessing. Wait. Yes, I guessed right.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay. I'm in my car, guys. And I'll turn on the camera in a minute, but I was just gonna be moving around too much. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Ugh. Anyway, I'm in the car now, guys. You guys can hear me, right? All right. Get my seatbelt on. Y'all. All right, y'all. I think I hold on. Hey guys, I gotta turn this around because I mean, I'm not gonna be able to, hold on a second. How do I do this? I don't know how to do anything. I usually know how, but why is it not? Oh, man, how's everybody doing? Why won't it let me? Settings. I'll just turn this to the back camera, maybe. There we go. I don't know, because I don't know. I feel. Here, leave back up. So anyway, now I'm not going to be able to see the chat. Hold on, let me back up, and then their driveway's a little tricky. Actually, let me just face this down for a minute because hold on. All right. Okay. So going home now. Yeah, I do got to be careful. I don't show everybody where I live. You know. Okay, hold on. I'll just have to turn it around when I'm trying to think. I had. Oh, wait. I know what I could do. Hold on, guys. I had this thing when I was going to New York in case remember I was going to do a live stream. Hold on a second. That's what I'll do. I had this thing. It's not technically for your car, but I got this little contraption that I made work. You remember when I was like, I'm going to have to do a live stream? I have to clean my car so bad. I pay my nephews to do it sometimes because they like to make some extra money. Okay. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm going to hook this up to my car. Okay, there we go. Is that going to stay? I thought it was going to work. Well, it's not the best, but it'll work. There we go. I probably look like crap, but so there you guys, you see me. Oh crap. I don't know how this is gonna work. But anyway, so what did you guys, I want to go back to the chat. Let me so I can see the chat. How bad do I look right now? Oh shoot. Wait, does that go better this way? No. Oh, I got a car behind me. How do I go back to chat, guys? Hold on. I'm not used to going. Shoot, this guy's behind me, and I hate when people are behind you. I want to just go back to. So, oh, there's the chat. Okay, here. Hi, guys. No, I don't know. I feel like I look really bad today. This is one of those days. And being in the car, I was just talking at my one appointment to the one girl that was waiting on me. like how when you're in the car, like for some reason, like I don't know why we were talking about that, but why do I keep hitting something? Like in the car, like it shows. Oh, hold on, there we go. I keep hitting. I almost hit end. Am I still there? Okay, so being in the car, like it shows like all like so much, like just you just always look bad, like in the car. I don't know why we were talking about that. I thought it was just me, but it's like you see like everything, like all your imperfections in the car. Like me and my sister used to talk about that too. Like there's something about being in the car. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I know it's not just me because I'm not reading chat. No, I can't. That's why I haven't been responding if you guys are saying anything. Does anybody know what I'm talking about being in the car? How it makes you look like you see like every like little thing on your skin. It just like, oh, I don't know. But the one girl, we were talking about it yesterday, which is funny. She felt the same way. She brought it up and I'm like, yes. So you see like everything. Like if you look in the mirror while you're in your car, just don't do it. Well, I was stopped. Okay, yeah, I did read it for a minute. You're right, but I was stopped. You could see I was stopped when I read it. I'm just going now. I'm like at a red light, but now I'm gonna be driving. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, she was just. I was like, yes, I'm not the only one. I hate it. I don't hate it. I don't even know why. It's not that big of a deal. Why am I even saying that? I'm just saying that you're in the car now with me. So, you know what? This is pointless me holding it in the thing when I could I'm holding it with my hand anyway, so I might as well just hold it like this. I'm like holding it in my freaking heater vent because it's not staying by itself. When I was going to do the live stream, I thought it was going to work. Why does everybody, okay, so I did catch this because I'm glancing over and I can't, and I saw this earlier too. Why is everybody talking about White Castle, by the way? I didn't just pass the White Castle. Where did that come from? I haven't had White Castle. We don't really have a White Castle close to us. I remember like after watching that movie, what's that movie called where they go to White Castle? Well, I'm not gonna be able to see the answer, but after watching that, I remember us looking for a White Castle because it makes you hungry for it. And man, now I'm feeling that I forgot something over there. But like I remember like the closest one was in like Fairlawn or whatever. It was like about like 30 minutes away, which I guess is not that far, but still. Oh, you asked me to take me to White Castle. I guess I am kind of reading it a little bit. Oh, God. My arm hurts from holding this. Karen Kumar. You guys are gonna see. I'm gonna go home. My grandma's gonna be there, and Zeke. You'll be able to see Zeke when I gotta figure out how to go in without giving away like where I don't know. After I saw that podcaster being murdered, I used to be like not really like paranoid about like my address, but gosh, you get like some stalker or some psycho that watches you, and then they freaking know. So now I want to be more careful. I'm sure you guys all saw that, right? That podcaster. I don't even know what the name of I was trying to figure it out, but all the news clips they didn't say. Well, that first day they probably have said by now. Okay, I'm gonna stop late so I could look. Wait, was I'm not switching it. I'm holding it with my hand. I can't help it. I don't have a holder in my car. I don't know. I have this makeshift one that I was thinking that if I put it in the heater, but I was holding it anyway. Maybe. Sorry. I mean, what do you want me to do? You see that I was in a situation where I either could just keep the live going. I mean, you see this wasn't a planned thing. I was trying to figure out how I could get home without breaking up the live stream, so it's just one. So that's funny. I mean, you're complaining, then just turn it off for a minute. I don't have a holder in my car, if you didn't hear. I'm holding it with my gosh darn hand. Sorry, I can't, I'm trying to hold it as still as I can, but dang. Jeez. trying to like do this so I don't have to end the live stream. Anyway. Yeah, I have the thing that's connected to like that you put in your phone that you connect to the ring light, but there's nothing on the other end but the screw part. So what I was gonna do when I was going to New York, and I was like, oh, if I do a live stream on the way so I don't fall asleep, I thought if I put it in my vent that it would stay, and that's what I would do. But I just put it in my vent, and I had to hold it anyway. So that's why I'm like, I'm just gonna hold it on top of my thing. So yeah, I don't have one. I actually gave the one that I had. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to take that. I gave the one that I had in a giveaway last year. If you don't remember, I had a holder and I gave it away for a giveaway. I forget who won it. Is anybody here that won it? That was the winner of the giveaway? Are you guys here? I don't remember who it was. Whoever it was, they said they liked it. Why are people thinking I'm like driving bad? I'm fine. No, I know. I'm just. Oh, really? Yeah, I'll have to get that robot guy. Yeah, I don't have anything right now because I don't need it in the car. I don't usually do videos in the car. I mean, if that was like, if I did videos in the car a lot for my channel, then I would definitely invest in one. But like, when do I ever do that? If I start doing it, then maybe I will order one. But I don't, this is the first time I ever had to do it. So, but maybe I'll get one. Like I said, I had one and I never used it. So I gave it away because I never even used it. So I was like, well, this is just a waste sitting here. I might as well give it to somebody that can use it, you know? So my arm's kind of getting tired holding it up here because I'm so tired anyway. Oh, I'm going to sleep good tonight. Look at I have like a string of hair going over my, oh. I got my Seeking Justice hoodie on. Can you see? It's the zip up one. Oh my God. Am I making you guys is that like dizzy with, people do people do videos driving all the time, right? I just never do. So I don't think the background moving is okay, right, guys? Oh, my arm though. I might have to go for my walk during some of this when I get home after I get it connected. I might go for my walk because I've been slacking, guys. I've been like so bad. I've been eating like crap, freaking not going on my walks that much. So I need to start dragging down again. I've been eating so bad. Like it's not even funny. Junk. There's a cop right there. I better be careful because they just passed this new law if you're looking at your phone. But what if you're like doing a video? I guess if you're just not looking at it, but how do they prove? They just passed it. My mom was saying like you're not allowed to look at your phone, which is good. But I mean, I don't know how they're going to determine like if you're at the red light or I don't know. No, he has his lights on and he's like back there, but I thought I don't know, I think he stayed back there. I don't know what he was doing. So what did you think of the grandma? I felt bad for her. Like I felt like she felt like so uncomfortable and just knows like how much her freaking grandson is hated and how Tristan's family's there and like Like, I do think she feels bad at what he did probably, and I think she just felt like so stupid. Like, she didn't even read the rest. I feel like she didn't even read all of it, right? Like, I felt like she just was so uncomfortable up there and just probably felt like everybody was hating her anyway because of Aiden. I don't know, I just kind of did feel bad for her. What about you guys? You don't? Oh, you do? I only have one hand. I don't know. I don't know if that's a law. Is that a law that you have to have two hands on the wheel? I normally probably would, but I'm holding the phone with the other one. I'm not sure if that's... Is that like a normal law? Do you guys know? I don't know. I have no idea. That I don't know. See, I must have missed her saying she was a Christian. Why did I miss that? I was like in and out trying to get like stuff ready for me to leave, but why am I not? I must have kept missing when she kept saying she was a Christian for some reason. But how mad does that make you that he was supposed to not even be home that day? If they would have had gas to go back and pick him up, that Tristan would still be alive. Like when I heard that, I'm like, oh my God, oh. Like I can imagine what her family's feeling. Like if that just like one different choice could have changed. The thing is it would have just been somebody else that he would have killed eventually. If he didn't already by now, he would eventually kill somebody. It would have been somebody else's life eventually. He would have killed somebody, and then he would have probably got caught, and then, before he could be stopped. Who knows, maybe a couple of people before he got caught. But I think he would have eventually, that urge was just too much. So, yeah. So if it wasn't Tristan, it would have been somebody else. But still, I can imagine, like, oh, I don't know, unsolved crimes. If they said what, usually it's like a half hour. I mean, I'm sure I'm almost home now. My arm is starting to have a cramp. I'm such a baby, but the way I'm holding it is hurting. Oh, I can't wait to get home. I mean, I was home yesterday, but I'm home. I don't have to go back there at all. Just get to. How is like the stream? How is like the internet? Is it streaming smooth? It's cramping. Did it start yet? I'm about to be home in like 2 minutes, so should be good to go. Okay. I'm trying to think of how I could somehow get home, like without show. I don't know. I'll be able to figure it out, I'm sure. God, my cramp. Alright, almost home. I can't wait. I'll run upstairs. I'm sure my grandma will. My grandma will say hi. Oh my God. She won't realize that I'll try to tell her that she's on. I might not even bother to tell her that I'm on a live stream because she's not going to be able to understand anyway. She just doesn't. I could tell her over and over and she won't know what I'm saying. So it's either like, how could you just not tell like that? Believe me, I've tried. Even when she used to come up, I would try to tell her. She won't be able to understand. Okay. God, cramp. All right, hold on 1 second. Now I'm going to stop the camera just for a minute until I walk in. Okay. I want that lock. Hold on. My door won't lock. For some reason, I just got this a couple Christmases ago, and it doesn't always work. I mean, my key thing in my car. Okay. Let me see if I could turn this around so it's easy to when I go in. Okay, hold on. All right, let me. Let's see here. Wait, hold on a second. Let me try to turn this camera on. Oh, I accidentally took the holder thing. Hold on, Zeke. Okay, hold on. Whoa. So, hold on. How do I do this? More settings. Camera back. Okay, hold on. He'll be waiting. Look, watch. There he is. There he is. There he is. Zeke. 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 All right, I have to. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Because I'm on a video, I have to go. I transferred it because I had waited till there was a lunch for trial. Hi. Good to see you. Hi, good.
I think I've got groceries I can buy when we buy them at Walmart.
Yeah. Aw.
So I'm gonna go to Walmart. I'll try to get your yogurt if I can use that thing. If not, I can still get it, but
Hey, so glad to see you here again.
Aw.
Honest to God, that's the truth.
Aw.
I'm not just saying that.
You missed me, huh? Oh, say hi. What have you been doing?
They're going to miss you over there.
Yeah, but they're coming home today, so
Oh, they're being-
yeah. Is it back on, guys? My mom just left, so. Huh?
You want something to eat, honey?
No, yeah, maybe in a minute. No, I don't know. I have to go upstairs and get this live back on. Hi, Boobas. How is Zeke?
He's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or he was barking. Did you hear him?
No. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I heard him barking. Yeah. All right. All right, guys. I'm gonna go upstairs and get this back on. Okay. Let me do. Hold on. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on, Zeke. I'm trying to. I just got to get used to like the settings on my phone because I don't usually live stream on my phone. There I am. Okay. Yeah, I'm not usually live streaming on my phone. I should start maybe. Well, if I ever go anywhere. All right. I'm gonna go upstairs. Like spinning, maybe you're probably like, oh, huh? Do you want to say hi to everybody?
Oh.
Here, hold on. Oh, here, you could go right here.
Oh.
Say
Who's
hi.
that? Oh, hi. How are you? Oh.
It's me and you, but there's people. Who is
that?
No, it's me and you, but there's people watching.
Oh, what am I going to over here? I see. Crimey. Yeah, well, hi, honey. Zavgirl. Hi.
Lily, look.
Leela. She probably doesn't even know me. Hi. Who's that? Stephen B.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm glad to, yeah. Oh, Dominic.
Yeah, see, there's
May, Princess. Oh, well, hello. I'm glad to see that you're, good, and she got home. She was glad to come home. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I swear to God, I don't.
No, you're good. That was awesome. Good job.
Yeah.
No, they loved you. Look, they love you.
Who is the people?
Like, there's a bunch of people.
Oh,
like you
yeah.
said, Aaron, Pink Dahlia, Kiwi, Melissa, Gail, Princess Megan,
Delana, Princess.
Delana.
Do you know them all?
Yeah, Delana. Yeah.
Oh, the pink. Yeah.
Crimes have.
Well, that's okay anyway. I'm glad to meet you all and wish you the best. That's good.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm gonna go upstairs and I'll be back down. Oh, that's cute. All right, hold on, guys. I have to go get set up on my stuff. Hold on. My room's a mess. Oh God, it's so dark up here. Hold on a second. Oh, I'm gonna turn on the light. Okay, so I'm in my little spot now. My room is a mess. Okay, here. I just have such a small. Like I go out of my bedroom and like everything's in here. I'm like running out of room for stuff. So, okay. So let me get on here. StreamYard. Get on real quick. I'm gonna go take my medicine. God, I feel so good to be home, guys. Oh my God. Even though I was home yesterday, but still just to not have to go back. Oh, why does it feel so good to be done with that? That was exhausting, guys. So I am, yeah, Dominic, I'm sure we're all shorties. You should have met my grandma Rita. She died like a couple months after my dad died. Like when we all got COVID and stuff. So last year, but she was even shorter. She was so short. Oh, and my dad's mom. The one you met, Mary, she's my mom's mom. She lives here. My dad's mom, she used to come and stay weeks at a time, but she was even shorter. I would say the Zavarelli side is shorter than my mom's side. Like my aunt is shorter than me. Like I'm like a head taller than my aunt, and I'm only 5'2", so you can imagine. I'm about to sneeze, guys. Hold on, Bubba. All right. Guys, I am in here. This camera. Wait, why is that? Oh, is that echoing here? Let me leave this. Oh no, not end. I almost ended the broadcast. After all of that, I almost just screwed up and ended. Oh wait, hold on. I have to leave. How do I do this? Hold on, Zeke. Come here, buddy. Okay. Whoa. Blurry. Oh, you know what? Shoot, my camera's doing that weird focus thing. I'm gonna have to I might have to change the setting. Hold on. I might have to bring you back on this other one. Hold on 1 second. Oh, you know what? You know what I'll do? Here. I'll bring it over here first. StreamYard. Okay. Man. Remember, I just woke up and like I'm still in the stuff I slept in. I just feel like I look so bad. I don't know why I feel like I look like a bum. Oh, because I woke up this morning, basically rolled off the couch because I slept on the couch last night at my brother's, and then just let the dogs out, fed them, and got online, ordered some breakfast from Uber, and got online. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Here, I'll bring this one up. Okay, so I'm back now. Ooh. Oh, let me remove that. Remove that. Okay, now we're cooking here. All right, so let me see if it's back on. Wait. That's what. Is there nothing on right now? Just black. Is there any sound? Huh, not yet. Okay. Well, when it starts, I'm going to go downstairs and take my vitamins and get my medicine and stuff. You guys, I don't think you see, this is what I was using in the car. And look, it moves. there's just a screw. What I was gonna do is stick it into the vent, and I was hoping it was gonna stay. No, it didn't work. So I was like just holding it, which I could have just held my phone. It's just the thing that goes to the ring light, and then you put it in, and then I don't know. 1:30. Oh, we have 20 minutes. Whoa. Okay. Well, you guys hold on a minute. I'll go take my vitamins. I look forward to them because I take gummies. They're so good. It's like my candy for the day. I didn't take them today, and I really want to. Oh, so you guys, I'm starting a channel for my grandma. So listen, though, before you judge me. So lately, the last like few months, I've been watching a lot of channels, whether it be TikTok. Most of them are YouTube. But the thing is I'll see that they have a TikTok, so sometimes I'll go over on their TikTok and watch. But I've been watching like there's 3 different channels that I watch like all of their videos. They're of I think I told you guys this before, but they're of like old people that have dementia, Alzheimer's, some form of dementia, And it's actually helped me like be more patient with my grandma, like to see like what they're going through. But I'm like I relate to all of them. Like I'm like, oh my God, like I go through the same thing, and it actually has helped me, I feel like, in a way, just to like see other people going through it, not like in a bad way, but just to see that like you're not alone, and you just see that there's just so many people that are going through the same exact thing. And so my mom already's like, you gotta start a channel for her. So I already like I already taped. So what they usually do on those channels is they tape like the most like the times where it's like dramatic times. Like the one channel I watch, he'll like you could tell he's always picking up the phone when his dad, so it's his dad lives with him. So when his dad is like having a moment where you could see his dementia, like where you see like he's like having a moment where it's clear that he has it. So he'll pick up the phone. You could tell at those moments that he saw it and he must have just started recording. But that's what people want to see, whether it's people that are, that have family members that are going through the same thing, or people just to learn about it because someday they're going to end up having some kind of family members that go through it. You know what I'm saying? And some people, they might laugh at it, but I feel like it's almost like the one Molly girl that I watched, she died, but like she would laugh at herself. So it would make you feel like less guilty for laughing at her. She would crack up at herself. I love her. She would say the most silliest things. And she was like almost aware in a way. Like she wasn't, but she was. She was aware like that she was doing that, like that she was being like not making sense. And she would just like crack up at herself. There's this one time that she like laughed for literally like 20 minutes. She couldn't stop laughing. I was cracking up. But anyway, so the channel, I already filmed like 3 different things in the last week, and I'm trying to think of like a name for it, but it's gonna focus on like the times where it is hard or the times where she's not making sense. So I hope you guys don't think I'm like being insensitive, but that is like what all the channels I've watched, they focus on those times because it's like people want to see that, not to be rude, because I watch it and I want to see those times, but not because I'm being like making fun of them, but I don't know. It's hard to explain if you guys haven't had people that's been through it, but it just almost like feels a little bit comforting to see. I don't even know why, but I'm sure you guys understand what I'm saying. So anyway, I've filmed like 3 videos already. They're just like short ones. So I'm going to try to remember, and I'm going to try to just remember to pick it up on other times and film her too, just so people can get to know her. But like most of it's going to probably focus on like the times where she's being confused, So the other day, my mom wasn't home, and she this isn't started. 1:30. So my mom wasn't home for the night, so I was watching her, and I was trying to edit, so I was upstairs, and I only caught her 2 times, but she was probably up 4 or 5 times. She come up and get me. And she doesn't even realize I'm filming her either. That's the thing. Like, because even if I told her, she wouldn't understand. But like when I'm filming her in those times, like I'm holding the phone up. But a lot of the times I'm like downstairs and I'm like watching something like for my channel. I'm like researching. I'm on my phone a lot and I'm holding it. So it's not like it's not weird if I'm like holding the phone up. So she's used to like me holding my phone. So like she didn't even realize I was taping her these times. But anyway, so and I'm not trying to hide that I'm taping her, but I'll tell her and she doesn't even know sometimes anyway. But anyway, so she was convinced. So she was in bed. Okay. So she goes to sleep. She woke up probably like 4 or 5 times, and she was convinced that we had 2 dogs. Okay, I have a couple videos that when I start the channel, I'll put them, I have them, I'm gonna put them up on the channel. So she's convinced there's 2 dogs, and she keeps getting up, and she's like, "Where is the other dog at?" And I keep telling her, "There's only 1 dog, Grandma, 1 dog, Zeke." No, there's another girl dog. What's her name? Zeke, and she like goes on and she can't remember the name, and it's so cute. She's like Zeke, just remember the name, and she's trying, and it helps. And I'm not making fun of her, but it's you almost have to laugh at these moments, guys. You know what I'm saying? You have to, or you're gonna go nuts because it's not. You don't get a break from it. Even my mom, I mean, we have to laugh. I mean, not like we're making fun of her, like that she's like getting offended, but you have to, because I mean, it's like every day it's hard. So it's actually like at least you get to laugh about it sometimes. But anyway, so she's like, no, where's the girl dog? The other girl dog. I'm like, Grandma, we only have 1 dog. No, the other girl, where is she? Well, yeah, she's and it's just kind of funny. She does it. I caught her 3 times. I know 2. Wait, is it 2 or 3 videos I caught? Maybe 2 on that. And then like I want to catch her. Sometimes she thinks Zeke is a boy. Like she thinks Zeke is like a human, and she'll be like, she'll like say like she wants to buy him pants and stuff. Like if I could catch those moments, this is just hilarious. She'll just be like, "Can I buy him a pair of pants?" Like to buy Zeke a pair of pants. Just the way she says it. And then like one time she's like saying how like when when he barks so much, she's like, "You're gonna get a sore throat." He's been like the one time, this is her quote. "He's been yelling all day. He's gonna get a sore throat. He's gonna get a sore throat for yelling all day." Oh my God, it's just so funny. It's cute. It is. It's cute. So I'm gonna start a channel. I'm just trying to think of like a name for it for the channel. And it's just gonna be little shorts. Like the one guy I watch, it's just like really short videos. They're like a minute at a time. You can tell he just picks it up when his dad's having like a moment where he's having like a funny moment where he's forgetting something or asking something stupid, or not stupid, I shouldn't say the word stupid, but just silly. And just pick it up. So they're just like really short videos. And that's probably how I'll have to do it because, how can I can't do really a long one with her. It's just going to be those moments. Plus, I was thinking, and then like in the future, I'll have like a collection of like all these videos of her to remember her, too. And my mom said I could do it. So I was like, you know what? I might as well. It'll actually help me. I feel like it'll help like to be able to deal with it because it's a lot. Like anytime my mom leaves, and my mom goes a lot, like my mom is just out and about every day doing things. So like my grandma, like she'll get so confused, like if she's not back, and like my mom will even tell her, "Hey, I'll be home at this time," and she just can't keep track of time. So she'll be like, "I'm so worried about your mom." Like she'll come up crying, and she makes me call her, and she's so worried about her, and I'll be like, "No, she said she'd be home at this time. No, she's taking so long," and or she'll wake up and be nighttime's the worst. She gets really confused. Like I'm up late, so I'll be up late making coffee or getting something to eat, a snack, and she'll like wake up and think it's like morning, and I'll try to tell her what time it is, and she'll ask over and over what time it is, and she doesn't understand the time I'm telling her. And she'll want to like get her breakfast, and I'll be like, "No, it's this time," and she'll just get so confused. And then sometimes she'll like, think her like so and so, like somebody's over, she'll be talking about like, "Where did so and so go?" Or "I was just talking to this person." And so I think she's dreaming sometimes, and she doesn't know. So yeah. Okay. So do you think people would be offended if I call it that? That is kind of a good name, but I want grandma in the title too. So and like dementia, because like all the channels I watch, like the title is like, what you're watching, it's somebody with dementia or Alzheimer's. You know what I'm saying? So I was wondering, should I put that in the title too? Or at least I want grandma in the title for sure. And if it could help people, like the channels I watch that helps me, if like mine can help anybody going through it, like these channels have helped me, like to be able to like loosen up and be like, I don't even know. I can't even explain what it does for me, but it helps. Maybe we'll watch a couple of them together. Some of the favorite episodes I watch. The one girl, like I said, Molly already died. The guy that I watch, he's still alive and kicking it. He's a retired foot doctor. He's so cute. He's so funny. He lives with his son, 2 sons, and he splits time with both sons. So the one son is the one that's always taping him. I don't think the other son does because the channel is just the one son. So he like splits his time between his two sons, and he's always confused, like, where am I? Why do I live here? Where's my house? Where's my car at? He's like, wait, where's my car at? Or where's money? Where I don't have any money in my wallet. Or the one time he took his son's wallet. And I don't know. He's just so freaking cute. Oh, wait, do you watch him too? Do you watch him? Do you know who I'm talking about? Yes, yes, yeah. How cute is he? And the other one, the girl's name is Molly. I've talked about this before. I might play the compilation. There's this compilation they did of Molly's. I mean, I binge watched like all of hers though, but there's a compilation of all her funny part, like not all, because there's way more funny parts, but there's a compilation of some of her funny ones I should play for you guys. Oh my God, she's the cutest. I think she's my favorite. She's so freaking cute. But yeah, she passed away. But yeah, the guy, he's so cute. He's always like, where's my car at? Wait, where's my car? And then the one time, because he's a retired doctor, so he was like looking at I don't know if it was somebody's foot, and he's like, well, I would write you this antibiotic. He thinks he's like in his office. It was so cute. Like, well, I would write you an antibiotic for these steroids. I don't know. It's so freaking cute. Yeah, he is, isn't he? So do you watch it a lot? I'm watching it all the time because they do shorts, so the shorts are always popping up. So I think I've watched all of his shorts. Like sometimes I'll like go through them again because I'm like, did I miss some? So I think I've watched his shorts like more than once on some of them, and then the other videos, they're all pretty short though. They are. They're so fun. And he's in such good spirit though. Like just like, well, she has her what's like, so she can get mean sometimes. So my mom's like, that's just the disease. I'm like, God, she's so mean because she can. But like, you know what I'm saying? You see her all sweet, but no, she can get mean. Like you can't. The thing with her is you can't. And this is the most frustrating part. You can't criticize her on anything, and it's like it's just a normal part of life. Let's say somebody's doing something wrong, even if I'm doing something wrong. Hey, you can't do that, grandma, because you know that's wrong or whatever. What, you think I can't do anything? Or if you're like, here, let me do that. Why I can't do it? What, you think I can't do anything? Am I stupid or something? Like she'll get those attitudes. So it's really complicated because like sometimes she's doing things that like me or my mom, we don't want her to do because she's gonna break something and you can't tell her no because she thinks you're like picking on her or something. So yeah, that part's the hard part. So I don't know if I'll tape any of that. I almost just want to tape the funny, cute stuff, but I almost should if I could catch some of the mean stuff so people could see. But that's what I don't know if that would be appropriate. But like, I'm sure a lot of people go through that where they get mean too. So maybe I should to show like some people that are going through it that it's normal. You can't blame the person. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't judge them on it. That's just a part of the disease or whatever. Like, so I'm wondering, what do you guys think? Would that be wrong to show those parts or no? I don't know. I have to think about that. They don't want to like represent or bad, but you have to almost represent like what it is, and there's bad too. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Should I just do the cute stuff or? Yeah. I almost want to show you those videos now, but I'm like, nope. I should just wait. So you guys got to watch the channel then, because those are the ones I'll probably put up first because I already have them. I know I should, but why am I feeling guilty for showing like the mean stuff? I know I'll get crap about it, but yeah, that's true. I don't know. I'll see what I could get, because it's hard because you have to like catch it in the moment. And sometimes I miss like some of the funniest things. Like, God, I wish I had like if I don't have my phone on me or if I don't pick it up, it's like, God, if I would have got that on camera, because me and my mom will just be losing it and be like, God, but it's gonna be hard because we're gonna miss a lot of that because you can't like plan. So sometimes it's like you almost have to like they say something funny, you might have to have them repeat it or something, and it's not always as funny when they repeat it, but like for the two dog thing, I was able to catch it because I knew when I heard her yelling for me, I knew, so I would have it ready, you know, a lot of the times that night because I knew what she was going to do. She kept talking about the two dogs, so I was able to catch that. But maybe I could just like set up a camera or something. Wow, that would be a lot of downtime though. I wish I would have got it. Like I've been wanting to do it for so long when her and my grandma used to come spend weeks, them two together. gold right there. Like I'm always like, man, mom, I want to tape them. Like I'll just sit there and act like I'm on my phone and listen to them talk to each other, and I would lose it. And then sometimes I would laugh and I would have to tell them, I'd be like, you guys are cracking me up but it's like hard because if they know you're taping them, then they're not going to act natural. So I was thinking like, can I set up a camera? Like, but then it's like, if they move, like, you can only get like one angle, but they would seriously, and I know I've said this before in my lives. So, but those of you that haven't heard this, they would have conversations with each other and they would both be talking about something totally different. And I would just sit there and listen until it got to a point where I couldn't hold it in. And I'd be like, Grandma, you guys, you're talking about this and you're talking about that. So my one grandma thought she was talking about one thing. The other grandma thought she was talking about something else. And they're actually having a long conversation, but they're both talking about different things than what they think. Like that happened regularly. Like it wasn't just like it happened all the time. And I would just crack up like, you guys. Or they'd be yelling like, like yelling at each other. They can't hear. Oh my God. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I'll start with the cute ones and then I'll go play it by ear. I'll have to play at least some of the bad, like some, I'll see what I could catch. Yeah, I could put like those cameras in, but it's like you get those one cameras, like they're not gonna be as good. Like if you get like because my brother has cameras in his house, and so does my mom is getting some. She bought them like last year. They haven't came. I keep telling her, you better uh tell them you paid for them. You get ripped off. We're kind of mad about it, but I just don't know, like those kind of cameras, like they're not the best quality. The sound's not going to be that great. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it could work, but are you going to catch like how you would if you had like from your phone, like a good camera and you're right there? I mean, it's just you won't get it as good. Wait, what was the one? Let me write that down. You said confused but not, or wait, confused but sane, something like that. Any other ideas? Email me if you guys have any other ideas for titles. Nanny cams. I guess it could be called, you know what? It could be called nanny cam or whatever. I could have like a separate like side channel or side like series where nanny cams where it'd just be like, so it wouldn't be expected to be like good quality, but it would just be catching like stuff. Good. Oh my God. Man, I could, because you could get like what, $20-$40 like cheap cameras. That's what people put in their houses, and get a couple of those. Actually, maybe I will. I'll do that. Like I'll do like some where there'll be better quality where I could catch, and then some will be like oh my God. Wait, why are there, you see like a lot of nanny cams? Is that like a thing? You said nanny cams have good quality? Yeah, maybe I'll look into that now. Off the rail with nanny. Yeah, that could be another one. Here, I'm gonna write these down. And then I could do a poll and you guys could pick which is best. I know what time is. Oh, it's about to start. So I'm gonna go take my vitamins, and whenever it starts, it'll start. Oh. I don't know. Well, where do you see nanny cam? That's actual like show or something. Crimes Have Consequences. Where do I find that at? Or are you saying there's something called nanny cams you could buy? Is that what you're saying? Or oh, I see what you're saying. Those kind of cameras are good quality, maybe, and they're not expensive. Yeah, maybe. But I don't know if Aiden's mom's there. Is she? Okay, yep, I got it finally. What you're trying to say. I was like confused at first. Okay, it looks like it's about to start. I'm gonna mute this. Can you guys hear me? I had to give Zeke some love. I had to give Zeke some loving. I've been loving him up. I don't know if you guys can hear me though. I've been loving him up down here. I've been loving him up down here. God, I love this boy. Come here. Come here, Bubba. I've been loving this boy up. Huh. Bubba. Huh. Yeah, he's so cute. Hasn't started yet, huh? Say hi to everybody, Bob. Say hi. You're so cute. Why are you so cute? Oh my god, I missed him. I missed him so much. He's the cutest guy. You're the cutest guy. Oh, sorry, I got loud. I know. I keep forgetting it's a lot louder than the. Oh, there wasn't, and there was no sound on the court yet. But I love this boy. I love this boy. It's hot in here. I know I love me some Zeke too. I love me some Zeke. Zeke. It's dark here. Let me turn the light. See how cute. Oh, that's the wrong light. I still don't even know the lights in the house. Hi, puppy. So cute. Why is he so cute? The camera doesn't even do you justice, does it? Because you're like way cuter in real life, huh? Huh? Zeke. Oh, he's so sweet. Oh, he's so sweet. Anyway, he wants pet. He wants to love him. He wants to love him. What's taking him so long? Hey, buddy. You go, boy. You go, boy. Why is he so cute? Okay. Oh, Delana. Our dogs. Yeah, I know, Dominic. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Look at him. Look at him sitting there. You itching? Cratching? Are you cratching? You smell the doggies on me, huh? You smell the doggies. Smell the doggies. Was I cheating on you? Was I cheating on you? I just refilled it. Just got a message for my prescription, but I just asked for a refill. Hi, Bobby. Hey, hey, buddy, sit, show. Why are you so cute? He's the cutest boy. And there he is, Psycho. All right, I'm gonna mute this.
St. John's County Circuit Court is out of session. The Honorable Judge Smith presiding.
Good afternoon, all. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, let's go back on the record in case 21 CF 825, State of Florida versus Aiden Fucci. I see that the state is present, defense is present. Ms. Peoples, are you ready to proceed, or do you need to wait for Mr. Attic for any reason?
Just a brief moment. If we can just give him 1 minute, he's coming out in a second.
Okay. Are there any matters we need to address before we continue our sentencing hearing from the state?
No.
Any matters from the defense?
No, sir.
All right.
Your Honor, we called Miss Alice Tumblety, who's in the, who's outside. Is it on?
Yep. Got it. All right, ma'am, if you'll come on up here.
Stand right there.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. All right. If you'll come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand, make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Could you introduce yourself to the court and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, I'm Allison Tumblety. My last name is Tumbelty.
How are you presently employed?
I work for St. John's Schools.
Okay. And can you give a brief summary of what you've done with St. John's, well, what you've done in your career?
Sure, I've been a teacher for 16 years and an administrator for the past year.
Okay. And where were you employed during the time of this incident?
At Pt.2 Academy.
Thank you. And what was your title at that time?
An ESC teacher, a special education teacher.
Thank you. And you're here today pursuant to a subpoena, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. In fact, you did not teach Tristan Bailey.
I did not.
Okay. But you did attend her vigil at Durban North.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you tell us specifically why you taught Aiden Fucci? Or did you ever teach Aiden Fucci?
I did teach Aiden. He was one of my students, one of my ESC students.
Thank you. And how did you work with Mr. Fucci?
So I worked with him in the classroom, so in his English and in his math classrooms. We worked on writing and reading, math, things like that.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Fucci to have a vape in school?
No.
Did you ever see him with knives?
No.
Did you ever observe him to get sort of down about his schoolwork?
Sometimes, yes. There were days that he didn't want to do work, or he wasn't as receptive to working.
Fair enough. How would you describe how he worked when he was alone?
He worked well in one-on-one or in small groups. He was very receptive to getting additional help.
Okay. And is that what your role was?
Yes.
To provide that additional help?
Yes, it was.
Can you sort of elaborate on that? How did that work in the school?
Sure. We would scaffold the material. So a teacher might give an assignment and then we break it down, or I'll sit with him, give him some guidance, clear up some of the steps.
Okay. And did Aiden's grades improve working with you?
On assignments that we were able to work on together, yes, he would show improvements.
Okay. Can you tell the court what an IEP is?
Yes, an IEP is a document that it's a plan for a student who needs additional help in school, works on specific goals in order to close an achievement gap.
Okay. And did Aiden Fucci have an IEP?
Yes, he did.
And were you the case manager in creating that
I was.
IEP?
Yes.
Okay. Did was the IEP part of what you did as an ESE teacher?
Yes. So all of the students that I worked with specifically had IEPs.
Okay. And did the IEP help Aiden succeed?
Yes, because it gave accommodations and services that he needed in those additional areas.
And he was receptive to taking advantage of those,
Yes.
that opportunity that you offered?
He was.
Okay, did you, would you say as an adult that Aiden Fucci was respectful to adults?
From what I've seen, yes, he was respectful to adults.
And did you ever see him interacting with other kids at the school?
I saw him daily, so yes.
Yes, ma'am. Did you personally witness any violence from Aiden Fucci while he was at school?
I did not.
Did you see any violence towards women from Aiden Fucci?
No.
Okay. So to summarize, Aiden may work poorly alone, but he was willing to work one-on-one with what was offered
Yes.
to your services.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Well,
Good afternoon, Ms. Tumblety.
Hi.
I want to just have a few follow-up questions for you. Isn't it correct that Aiden Fucci was a capable student, but he lacked motivation?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. So he had the ability to succeed, but oftentimes would be less than motivated to do the work that was asked of him.
At times, yes, but he did also need some accommodations and he needed some scaffolding or assistance.
Right. And a lot of times you have students that they don't do well, correct?
True.
And that they make poor grades, and these IEPs they're considered ESE students. They're placed and they're given these IEPs, and that's to help motivate them.
To help motivate them can be part of it, but it's also to help teachers understand how to best work with them. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say it gives them accommodations, like maybe they might need extra time or small groups, things like that.
And just because somebody's classified as an ESE student doesn't mean that there's any particular cognitive disabilities or anything like that. They just need some
Not
extra help.
necessarily. IEPs cover a lot of different things. So a cognitive disability would be one, but it was not in Aiden's case. No.
That was not in his case, correct?
Correct.
All right. You were asked some questions about sort of how he treated other individuals. Isn't it true that there were times where he got in trouble for arguing at school?
I don't know any specific instances. I know that there were things that happened. I don't know any specific things.
Maybe you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes.
On November the 16th of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
you have-
I'm looking at page 14, lines 14 through 15. Take a look at that highlighted passage.
Mm-hmm.
Don't read it aloud, but just take a look at it, read it to yourself, and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Mm-hmm.
Does that refresh your recollection?
That's kind of what we said. That I know he did get in trouble for things, but I don't know a specific incident.
So it's clear that he did get in trouble at school for arguing.
He could be argumentative, I would say, yes.
Okay. He was cocky as well, correct?
Yes,
And thought he knew more than others.
I would agree with that, yes.
And he didn't have very good relationships with his teachers, correct?
Some, not so much.
In fact, his relationships with his teachers depended on the demands that they placed on him.
Your Honor, I just object that it calls for speculation.
You know the answer to that?
I would be guessing, but probably. Yeah.
You remember that, again, the deposition you gave? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Starting with page 35, line 20, going on to page 36, line 2. Complete read from here to line 2, please.
Right.
See that? In your deposition, you weren't speculating at that particular time, correct?
No, can you refresh me with what the question is?
My question was, did his relationships with his teachers depended on the demands that they placed on him?
I would assume at times, yes. I mean,
Okay.
I think that's for all students.
You read your deposition, correct?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And you at that time said you were asked about his performance and you said it depends. I guess it depends on the demands that were placed on him. Correct?
True. Yes.
That's what you said. And you told the truth in your deposition, correct?
Yes.
Now, as his ESC teacher, you spent a good deal of time with him, correct?
I was in several of his classes, yes.
At any point in time, and this was a period of time, obviously, before this murder occurred, correct?
Yes, that year was the first year I knew him.
During the time that you knew Mr. Fucci, did you ever hear him complain of hearing voices?
No.
Did you ever see any signs whatsoever that he suffered from a serious mental illness?
No.
Was not in touch with reality?
No.
If you saw something like that, that would concern you, correct?
Yes.
And you would have brought it to the attention of the administration at the school and
Yes.
perhaps even his parents.
Absolutely.
Nothing further.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You're free to go. All right, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. He's in the hallway.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're calling Dean Webton. Thank you.
Sir, if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, sir, if you'll come on around here and have a seat in the witness stand up here. Adjust that mic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you introduce yourself to the court and spell your last name, please?
Chris Wetchen, last name is spelled Wetjen.
Thank you. Could you tell us how you're presently employed? How are you presently employed?
Yes, Dean of Students.
Where's that?
Dean of Students.
Where?
Patriots Academy.
Thank you. And can you give the court just a summary of your work experience?
I've been in St. Johns County for 35 years in education.
Okay.
17 of it is in physical education. The other part's been as Dean of Students.
Okay. And can you tell the court what it means to be Dean of Students?
I handle the discipline in the school.
Okay. And you're here today pursuant to a subpoena, is that true?
That's correct.
Thank you. As part of your role at the school, can you kind of elaborate on what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, besides the discipline, what I try to do is communicate with the kids, going in and out of the classrooms, just trying to be visible as much as possible.
Okay. Is it fair to say there's about 1,600 kids at POA?
That's correct.
And you don't work with every one of them, right?
No.
You just work with the ones that have discipline issues.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I try to work with all the kids remotely as much as possible. So, but mainly the ones I deal with the mostly are the ones with discipline. That's correct.
Okay. You don't address the academic side of their experience at school. You address the behavioral side.
That's correct.
Okay. I didn't mean to put words in your mouth.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct. I don't do that. No, education part of it. That's correct.
Do you do this alone, or do you have a partner at the school that you work with?
Paul Beasley, Deputy Beasley is my YRD. We work together a lot, some things.
And he has a similar role?
His is a little bit different, but we work together. Some things fall over into law enforcement where he'll have to take over.
Okay.
Then the school district would, have enforcement on.
Okay, so you were saying part of your day-to-day thing is to pop into classes a couple days a week.
Yeah, just try to make myself as visible as possible.
Gotcha. Okay. So specifically talking about why we're here today for Mr. Fucci, were you aware of Aiden Fucci before he even came to POA?
Yes, I was.
And why is that?
Because some discipline issues that he had before he came to me with his private school.
Okay, so it's no secret there's some discipline behavioral issues coming your way. Okay, did you also know his brother?
I did.
Did you work with his brother?
A little bit, had a good rapport with him.
Okay. All right. So can you tell me specifically, or tell the court, I'm sorry, specifically how you worked with Mr. Fucci, Aiden?
When Aiden came to school, I introduced myself to him and brought him to my office. We talked about some things that perhaps was how he got in trouble before he got to Patriots Academy. And we went over some things and tried to give some guidance and trying to mentor him. And so when he was in the classroom, things that he would get frustrated, because that's what he would get frustrated sometimes, that he had the green light to ask the teacher before something developed, could he come see me? And he was able to do that. He would come down and see me, and we would talk about what's frustrating, what's on his mind, what's making him upset. We go through that. I educate him through it, and we get him back in class.
Okay. So the teachers were on board with that. He could say,
That's
look, I'm just going to see Dean Wetzel.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, was this available to Aiden on, say, the circumstance where suddenly there's a pop quiz? Was he allowed to come see you?
No, this is for something that he was frustrated.
This is about
getting upset for a discipline situation. So we went into it, so we would not get into a discipline situation. Excuse me.
Could you tell the court about how often Aiden would take advantage of that situation?
There's not a set number. On the average, it would, he did take advantage of it and come see me. I would say at first it was a little bit more so because I think he learned from our conversations and things that we did, and it would lessen. And then some days maybe it would spike a week or two, depending on what's going on at home with the kids. You never know.
Okay. Do you keep notes of every time a student comes to your office?
No, I do not.
Okay. Did you also encourage Aiden to meet with you, say, one day a week?
Yeah, we met on Wednesday, which is our early release day.
Uh-huh.
And what we would do on that day is we would work together with any work that he was falling behind on, or make sure we kept his grades up, because our goal was to make sure that he got over to the high school the following year.
And would he participate in that? He would come meet with you on Wednesdays?
Absolutely. Yes.
And would he work with you as it was planned to do?
Yes. Yeah. I don't think I ever really missed any Wednesdays at all. Actually, he was always there.
Okay. I mean, did he ever come in on a Wednesday and not listen to what you had to say, or did he always kind of
No, he came and always did his work.
Okay. Did Aiden Fucci ever speak with you about personal issues? And we don't have to get into them. I'm just asking.
Right. No.
No. Okay. So can you tell the court what your discipline process was like? Did you have preventative measures in place?
Yeah, at our school, we have some, we call it a STEP program, and things.
What does that mean?
Things are not highly. If somebody got in a fight or something, then of course it's automatical referral. You're down. I'm coming to get you or whatever. But the first step would be like a warning, something that doesn't involve that you need to call the dean for. The second step would be the parent would call home and say your child did this the first time, and now this is the second time they've done something. So we try to get that communication going.
Okay.
And the third time, and every time after that, the student would meet with me in my office And I would go over those steps with him. Hey, what did you do? Why did you do it? Sometime there would be a certain time of the day. If the kid's on medication, maybe it's not kicking in. Could be in the afternoon, could be a certain subject area. But we try to find that common denominator. And at the same time, we would educate, this is what you're doing. This is what you need to correct.
Okay.
At some point in time, there will be a consequence that would go with that.
Okay. That's your process. And did you implement that process with Aiden?
Of course.
Okay. Can you tell the court what Aiden Fucci's suspension record was, if you remember?
Yeah, he was only suspended one time.
Okay. And in your experience, is that a lot for a
No.
person? Okay. Now, why do you say no?
Because I've had kids, suspended multiple times. Or we have in St. Johns County, if you're suspended up to 15 days, which I have had at other schools, you're referred to another school, which is called Gaines Alternative.
Great.
So,
Okay. Have you ever seen Aiden vaping in school?
no,
Have you ever seen him using any drugs in school?
no,
You ever seen him carry a knife in school?
no.
All right. Kind of changing channels a little bit. Did you ever observe him with his sister? Your school is K-8,
That's correct.
right? Did you ever observe him with his sister?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the court what you observed?
It's we have two pickups, a red lot and a blue lot. The red lot's for K-5, and then the blue lot is for middle school. But if you have a sibling and you're in middle school, that is K-5, that sibling would go with that middle school student to the blue lot.
Okay.
And Aiden would have to be with his sister a lot, and he would always hold her hand. And I always noticed that he would always be up there holding her hand.
So he's in a category of students that are more like his peers, 5 through 8, right? And then the blue line you're saying?
The blue lots is for the middle school. The red lot's K-5.
Right. So where is he? Is he in the
He would be in the blue lot for middle school.
holding the hand of a second grader, you're saying?
Yeah, he would be with his sister because he's the middle school.
Gotcha.
He was the kindergarten, the K-5 student would follow the middle school person to the blue lot.
Okay.
That makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
All right.
And just to be clear, you never worked with Tristan Bailey.
No.
Okay. Can you describe to the court how Aiden Fucci responded to you in your work with him?
He was very respectful. He listened to me. He learned a lot. I think his discipline record from where he came to what he ended up doing at our school showed that.
Okay. So what you offer is an opportunity to address his behavior before he gets in trouble.
Correct.
Is that
That's
fair?
how the program is set up. Advantage.
Yes, sir. And I keep saying take advantage of. Some people think that's a phrase you're taking advantage of a person. What I'm saying is he takes advantage of that opportunity to avoid getting in trouble.
Yeah, he would come see me when he got frustrated before something happened, because that was the rule. If you got frustrated and got in trouble, then that didn't count. If you feel yourself getting frustrated or upset, ask to see me before a situation occurred.
Yes, sir. And did you notice his behavior improve?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the court how you noticed that? What did you notice?
Well, he didn't have to come see me as often as he did at the very beginning.
Okay. Okay. It's a good way to measure it. Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thanks, Jeff.
Good afternoon, Dean Wetchen.
Good afternoon.
Dean, you started the beginning of your testimony by explaining when Mr. Attic asked you if you knew of Aiden Fucci before he even came to Patriot Oaks. You indicated you did, correct?
Correct.
And what was the basis of that knowledge?
I was alerted. I had a student coming, I believe it was from Fruit Cove he came from. They had 17 different incidents, which was a high behavior level. And then with that being happened, I would latch on to a kid. When I say latch on to, mentor that person. And that's how I got alerted.
Okay. And so he has, I believe you said, about 17 prior disciplinary incidents.
If I remember correctly, yes.
At the
Prior.
previous school.
Yes.
And so you pick up with him when, the beginning of the semester in 2021?
As soon as he came to school.
Yeah, so that January, correct?
Yeah, whatever day it was, I don't remember.
Not the exact day, but that
Right, yeah.
beginning of that year.
Yes, that's correct.
And so you knew who he was. do you give him the opportunity to do the STEP program as you described, or are you already plugged in with him and involved from the beginning?
That's for everybody at the school. Everybody that's how it's all based. That's how our discipline program is based for everybody.
Okay. Were you fairly quickly then involved though, through that STEP program? It sounds like you were involved with him from the beginning.
Well, I was involved with him because of the number of discipline he had before he got there. So then that's how I introduced myself to him, talked to him about his challenges that he had previously, let him know what how our program worked, and then give him some opportunities to use, perhaps maybe not to get to the discipline stuff that he did before.
Okay, so you did that right off the bat with him. You didn't wait to just see how he acted at
No, I
Patriot
would do that with any students coming to my school that have some disciplinary problems before they got there.
Okay, and you went through that process that you explained that he would be allowed to ask to come see you if he felt like he was going to get mad or frustrated and maybe act out in the classroom. Is that a fair way to describe it?
Yes.
Okay. You educated him. I think you used that word.
Yes.
I think you said in the past, discipline doesn't work without education.
Yes, that is my phrase.
Right. And he learned from those conversations, right?
That's correct.
So he was able to appreciate the risk of acting out in a classroom and getting in trouble, and instead excuse himself to come find you if he needed to.
That's correct.
Okay. You've described him as more mature than his peers and very mature in the past, correct?
Correct.
You've also said that Aiden had one of those attitudes where everything that happens is someone else's fault, not his own. That was sort of his general attitude when you met him.
Yes, that was a big part of our educational piece, is to look at himself versus everyone else.
Right. Easily frustrated at authority specifically, correct?
Yes, he did not like to be disrespected.
Okay. And you indicated he had a temper, which is why you're working with him, correct?
That's correct.
You stated earlier that he was suspended one time. When you refer to that, is that OSS or out of school suspension?
It was out of school suspension. It was a time where he got in school suspension with one of his friends. And when they were in the in school suspension room, they were rude and disrespectful to the coworker that was in there. And so therefore I suspend both of them.
Okay.
For their behavior for that.
And you kind of oversaw, or are you the one making the decision for ISS in school suspension?
Yes.
Okay. And he had several of those while he was at Patriot Oaks, correct?
No, he only had two.
He had two. Okay. Two of those and then one OSS, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in the suspension record that you reviewed, and then I think this incident occurred, it definitely occurred in April of 2021. Do you recall an incident wherein he threatened violence against another student?
Yes, I do.
Is that the incident that wound him up in the ISS that you just referred to?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the threat in that incident?
Well, at first, I didn't know if it was him or his friend that was in ISS. And that's why they were in ISS, because one was saying the other one said it.
But the allegation was that Aiden threatened to throw another student out a window.
That's correct.
A female student.
That's correct.
Okay. And so that was the last time he ended up in ISS and then acted out in ISS and he was suspended.
Yeah, he got OSS for acting out, but he also got it for the threat too but I found out afterwards because I had to go through some process with both the kids to figure out who said what and then talk with some kids in the classroom.
Okay. And so it was determined he was the one that made the threat.
That's correct.
To throw the girl out the window. You've stated that, again, he didn't like to be disrespected. He had the temper. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And you were never suspicious of any drug use by Aiden, correct?
No, it's not.
You didn't have any problem other than the fact that you're dealing with a child with behavioral problems, but you didn't have a problem communicating with him communicating with you, and at least attempting to put some of the education you gave him into practice, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Not at all.
And did you ever observe him responding to external stimuli, like he was hearing things or?
Never.
no observations of suffering from any sort of mental illness that would have caused you concern to report it.
Absolutely not.
No further questions.
Briefly, then, briefly. Just quickly, speaking about that incident, do you have a memory of that incident?
Very fairly, yes.
Is it fair to say that it was alleged that he was hit with a pencil from another student?
Yeah, it was another student had thrown something at him, and I believe it was a pencil. And then back then we had these COVID shields, and he threw it back at the girl, and so did his friend. But I think there was some more things that happened too that wasn't totally reported. There was a little bit more back and forth that I didn't get all the information, but there was things thrown back and forth.
Is the friend someone that went by the name Trey?
That's correct.
You're familiar with the windows at the school, right?
Yes.
Are they locked? Is it possible to open them?
Yeah, you can open them.
Okay. And could a person fit through them?
Yes.
You think so? Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. Yes. Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
All right, next calls Dr. Bloomfield.
All right. Good afternoon. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Dr. Bloomfield, you can come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name.
Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Bloomfield, B-L-O-O-M-F-I-E-L-D.
And what is your profession?
I'm a licensed psychologist.
And what is your formal education?
My formal education is a bachelor's degree in psychology from Long Island University, a master's from Springfield College, and a doctorate from the University of Massachusetts.
And your major of study?
Psychology.
And where did you obtain your, well, you just said that. What's your major study in terms of your psychology?
Well, I've been involved in the mental health field for a long time, and then I, after a while, went and got a master's, and then after some years went into a doctoral program and received a doctorate in psychology, all aspects, assessment, evaluation, family therapy, working with different populations. And so it's a broad-based program, generalist program, and then specialties afterwards. I think that's it.
All right. And did you obtain an additional degree?
No, doctorate is a terminal degree. There's no additional degrees after a doctorate.
And so with your doctorate training though, was there an internship?
There was an internship, there was practicum and internship, postdoctoral internship as well. I completed practicum and internship at the University of Massachusetts Counseling Center and the postdoc at Northampton Area Mental Health Services, which was a community mental health center where I subsequently was hired as executive director.
Right. And then I heard your answer, but what professional services did you provide as a postdoctorate fellow?
Postdoctorate therapy, evaluation, assessment, We did a little work with the courts, not expert work, but work with the courts with some kids who were having particular problems. So I would provide family therapy for those kids. We had a unique program with two of the judges in Northampton while I was doing that.
And how long were you doing that? Meaning working with children in a family therapy session?
Right then or in my whole career?
Let's go with right then and then to your whole
That was
career.
about a year.
Okay. And then your whole career?
It's extensive. I started working with juveniles, children who were involved in the legal system in the late 60s and early 70s. My first full-time job was working with the New York City Youth Board, which was directly under the mayor of New York at the time. There were 12 senior street club workers, and we worked with gangs on the street, providing services individually, as well as attempts to rehabilitate gang life on the street. Gangs were different in those days than they are now. It was before the advent of crack and before the advent of high-powered guns. So after that, I did that for a couple of years, and then I became a teacher in Brooklyn, New York. I taught in inner city schools. I taught kids who in Bedford-Stuyvesant in East New York. I taught kids who were having troubles. At one point, the city of New York had something called a 600 school system, which was for delinquent kids, but they did away with that. So these were internal classes. And I worked with kids in that regard. I did that for about 5 or 6 years. I relocated to Massachusetts, and I worked, my first position in Massachusetts was working in a residential program for adolescents who had been released from state schools, delinquency schools, delinquency programs. They were all shut in Massachusetts at one fell swoop, and the community created programs to work with those kids. So we worked very closely with the courts, with probation, and did counseling. After that, I became the director of a youth center, which also worked with the design of the youth center was to work with low-income kids and kids who were having problems with the law. After that, I took a position with the state of Massachusetts, Department of Mental Health, and I was the Western Massachusetts coordinator for children's and drug services. And I did that for a few years, and that led to me becoming the associate area director for the Department of Mental Health, which had not only range over children's services, but adult services as well. So I did some work at the state hospital as well. After that, while I was there, I received my master's and then worked at that position for a few years and was accepted into a doctoral program at UMass. So while I was in a doctoral program, I continued working mostly in higher education. So I completed my doctorate in 1982, became licensed in Massachusetts in 1984. As I said earlier, the agency I did my postdoc at was Northampton Area Mental Health Services. It was a full service community mental health center, and I was hired as the executive director. So I provided clinical services as well as oversaw all the clinical services that were provided. And then I left that position. I became a consultant for the Center for Human Development in Springfield, Massachusetts, where my task was predominantly to evaluate children, adolescents, which I did. I then moved to a outpatient substance abuse clinic in Northampton, Massachusetts, where I was the clinical director. Did that for a year or two, and then I became one of two psychologists who consulted to the Department of Social Services in Massachusetts, evaluating and providing consultation for high-risk, high-profile kids and their family. Then I left Massachusetts, relocated to Florida in 1993, became licensed in 1993 here. And here I've had a forensic private practice for about 30 years. And that's what I've been doing.
So you have a license from Massachusetts, you're licensed in Massachusetts since 84 and Florida since 93.
93. I gave up my license in Massachusetts a couple of years ago because I realized it was just a personal reason for keeping it. I wasn't practicing in Massachusetts, and so I didn't. I gave it up in Massachusetts, but I've been practicing continually in Florida as an independent practice. Did a variety of things, do evaluations of children, adolescents, and adults, work in the court system. At one point, I worked in family court, probate court, criminal court mostly, and juvenile court, dependency court. I, at one point, had a contract with the United States Probation Office for about 7 years to provide counseling to men and women who were on probation, supervised release after they served their time in the federal prison system. So we did that for a while. And I'd say for the last 8 or 10 years, predominantly working in the criminal arena with people, evaluating people who are involved in the criminal courts, juveniles and adults.
Now, over the years, have you participated in any grant-funded or research programs?
I participated in not in Florida, but in Massachusetts. We had numerous grants at the mental health center and the substance abuse clinic from in those days what was called the DAMAHA, which became HHS in the government, Health and Human Services. So I was the primary person on 3 major grants, and in addition was called upon to review grants. So I'd go to Washington for a week every couple of months and review grants that were submitted to, at that time called the DAMAHA, now HHS. So my experience with grants is pretty extensive.
Thank you. Now, have you also given presentations to professional groups concerning psychology?
I do. I give a number of presentations, continuing education, webinars. So I do that pretty regularly. In Florida, done a couple for the American Psychological Association. I just did a presentation on for a lay group as well just 2 weeks ago. But I try and continue to do presentations. It keeps one current and sharp in the field because you're presenting information and people asking you questions, so you really want to stay accurate. So I've done numerous continuing education webinars, professional to professionals, as well as to some lay groups.
And have you received any awards or awards?
I've received a number of awards. The last award that I received from the Florida Psychological Association was a Lifetime Achievement Award. It's not given often. I think there are 3 or 4 people in the history of the association who received it. On a national level, I received 2 major awards from the American Psychological Association, one called the Presidential Heiser Award, which is contributions to psychology, and the second by the State Leadership Conference. I was chosen as the Psychologist of the Year who provided most services that helped the community and helped psychology and provided consumers and community with an understanding of psychology. Those are the three biggest awards I've received. The Lifetime Achievement Award just last 6 months ago. I've received a number of ethics awards. So I was Psychologist of the Year several years. I was president of the Florida Psychological Association. I was appointed to the Board of Psychology by the governor at that time and served on the Board of Psychology. And that the Board of Psychology regulates psychology and the protection of consumers. It's not to regulate it in the protection of psychologists. It's there to regulate the psychologists in the provision of services to consumers. So that was an interesting position I held. I've received a number of leadership awards. In my professional work, I've been recognized by peers, and there were more, but I think that's plenty.
All right. Now, what do you charge per hour on this case?
On this case, $200 an hour.
And how many hours have you worked?
I don't know exactly how many I worked. You contacted me last Thursday, which is like the 16th, and I started working on the 17th, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and today. I think it's approaching 40 hours. I couldn't be 100% sure, but lots of hours.
All right.
In
Now,
a short period of time.
have you previously been deemed competent to testify as an expert in psychology in a court of law?
Yes,
In the past, how many times?
hundreds of times in Florida and Massachusetts and in the federal system.
All right. Your Honor, defense would offer Dr. Bloomfield as a witness for his expert opinion in psychology. Okay. And you said hundreds of times you've been recognized. That would include Florida courts?
Say again, please.
You've been recognized as an expert hundreds of, or countless times, I think, in Florida courts is included?
Yes, in a number of circuits in Florida. Yes.
So let's talk about the adolescent brain for a moment.
Sure.
Why is the young adolescent brain development important in a case like this?
Well, it's important for two reasons, two big reasons. One is a legal reason, one is a psychological reason. The Supreme Court a number of years ago decided to look into the issues regarding adolescent brain development and determine that children, adolescents in particular, are different than adults and need to be treated differently in the legal system. So every major mental health association in the United States submitted amicus briefs to the Supreme Court. The American Psychological Association, American Psychiatric Association, the National Association of Social Workers, Mental Health Association, NAMI and AMI, and others. And it was a unique experience. All the associations and all the research agreed that adolescent brains are different. And neurologists, psychiatrists, psychologists, all added their expertise to this issue. So the reason it's important is not to excuse offenses or aberrations, but to explain that adolescents, young adults, brains function differently than adults. And because they function differently, they develop differently, and they're not fully developed until middle 20s. Now we think about 25. Research has continued. There are issues of structure of the brain as well as chemicals in the brain. The prefrontal cortex is where decision-making happens. It's not fully developed in adolescents. Adolescents' brains possess more dopamine. It's a chemical. And what dopamine does is it increases, heightens activity, heightens risk-taking. It makes people feel good when they do risky things. So there are a number of issues that are looked at from a psychological perspective that assist the legal system in issues regarding sentencing, predominantly disposition of adolescents, young adults, And it's widely accepted. The literature is there. It's widely accepted. Most people involved in the legal system know it and know about it. The importance is to provide an understanding of why an adolescent thinks and acts differently than an adult in a variety of areas.
So let me ask you then, in terms of adolescents, why then are they more prone to behave emotionally or impulsively?
They're more prone to behave that way because of the systems that aren't fully developed. Instead of relying on the prefrontal cortex and executive system, they rely on the limbic system and the amygdala, which are more the seats of emotion than of rational thought. Not to say that adolescents are irrational, but their thinking is not the same as adult thinking. And that's true of every adolescent, and it's true of every action. And so one has to look at adolescents and their behavior through that lens. It can't be just, well, that's true for everybody except, but now it's not true. So it's good acts and bad acts, every act and every perception and every relationship has to be viewed through that lens, because that is how the brain is developed. The brain actually develops from the back to the front. Some primitive issues, movement, things like that, balance are in the back, and then there's the parietal lobes on the side, and then the front is the prefrontal cortex, which is the executive functioning system, which is really the system we talk about in terms of brain development.
And that prefrontal cortex with the executive functioning, is that the last to develop?
That's the last to develop, yes.
So what does the research then have to say about brain maturity?
Say again, please.
What does the research support, I should say, about brain maturity?
The brains aren't fully developed, nor are personalities, until much later than we used to think. It's become pretty well accepted that 25 is about the age when a brain is fully developed. Some people argue a little younger. It means that that people with not fully matured brains act differently than people with fully matured brains. And that has to be taken into account when looking at their behavior, their perceptions, their actions, their decision-making, their ability to make decisions, their ability to understand consequences, their impetuousness and impulsivity. And then finally, what's important about adolescent brain development, as well as personality development, but brain development in particular, is as a class of people, adolescents are amenable to reform and rehabilitation. Of course, that has to be looked at individually by the court, but in general, the class of people, adolescents, are amenable to treatment, and amenable to rehabilitation and reform, and to desist from negative behavior. Of course, it all depends on whether there's a program to provide pro-social skills for the adolescent, as well as counseling and therapy and understanding why they behave and think and act like they do.
So as a class on a whole then, children, adolescents, the science is recognizing that they can be rehabilitated, but what you're indicating, is it fair to say that they also need that structure in terms of those skill set or the therapy to help them come along?
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you could identify the several branches of science that actually are in agreement. I think you mentioned Milligram, but
Yes, the mental health associations that are in agreement. American Psychiatric Association, American Psychological Association, National Association of Social Workers, Mental Health Association, NAMI, N-A-M-I, which is a parent relative group, and the Pediatrics Association. So to get all of these associations to agree, and it's not a matter of getting them to agree, they independently provided amicus briefs that supported and agreed with each other. They didn't sit down together and do it, they did it separately in the structure of their associations. But these are fields that don't agree a lot, that argue a lot, that resent turf issues and resent encroachments into turf. And none of the organizations, none, are free from that. So when you see the kind of work that went into these amicus briefs and the continued research, the cooperation, there's research going on today where different professions work together for this issue because it's such a high priority, important issue. It's an understanding that of a whole group of people, young people, and how they develop and mature. We used to have a lot of theories. We had developmental theories, Piaget and others, Erickson, and they were all based upon hypotheses and theories. This is based upon hard science, brain scans, PET scans, psychological testing that shows how kids react, and then how they change through the developmental period. And so the legal system was kind of a step ahead of the mental health system because we relied on giants in the field, as I said, Piaget, Erickson, others, to provide us with theoretical basis of development until this issue came up in the legal system and the associations were motivated to put together these briefs and discussions about what this all means. And then, of course, to let the courts sort it out.
So in your more than 30 years of practice, then for you as a psychologist, you're identifying then that it's rare to see psychiatrists, psychologists, sociologists, pediatricians, medical fields, to see all these come together and agree on anything?
Yes.
But they all agree on this issue?
Yes.
All right. So how, can you explain to the court how then the juveniles are different in terms of risk-taking?
Juveniles take more risks. It's a factor of their age, their maturity, and brain structure, as well as the chemicals acting in their brains. Sometimes that risk when kids are on their own, their risk becomes negative. When young people are guided, risk-taking behavior in adolescence and young adult behavior, young adults becomes proactive and pro-social. Once had a discussion with someone about why the U.S. Army, when they have drafts people between the ages of 18 and 24, because the reason being that they provide supervision, they provide training, they provide mentorship, but they want soldiers to take risks. A young 19-year-old soldier in Iran or Iraq is going to take more risks than me or anybody that's older because they don't see it as risk-taking. They see it as behavior. Police officers have to take risks. They have to, go into places. They have to break down doors. So at a certain age, it's not a negative that the brain hasn't developed. It's just true. And then, so what happens is the context around the brain development. Does the adolescent have a network of mentors? I once worked, I left this out, I once worked at the Job Corps Center here in Jacksonville, and they did research. Kids who go to Job Corps Center have failed in school and have legal problems, not severe legal problems, but legal problems. So then these exist across the country. And they did some research and they said the two most important things for changing a child, an adolescent who's having troubles, is someone to reach out and teach them, and then teaching them pro-social skills, jobs, education, things like that. That those two factors, and that's this program across the country is based upon those two factors. Big brother, big sister tries to do the same thing. So it depends on what happens to the child. Risk-taking can be good, it could be bad, or it could just be.
Right. So in terms of juveniles and brain development, what are the main classes?
The
Or
main
is-
class,
Not the main classes, but then the main issues or how the classes are
Okay.
broken down.
I think I understand what you're saying. The things we look at in terms of brain development are really a couple of big things. Decision-making, which includes impulsivity, impetuousness, thoughtfulness. So decision-making is not as good in a young person as it is in an older person. The second is understanding and acceptance of consequences. Many adolescents do things and don't care about the consequences, don't even perceive the consequences. And as they get older, they start understanding consequences, and as their brain develops and as they're mentored. And then, of course, the issue for desisting from negative behavior and the potential for rehabilitation is the third prong. Because if the bad decision making and the inattentiveness to consequences leads to a bad act, then we have to know if the adolescent is rehabilitatable. And so that's another function of brain development, all three. Now, not every adolescent needs rehabilitation, but if the risk-taking behavior, the poor decision-making, and lack of attention to consequences produces bad behavior, then we have to be able to know if the person can be rehabilitated and is amenable to reform.
Right. So looking specifically to Aiden's case, what were you asked to do here?
I was asked to be able to testify and discuss adolescent, young adult brain development in general, as we have, and secondarily to rebut, if necessary or if appropriate, things that were brought up by Dr. Pritchard. Usually, in my experience, the defense has an expert that goes, and the state has an expert who tries to rebut what the defense expert said. So this is kind of reversed, but those were the two things you talked to me about when we first talked last Thursday.
All right. And what records did you rely on?
I have to check it. There are a lot. So can I go to my notes? Sure. Apologize for. I reviewed numbers of depositions. I reviewed a deposition of Mr. Dutton. I reviewed depositions of Mr. I may pronounce names wrong, Wetchen, of Deborah Spivak, of Sophie Bauman, of Dolphy Abser, Senior, of DA, child, of Alexei Zamperi, of Allison Turnberry, of Alicia Gates. I reviewed a depot of Ms. McCullough and also a short audio tape. I reviewed some medical records, about 40 pages. I reviewed a number of photos. I reviewed the medical examiner's report. I reviewed an article called Trends in Youth Arrests. I reviewed incident reports and discovery from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. I reviewed a number of documents from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to jail. I also reviewed the deposition of Dr. Pritchard. I reviewed Dr. Pritchard's report. I reviewed Pediatric Association and trying to see. I reviewed some stuff by Mr. Cox. I reviewed Mr. BARASCO's report and deposition. I reviewed a deposition of Joshua Anderson and one of William Cox. I believe they're both in Jacksonville. And I reviewed several letters just today.
And I believe you also saw the video, or a portion of the video of February 6th when Aiden entered a plea.
Oh, yes, I did. I saw the plea video, yes.
All right. And based on the review of records that you had, or your ability to review, focusing in on the grandmother SPIWAC, did the family, Aiden's family, have a history of mental illness?
She said she did, that the family had some mental illness. Somebody was Baker Act, I think an uncle. Somebody had depression. So there was some history of mental illness in the family.
And you've also had an opportunity to review the school records?
Say again?
Some of the school records?
I reviewed some school records, yeah.
With that in mind then, if you had seen Aiden before this crime, in your practice, in a clinical practice per se, would you have recommended testing for him or counseling?
Would I have recommended?
Testing or counseling?
You're saying before the crime?
Correct.
Totally. Yeah, I think that he, based upon his school records, I think the school did everything they could, but the school deals with academic issues. And there were some people who in the school who really stood out to try and assist him. But given his difficulties in classes, learning disabilities, etc., I think it would have been very useful for there to be an IQ test, as well as other cognitive tests, an achievement test, a Woodcock-Johnson achievement test, as well as others. If there were concerns about personality issues, then I would certainly have, would have recommended personality issues. But the first thing is to get a handle, this before the offense, to get a handle on why he's doing badly in school. And the way to do that is to, perform a psychoeducational evaluation. Most schools today aren't equipped to do that. Some are, but most aren't. So they go out to private practices and have psychoeducational evaluations conducted. And then they develop interventions and plans. And schools, as it's obvious, deal with academics, they're not trained to deal with cognitive issues or determinations of IQs without the testing. You can't just do that by the seat of your pants. And so he never had that. He also, his medical records said there were problems, there were audiological problems, hearing problems. So that needed some more evaluation because that can affect education, academics, and IQ as well. And so I would have kind of looked in that area. Prior, not evaluating him for this issue, but just in general, his school issues, yeah.
Right, meaning before the arrest, before this event happened.
That's right.
And within the school records, there are several IEP reports.
That's right.
And within those IEP, there's an individual identified as the school psychologist.
Yes.
But she's not a doctor.
I don't think she is a doctor. But she is, that's what she's identified. That's correct.
Meaning she's licensed, but not in the same sense you are. And I'm not talking about years of experience you went through.
She's not a licensed psychologist. She's, I'm trying to remember, schools are the only place that you can legally use the word psychology for someone who's not a licensed psychologist. There are licensed school psychologists as well. But typically the term psychologist or psychology is a protected term. People can't just go out and open a practice and call themselves psychologists or psychological services. Schools can because it's just by history. So, yeah, yes, you can differentiate. She's a school psychologist within the context of a school without being a licensed psychologist.
So the testing that you're discussing, that's not something that she would be able to perform.
I don't know her, and so I don't know, but typically not. Right. Typically not. And this is a guess, but if she could have, they probably would have had to do it, or she would have suggested it. But so I don't know what her level of experience or expertise is in the test that I mentioned, but it didn't happen regardless.
Now, what risky behaviors did you see revealed in the records in this case?
Drug use, unsupervised time without an adult around, a group of kids, unprotected sex. This is in Aiden. We're talking about Aiden, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sex, drug use. At one point, he cut himself, apparently to see what it felt like because one of his friends, a young female, was a cutter. She cut herself. Some thought that there might have been some self-harm. I'm not sure about that. I think that those are pretty risky behaviors for young people, and they all engaged, at least all 4 or 5 engaged in similar behavior.
Meaning his immediate friend group was involved in the same type of behavior.
Yes.
Right. Then what issues did the teachers, meaning they found academic problems, but should they have found more or recommended more?
Should they have? It would have been, yes, it would have been nice if they did. I can't say.
Let me rephrase the question. The teachers have more of an academic goal. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, teachers look at academics. I've worked with lots and lots of teachers. I was a teacher. Teachers are very dedicated people. They wouldn't be doing their jobs if they weren't dedicated. So they also want to go beyond that, but they don't have, there's no funding, there's no resource, there's no capacity. So they try and do what they can. They have big classes and, they spend an inordinate amount of time and their own money and resources to try and make the school situation appropriate to all kids. And so you can't expect a teacher to on their own to start getting kids tested because it's beyond the scope of their work. They look at they look at the academics. Cognitive ability translates to skills. In adults, we call them ADLs, adult daily living skills, but in adolescents, there are also skills. The predominant skill for an adolescent is academics, and that's what teachers look at. How is the child doing in academics, and why? Do we have any idea why? So there were some people who Aiden related to well, a deputy officer, resource officer at the school, as well as the dean, and he worked well with them. They both thought that he was improving, that he had a lot of potential. He was in a special tutoring program on Wednesdays. I'm not critical of schools. They do what they can because they don't have the resources. And different schools act in different ways. So I can't say that the teacher should have done more. It would have been nice if they could have done more, but the school has to be set up for it. Where the more could have happened is in the IEP and the, 504 or 501 evaluations.
Right, so in this particular instance, the teachers they're not doing a lot. They're going above and beyond, so to speak, with Aiden, but it's academic. Did you see anything in there in terms of addressing therapy or behavioral issues?
I don't think anybody provided therapy, but there were some behavioral issues they talked to. He spoke to the dean about behavioral issues. He spoke to the resource officer about behavioral issues. There was concern about some of his behaviors. It didn't raise, my reading of the depositions of numerous school personnel is that it didn't raise to the level where they thought that more was needed. One person, I could look at my notes, one person said he didn't see red flags, which is really the issue. What were there red flags to be seen? I don't know. They're trying to teach large groups of kids, and Aiden had specific learning disabilities. And they tried to remediate them, but I'm not sure they had the resources to do it.
Understood. So what is the term impetuous?
Impetuous, it means impulsive, acting without thought. It means not having the capacity to control behavior. That broadly what it means.
And are children impetuous?
Yes.
What about Aiden?
I'm sure he is.
And that's by nature, he's in that class of children that you would also have that title of impetuous.
Yeah.
And Dr. Pritchard testified yesterday that Aiden is mature. Is that accurate?
No, I don't think Aiden's mature, no.
Why not?
Well, because he acts immaturely. First of all, there's a misconception, I think. I watched testimony and I read depositions. I think Dr. Pritchard relied on some other people who said he was mature. There's no, people say kids are mature, immature. They don't measure it. There's no measure of it. So what does maturity mean? He's immature because his brain is not developed. And then you can't take away the fact that his brain's not developed and that he looks mature. Because I don't even know what that means sometimes. I don't think most people do. So you rely, in this particular case, Dr. Pritchard, myself, relied on reading records and what other people said. So we have to weigh how much weight we give to what somebody says offhandedly. So somebody says, kid looks mature. What does that mean? Neither of us, Dr. Pritchard nor myself, went and interviewed that person who said that. So to say, well, you think he's mature, why? What's he doing that's mature versus immature? All his actions, I think, are under the general immaturity. There's no, he doesn't think things through. He doesn't respect consequences. He's risk-taking, and he engaged in some awful behavior, horrible behavior.
So Dr. Pritchard had also used collateral information to reach his conclusion.
Correct.
And is there an issue with that?
There's some issue with it. His explanation was fine. The issue with collateral sources and forensic psychology is typically you have a primary source of information, the person. And then you use collateral sources to validate or invalidate what the person said. So Dr. Pritchard nor myself interviewed or evaluated Aiden, so he went to collateral sources. So we don't know if those collateral sources either validated or invalidated anything that Aiden himself would have said or would have tested on a battery of tests that we might have given him. In addition, we have to understand the reliability of a collateral source. So several collateral sources that Dr. Pritchard used were several young people. Those young people all had their own problems.
Meaning?
One girl, Zoe, was told, one record talked about her severe anxiety. Another girl talked about that she was a cutter. His best friend was sent to Gaines Alternative School because he was too much of a behavioral problem in the regular school system and was kicked out of Gaines. That's serious to get kicked out of the alternative school. So I'm not saying anything negative about those children, except you have to weigh how much weight you're going to give to someone, A, that age, and B, with their own issues, and C, with their own emotionality. And of course, their brains aren't fully developed. So I think that Dr. Pritchard gave a lot of weight to those young people, the kind of weight he would give if in a different forensic evaluation.
And so you and Pritchard are on equal setting in the sense that neither one of you have evaluated Aiden Fucci.
That's correct.
Okay. So Dr. Pritchard.
I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Dr. Pritchard said that Aiden's actions were premeditated. Do you disagree or agree with that?
I don't see how you can say they were premeditated. We don't know what's inside his head, his state of mind at the time. We just don't know. And so if I say yes or I say no, what am I basing it on? The other thing I want to go back to is I read all the collateral sources that Dr. Pritchard did, and I summarized what they said, and many of them said very positive things about Aiden. So we really have to look at that collateral issue. Premeditated, it's beyond me to try and get inside of his head and to draw together strands of information to say that this was premeditated. I just couldn't do that. And I don't see the evidence for it.
Meaning you wouldn't rely on the police reports alone. You would have an evaluation or at least an interview before you reach that conclusion.
It's such a big thing to say someone premeditatively did this that I think you can say that's my thought, that's my hunch, but to say it, I couldn't say it definitively. I couldn't possibly say it definitively. I didn't have enough information.
And to reach that, Pritchard was in reliance on statements to the girlfriend regarding plans or ideas of what he would do in the future. I believe that's part of what Pritchard's relying on, go ahead.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So the statements of the girlfriend and then the actual scene itself.
I don't know. Dr. Pritchard also talked about fantasies being rehearsals. Fantasies are a lot of things. When I worked in a drug program, as well as when I worked with psychosexual offenders for the Federal Probation Department, we had people keep journals of their fantasies, not so that they would rehearse doing psychosexual lewd and lascivious acts or relapse into drugs, but so they wouldn't. So lots of people have fantasies and they don't act on them. Also, I just don't see fantasies as rehearsals. And so fantasies can be scary. Talking about it with your girlfriend could be a way to alleviate that fear. I haven't interviewed the girlfriend, so I don't know exactly what he said to her or didn't say to her, or how she perceives it, or any of that. So I just don't think there's enough information to definitively say that it was premeditated.
So part of what Dr. Pritchard's relying on is the actions in terms of 114 stab wounds.
Yes.
And in his opinion, that shows premeditation and a lack of impetuosity.
How?
Or how do you disagree with that?
I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. How does that determine? You mean
Meaning the number of stab wounds in itself.
You mean Aiden Fucci sat down someplace and said, "I'm going to stab this girl 114 times"? Is that what's being said? Isn't that
by Pritchard in terms of the premeditation and lacking impetuosity?
I don't see how you can say anything about his impetuosity at the time of the offense without making assumptions about what's going on in his state of mind and his head. So I could say that. Stabbing someone 114 times is a horrendous act. I don't know what happened. Did he dissociate at the time? Did he go away from normal thinking? But I can't believe that someone said, "I'm going to stab a person 114 times." He did it. I understand that. And I'm not condoning it. It's horrible. But how is that premeditated? I mean, I don't get that. I mean, I just don't understand it. So.
And is it in your practice, have you seen examples where individuals, whether it's stabbing or shooting multiple times, where that was an impetuous act, a not planned act?
You know, sometimes there's some literature, and it's not negative literature, but it's about police officers. Sometimes when police officers shoot, they shoot more, they shoot more shots than they have to because they get into a headset, not because they're bad police officers and not because they're doing anything wrong, but because it's a dissociation that happens. So, can you say the question again?
An example where there's a large number that's not impetuous, whether it's shooting or stabbing.
A large number that's not in.
Meaning part of what Pritchard's relying on is the number. That's not the only thing, but it's because it's 114 stabs that it's not impetuous.
We don't know what was going on with Aiden, what his state of mind was, that he dissociated, he stabbed her and then continued doing it because his mind dissociated and depersonalized. I mean, these are legitimate psychological factors. I don't know what happened.
And fair to say, it's because you don't know what happened, you can't reach that conclusion.
That's right.
All right. Now, Dr. Pritchard had also said that Aiden lacks remorse, and you saw the video with that short statement. Is that something you agree with in terms of the Dr. Pritchard's reaching that conclusion?
I think that he's showing remorse. He had that short statement. There are a couple of things. There's a short statement. He wrote a letter, and he pled. He accepted responsibility. He didn't say, "I want to go to trial. I didn't do this. I'm going to plead not guilty. Let's go to trial and drag everybody through this." He pled. So it shows that he, in that short video, in the longer letter and in the acceptance of responsibility for the action, I believe that, remorse is another one of those things that's hard to measure, but I believe it shows that he's likely remorseful. Doesn't excuse the act, but it's remorse.
And one of the last things that Dr. Pritchard had addressed was Aiden's poor prognosis for rehabilitation. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, before the incident, before the murder, I would have said that there was an excellent prognosis for Aiden's rehabilitation, because when people reached out to him, Dean Wetchin and the deputy, they both said that he progressed, that he talked to them about things, that drugs and alcohol use. He was open with them. One person wrote that they were shocked that he did what he did. And so then we have the whole jail. So now he's in jail and he's acts differently. And jails are different places. Jails aren't schools, they're not communities. There's a whole issue of how one has to act in jail to survive. There's issue of prey and predator. What are you going to be? Are you going to be? How do I survive in here? So I think that given mentorship programs, counseling, people reaching out to him, that there's a likelihood that he could be rehabilitated. It won't be easy and won't be quick. He has to talk about what happened, and he has to explore with someone who can explore with him why it happened. And these are not easy things, but they're possible things. And they can happen in the Department of Corrections. But it requires a lot of work on both his part as well as the people providing service. He didn't have any, there's no conduct disorder, there's no history of arrests or anything prior to this. So something happened, and it's mind-boggling what happened.
So in the past, meaning before May 9th, at least within the school records, there's examples of him learning if there's a behavioral issue to go to Dean Wetchin, go to see Officer Beasley. So there's an ability to learn and modify his behavior.
Yes.
And then this event, which is a significant distinction between any infractions that were in school.
Absolutely.
But because there's that, is this fair to say, because there's that history of him learning to go to that he can do that moving forward into the future?
I think so, yes.
And that's possible in custody.
Sorry, guys, I hit the button.
Yes.
So if he's just in custody without any of these programs, he's not likely to.
He's just in custody without any programs. There'll be asocial people who mentor him instead of pro-social people. And that's the scary part of young people in the prison system.
Meaning other criminals.
Other criminals.
But if he's provided with these programs where he's got some decent mentors and ability to learn and grow, he has a good prognosis of rehabilitation.
I think there's a prognosis that's positive, yes.
One moment. This last point then regarding rehabilitation. Independent of Aiden and why he's here today, part of why we have these specialized sentencing hearings, is it fair to say, is that children as a class can be rehabilitated?
Yes.
All right. No further questions.
Let's take a 10-minute recess and then go for about an hour and 45 minutes.
Fourth recess.
Wait, I'm trying to think. You guys didn't hear that? I'm gonna try to talk a little low when I'm mixing it with. I'm trying to think, why did that sound so loud? Because I was actually listening to it on my phone. So I had my AirPods on, and that's the first time like, holy crap, that was loud. But I wonder, okay, so on a normal level, when it's not compared to like my screen that's sharing, like if I'm just talking and I'm not sharing like a video, is it really loud of me talking? Should I turn down my mic volume in general? You think, or no? I did not realize how loud. I mean, I need to start listening back to my videos to make sure everything's okay. Cause whoa, I almost jumped out. I did. I like jumped out of my seat almost. So I didn't. I mean, it jerked me for a minute. Wow. Okay, right now. But did you hear when I like came in and I said sorry, guys? Oh my god. You guys didn't hear it? So some people did. I bet you some people just thought it was a part of the thing, but it was a lot louder. Wow. Wowzer. Wowzer. Whoa, whoa. So normally it's fine though. I think I understand it's just like a comparison with the. So you adjust your volume because like you guys all have your volume up because this is so low, and then when I come in and talk, it's like uh. Well, why did it sound so bad for me? I'm gonna have to go back and listen to some of my videos and see what the sound is. Because when I had this in and I'm listening on my phone and I didn't even realize it was gonna pop in my ear. I don't know. It was really annoying. I was waiting for somebody to say like I'm surprised nobody said like whoa. Uh, okay. Okay, so that's good to know. Wonder why that was so loud then. I'm trying to think. I just said sorry, guys. Maybe because I think I put my mouth up to the microphone when I said it. Maybe I don't know. Wasn't happy about that. Oh. Anyway, yeah, this guy's boring. So, what's he trying to say? Because I've missed most of this guy. He's trying to say that what? Because they're trying to like argue because he's so young, his brain's not fully developed. But what is? I mean, and then the fact the argument about him coming from like a good family, normal childhood. Like, isn't that more of a concern though? That the fact that I feel like that almost shows that maybe he can't be rehabilitated because like he's got everything going for him and there's still something off that he's not learning. I feel like people that are like have this horrible environment, maybe like a horrible childhood, they are more able to be more rehabilitated because maybe it'll work better on them. But like somebody that has like a really good setup, good support system, and they still fail and they still are like messed up like that, doesn't that kind of show you that maybe there's no helping them? Like I feel like it's a lesser chance that you are going to be able to help this person because they've been given the tools and they still can't do anything with them, rather than somebody that hasn't been given them. And if they were given them, then they might be all right. But because they weren't given them growing up, and then maybe they have a chance to be rehabilitated because they'll give them like the tools to work with, and then they might be okay. But I feel like the argument, oh, he comes from such a good family, like I almost feel like that looks worse than why did he do that? There's no excuse. I'm sorry. So yeah. I don't either, but I'm just saying like that to me, like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know how like the judge and the system looks at that, but like that's how I view it. I feel like maybe I look at it weird, but like I just feel like it actually doesn't really look good on that. It looks like there's okay, you have no excuse then, Aiden. Then what's your issue, buddy? And I'm not saying, I mean, of course you could be coming from a good home and you could still like be bad, but I'm just saying, like, if that's not, I don't know if that's the route. I mean, I get what they're trying to say, that he's going to have a good support system. Like, and if he does get out, like he has good, like maybe morals, values. He's been taught the right way, but then it goes back to, you've been taught the right way, then obviously then that's not working for you. You killed somebody like viciously. So obviously that didn't do crap. So I don't know. But I don't believe that his family. Hold on a second. Yeah, no, I don't oh, sorry. What did his mom do for a living? Because I mean, the house looked really nice, and I'm not saying that means, oh, they were perfect for living, but I'm just wondering what she did. What did she do for a living? Or what? Excuse me. And then the fact that like how he was trying to say like, oh, he held like would hold his sister's hand or whatever. Let's turn that off. That's hurting my eyes right now. It's like, okay, I mean, what is that supposed to mean? Yeah, exactly. That's Delaney, because he had the resources and still failed. So that just shows you that there's something going on up there. Like, it's not a lack of resources. It's not a lack of tools. It's something else. You know what I'm saying? So it almost looks worse in my eyes. I look at it like people that have like were given like a horrible upbringing. Maybe there's more of a chance if you give them all the right tools and teach them, then maybe there's a chance for them. Let's see how they do. But like if he already had all that and he still did that, like where do you go from there? You know, where the heck do you go from there? I don't know. But I don't know. I mean, I don't think he had like a horrible upbringing. It doesn't. I don't think it was that bad. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but who's this perfect? I don't think it was like. I think it was probably average. It sounds like a normal. I don't think it was like too. I don't think it was that abnormal with the way the world is today. I would still say he had a normal upbringing. You don't think that? I guess it goes down. It goes back to like the parenting. Like it could appear normal. Like how was the home life? Like how was his mom? I know his grandma made it seem like his dad was in his life, but was his dad in his life? Like, yeah, you know, what was that like? He had like people at school he could talk to, we saw. So, I mean, what does that prove? They're showing like that guy was showing how he could come and talk to him if there was issues, but so he had you. He came and talked to you. You said the guy was explaining how like he started coming less because he was like taking the lessons he learned and maybe applying them, so he didn't need them as much, right? But how is that showing it? I mean, to me, that just shows a worse chance that he's going to be okay because he had that. He had that. He had that guidance. Didn't help. So if he gets that guidance in prison, is that really going to help? He still killed Tristan, so he could still, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think I look at it weird, but I mean, I don't know. You got to look at it realistically. Like you're just gonna show like all this good influence and good support he had. Like that's all I've seen so far, right? Except this guy, I missed all his what he was trying to prove, but most of it I saw when he talked about his brain not being fully mature, which I agree, it's not. Especially with guys, I think they say guys are even a little bit behind on than girls when it comes to that, but so yeah, he definitely was immature still. But I just don't think I don't know. Because some people do grow out of, like think about some, but they don't act on it. But think about people how have like and I don't know from personal experience or anything, but I'm just saying like I feel like there's people that growing up as kids, they have like maybe these weird thoughts and listen to like this music and like think about like how Aiden was talking about like killing people. Maybe think about it in like in a way where it's not like too realistic, and then they never act on it, and then they mature and they grow up and it's like something in the past, and that life was like so far from who they are as an adult. And I think that does happen sometimes. I really do. But somebody that actually acts on it, I feel like that's going to be harder to grow away from that because you acted on it, so therefore it's like, I don't know, I feel like it's different, but I feel like that could be somewhat I don't want to say common, but I mean, I feel like that does happen where these kids with the media and like the music and stuff that they're looking up to, they might have these weird thoughts, weird fantasies, and then they grow out of it. Don't you think? I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying this because I did. I don't know. I never had that, but I just feel like that there are kids that are like that, and then they grew up and they're fine. Don't you think? Or am I like, no? Do you think that I'm wrong? I guess I'm just thinking like growing up, like seeing like kids in my class that you would think would probably maybe have those thoughts, and then they grow up and they're just like normal. Or like, all the people that listen to, and I know music, it's not, you can't blame I don't know. Does anybody know from experience, is anybody one of those people? You could tell me, don't be ashamed. I'm probably talking crazy. He cannot be rid of type if he can't. No, I don't think, because he did it. He actually did it. So it was actually more of a realistic thing for him. I know I can't quit yawning. Yeah, so once you actually act on it, I think it takes you closer to like that fantasy, that then it becomes more real and then it becomes more like uh I don't even know how to explain, like how to put it into words, but I feel like because he did it, it's gonna be harder. I just think, can you imagine if he would have got picked up that day? Wonder what would have happened? Do you think, how many people think he would have killed somebody else then if he got picked up by his dad? Was it his dad? To go over his dad's or something, but they didn't have gas money and he wasn't home when they came. Do you think if he would have got a ride, if they would have came back and picked him up, do you think he would have ended up killing somebody else by now or no? No, I know. No, and I'm not saying a lot of people do, but I do think there's some kids that almost do, like, maybe not in a realistic way, but like because of the music, so maybe they're listening to some kind of music or video games or whatever, and they just have this weird fantasy type world in their head, and then they grow up to be normal people. I haven't either. Don't turn this into like I have. That's why I'm asking if any of you guys have it from like real experience, because I've never had those type of fantasies. Mine was more like love and hippie and loving stuff. But like, I know that's what I'm wondering. Do you think he would have acted on it before he? I mean, I think he would have. Yeah, I think if it wasn't Tristan, it would have been somebody. No, I'm not talking crazy. See, maybe I'm not wording it right. I knew. I just need a limit because there's somebody going to take me the wrong way. Because I'm not good at sometimes putting it into words what I'm talking about.
St. Joseph County Circuit Court will return to order.
You can all be seated. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record in case 2021 CF 825. Everyone is present. We're ready to begin our cross-examination. State, you may begin. The witness is seated and still under oath.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bloomfield.
Good afternoon.
I want to start with the testimony that you gave that you and Dr. Pritchard in this case, the fact that you were both doing records reviews and didn't evaluate him, that you were on equal footing. You remember saying that, right?
Something like that, yeah.
You understand and you're well aware that the decision on whether to evaluate him, and especially with you, lies at this table. The defendant and the defense, that's a decision this table makes, correct?
Yeah, I imagine so, yes.
Right. And you wanted to do that if you were allowed the opportunity.
Well, that's not exactly true. When I was contacted, I was asked to do a very specific, two very specific things. One was to be able to testify about brain development, and two was being able to testify in rebuttal, if it was appropriate, about what Dr. Pritchard said. So I said, well, does that involve an evaluation of Aiden Fucci? And the answer was no, because we're not asking you to evaluate him. we're asking you to do just two things. Talk about brain development in general, which I do often. And two, to talk about any parts of Dr. Pritchard's work that I might disagree with.
Dr. Bloomfield, my question was, considering you were asked to testify in a sentencing of a juvenile with all the factors that you know are into play, you would have liked to evaluate him. That would be the preferred method in order to speak to this court and not be limited in your opinions.
I don't think that I can answer that question. I answer it the way
Well, it's a yes or no. Would you prefer to speak to an individual before providing testimony about them? It actually hasn't been.
I don't know. You asked me to answer something yes or no, but it involves more than yes or no. The preferred way for anybody to do a full forensic evaluation is to see the individual, but that's not what I was asked to do. I was asked to do.
I understand that wasn't what you were asked.
So in order to do what I was asked to do, I didn't need to see him.
And you also understand that same latitude or decision-making is restricted on the state side.
Say again?
The state's hands are tied in a different way than yours and the defense's hands are. You understand that,
Yes,
correct?
sure.
You've been in the system a very, very long time.
Yes, I have, yes.
Okay. Dr. Bloomfield, you talked in the beginning of your testimony about obviously, basically educating the court about adolescent brains, right?
Yes.
I heard about that for a while. Adolescent brains are different. Adolescent brains and adolescents take more risks. And that is well accepted medical and psychological science, correct?
Correct.
And I believe I heard you say you watched the testimony yesterday. Did you watch Dr. Pritchard testify?
Yes.
And he said he agrees with that, 100%,
Yes.
correct?
He said that. Yes, he did.
Okay, so no one here in this courtroom is disagreeing with that fact.
I know Dr. Pritchard's not.
Right. And it's those facts that gave judges in homicide cases committed by juveniles, ultimately after all these cases came out, that's what gave the judges discretion when dealing with juveniles on how to sentence, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. There's no more with a juvenile. They committed first-degree murder. We don't care how, why, or when, life. There's no more of that in Florida for juveniles.
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. And so because of all of this medicine and psychological information about juveniles and brains, Florida crafted this statute. Are you aware of the statute and the factors that were here?
Yes.
Okay. And they did that to provide guidance to courts on how to sentence juveniles, correct?
Correct.
So the general information we know about his peer group is accepted, right?
Yes.
Now this court needs guidance on how to sentence this individual, correct?
Yes.
So we should be looking at Aiden Fucci and the crime Aiden Fucci committed, correct?
That's part of what needs to be looked at.
Through the lens of everything else you stated earlier, correct?
Correct.
And we should compare him to his peer group, which is juveniles.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know how we compare him to his peer group. I know that people would like to compare him to his peer group, but at this moment, I don't know how we compare him to his peer group. We haven't interviewed his peer group. We haven't interviewed him.
Dr. Bloomfield, his peer group meaning all juveniles and all
Oh,
juveniles that commit crimes.
I thought you meant.
No, I'm in the forensic setting here in court.
I'm sorry, ask the question again.
When the court is looking for guidance to help make a decision on how to sentence this juvenile, we need to compare him, everything about him, and the act, everything that the statute prescribes. We need to look at that and compare that to other juveniles that commit crimes and commit violent acts and homicide, correct? Yeah. Because we're not going to compare him to adults, right?
I'm right. We're not going to compare him to adults. I think the court needs to do what the court feels it needs to do about how to come to a decision. It's a hard, sentencing's hard. And and different judges, different courts, different psychologists look at different things and give weight to different things. And so I'm not going to prescribe to the judge what he should be looking at. He's aware of what he needs to look at.
Right, the statutes tell him what he's to look at.
That's
but
right.
The whole point of this is that we're looking at him individually and his crime because of this lens and brain development and everything we're supposed to look at juveniles through, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you said that all juveniles take more risks. All juveniles are immature. This is this group again. And all juveniles can be impetuous, right?
Can be, yes.
But not all juveniles commit crimes
That's
in general.
correct. Absolutely.
And not all juveniles commit violent crimes.
Absolutely.
And not all juveniles commit murder.
Absolutely.
And you heard Dr. Pritchard talk yesterday about the statistics and trends, not even trends, statistics by the U.S. Department of Justice that indicate that less than 1% of juveniles who commit crimes commit murder.
Right. Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have a problem with that statistic. You're aware of that. You've worked with juveniles your entire career.
And I read the research that he quoted. Yeah.
Okay.
He provided it.
And then based on all of your knowledge, experience, evaluations in the criminal justice system, not all juveniles that commit murders like what occurred to Tristan Bailey. That's fair, correct?
Yes.
A lot of juveniles may shoot someone one time, may make an impetuous decision, right?
Some do, yes.
Some do, right? Not all murders committed by a juvenile or an adult are as vicious, I think your word was horrific and awful, as that committed to Tristan Bailey.
That's true. Many are. Many are. It's not unique.
This murder is not unique.
I don't have when we talk about horrific things that juveniles do when they murder someone, it's not the first case I've been involved in where a juvenile has murdered someone and done it in an unusual, horrific manner. And so I don't have a way to weigh that. I'm not condoning it. Please, don't want that to be heard. But juveniles who commit murders often do horrible things: set people on fire, put people into waterbeds, throw babies against bookshelves, rape, behead. These are all things that people do. I don't have a way to judge how horrific something is. All of them would be horrific if it happened to me or somebody I knew. All of them. There would be. I couldn't understand it. So it's a horrific crime, but so are all the other ones I just mentioned. And so there are some murders where a gun goes off and somebody is murdered. And there are others where there are horrible, horrible things that happen. And so that has to be weighed, of course. And I imagine the court will be able to do that.
Well, and do you see the difference between even the two examples you just gave in a psychological, clinical sense?
Between what?
A juvenile who murders someone by shooting them one time and a juvenile who sets someone on fire
or does all
or
of
does
that. Sure, I
114.
see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I see
So
something.
you acknowledge there's differences within the
Absolutely.
range of murder committed by juveniles.
And adults, yes, absolutely.
And Dr. Pritchard, in his vast experience, described, and it's not just the act, the whole case, all of the records, everything that you and Dr. Pritchard considered about Aiden Fucci and the nature and circumstances of this crime, he described as unique. Do you disagree with him about that? Or do you agree?
I think the actual crime was unique. I don't think everything else is unique. How could you say, it'd be crazy to not say that the crime wasn't unique.
Okay, so you do agree that
I think everybody in the world would agree. It's a tautology. It's of course it was.
Dr. Bloomfield, you went on in kind of explaining juveniles and some things that should be considered when kind of thinking about, could they make better choices? Did they have support and things like that? You would agree that you see some juveniles and probably adults that don't have that in their life, don't have support, mentors, people, which is probably why it's something to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree though that, and I think you did at least mention one, Mr. Fucci you mentioned the school resource officer, right? You saw
Yes.
that there was a bond or relationship there,
Correct.
right? He had Dean Wetchen. Did you read his information?
Yes, I did. I think he provided a great deal of support.
And through the school, he had tutors at least one day a week that he was going to see. Dean
Yeah.
Wetchen, I think, was the one
I
talking
think
about
Dean
that.
Wetchen was the one who did that, right? Yeah.
He's had his grandmother, seemed to love him a lot, lived with them a majority of the time, right?
True.
And they were close. He had a mother in the home.
True.
He had a stepfather in the home,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And he had his biological father.
Yes.
And so this adolescent had some of that support, mentors, and things that you would hope one would have to help them through life and make decisions and things like that, correct?
He had some, and he had some where he was totally on his own with his 3 or 4 friends they would do drugs, have sex, do all kinds of things, cut himself. Where no adult was around or any adult intervened. As a matter of fact, I understood that sexual activity was going on where there were adults in the house, in other rooms, in other places. So, all those things existed. And as well, this incredible on his, all the kids on their own behavior that was pretty, not good behavior.
And you said as a group, again, juveniles fail to sometimes understand consequences, right?
Yes.
There's a diminished capacity there,
Yes.
but not with everything. Isn't that fair? There's
Probably.
juveniles that understand consequences and can behave accordingly generally. Generally.
Sure. Yeah, sure. In general,
There's straight A students that go through school and never, ever get in trouble disciplinary wise, things like that. There's juveniles making good decisions, correct?
there are juveniles who make good decisions. Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me then that there's a difference between a juvenile, because I think you used the word that all juveniles can't perceive the risk of harm, risk of consequences. But there's a difference between a juvenile who can't perceive them and someone who knows and appreciates the risk and consequences and just chooses to do something different or doesn't care. There's a difference.
I'm sure, in what you framed, of course, there's a difference. You framed it as a difference. Yeah.
Right. And you recall when you read through all of the teachers' depositions, I believe you listed a lot of their names.
A lot of them.
Right, a lot of them. And do you recall a theme within all of those teachers that Mr. Fucci's problem was not that he didn't have the ability to do X, Y, and Z. He didn't have the ability to conform behavior. He didn't have the ability to not listen to teachers. His general problem was he just didn't want to.
I didn't read that. I mean, if you did that, you read something that I didn't read. I read that he was having a tremendous struggle in school, that he, from early on, compounded by audiological problems that were never remediated. He was having trouble in school from 4th grade on. His teachers talked about him struggling academically. His grades were horrible. His testing on standardized tests were the lowest that could be. And it wasn't just choice for him. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do the work. And teachers tried to work with him, but they were unable to remediate those specific learning disabilities.
And I'm not saying he wasn't still having problems, but what I'm saying is,
I didn't see the same thing you saw, if we read the same things.
did you see that when he applied himself, when he tried, he would actually make some progress? Matter of fact, the last 2 years, his grades were going up. Hot down.
He was involved with Dean Witchen and the school resource deputy, who I think had a tremendous impact on him. And I think what that speaks to is the ability for him to reform, rehabilitate, and desist from negative behaviors when there's somebody who puts their hand on his shoulder and treats him individually and respectfully. And so I think that that's what you're seeing when his grades were going up, is that these two people, men, spent time with him and treated him with respect and demanded respect from him. And so I think the intervention, which speaks to everything I said about whether he's rehabilitatable, if there's the appropriate intervention, which there was, he does better. He did somewhat better. It wasn't perfect because these two people can't spend the amount of time that has to be spent to reform, rehabilitate someone. So I think the point you're making is a good point, but I think it speaks not to his conscious decision to do badly, but to how he responds to appropriate intervention in a pro-social manner. And so I think that speaks to the entire issue of, can there be rehabilitation of this young man?
Dr. Bloomfield, along the lines of this academic history, you would agree with me that the SLD designation that he had, that means that the achievement that the professionals and the teachers would expect to see based on his perceived intellect was falling below that. That's what that means, that he's not meeting the standard they would expect to see based on his intellectual capacity versus some sort of cognitive disability or intellectual disability. Those two things are very different. Cognitive disability is the word you've been using.
They didn't know his intellectual or cognitive disability.
They didn't know his IQ score, doctor.
That's what intelligence is. How else do you measure it?
Did you see where in all of the records, no one felt the need to have an IQ test done because they didn't perceive an intellectual disability? It was a learning and achievement. He had a learning disability that kept him from achieving to his level. That's SLD, is it not?
I'll tell you what SLD is if you'd like, by the Board of Education in Florida. Specific learning disability is defined as a disorder in one or more basic learning processes involved in understanding or in using language, spoken or written, that may manifest in significant difficulties affecting the ability to listen, speak, read, spell, or do mathematics. Associated conditions may include, but not be limited to, dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, or developmental aphasia. A specific learning disability does not include learning problems that are primarily a result of visual, hearing, motor, intellectual, or emotional or behavioral disorders, limited English. And then it goes on for several pages to define what a specific learning disability is.
Doctor,
Well, but you're using it and you're asking me to define it, and I defined it by looking up what the state of Florida says it is.
And
so that I didn't have to guess.
And that's exactly how I said it. It has to do with this person has a learning disability that's affecting their ability to learn. It's causing problems at school. It results in poor grades, all of that, everything that you listed, and then it listed examples, dyslexia and other things that you went down the list, correct? Mm-hmm. Did you note when you were reading it said this does not include intellectual disabilities?
I did.
It did.
I did,
because
yes.
those are two different things. And a child, let me finish my question.
Yeah, sure, I'm sorry.
Those are two different things, correct? An intellectual, someone who would be intellectually disabled, you know what that means under the law. You probably testify about it all the time, correct?
Correct.
ID.
Correct.
What we used to call mentally retarded
Correct.
in the legal system. That is completely different than a child who has been classified as SLD in school. Yes or no? That's my question.
Yes.
Dr. Bloomfield, when you were asked about Aiden Fucci's, Ms. Peoples asked you, did his family have a history of mental health? And I believe you mentioned an uncle. I think that was it, correct?
I think, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see any evidence in the records that you saw that the defendant has a mental health history diagnosed, correct?
That's correct.
His mother has a mental health history, correct?
Not that I know of.
And his biological father, none of that, correct?
Not that I know of.
Nobody living in his home, correct?
Right, that's not what that's, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned it earlier in your testimony, you were asked about risky behaviors. Did you see any evidence of risky behaviors in the records? And you've testified to them. But I just want to ask you about one of them. You mentioned that the risky behavior, one of them that you saw was that he cut himself one time to see what it felt like. Remember saying that?
Yes.
And you got that information from Michaela Harris, basically,
Yes.
a friend, right? And the context, though, of that cutting, when she described how that came about, isn't it true that it was because Aiden saw that she was a cutter, saw evidence of that, and he thought that would be cool?
Yes.
So he did, okay?
Yes.
So it wasn't reported out of a phase of depression or suicides. That wasn't the context.
No, it was risky behavior.
Correct. Do you think the context for that behavior is important?
I think anybody who cuts themselves because someone else cuts themselves is engaging in risky behavior. Even they just want to know how it feels.
Right.
By the way,
Doctor.
people who cut themselves always say they want to know how it feels. That's the nature of cutting. There's a whole process of people who cut themselves to relieve psychic pain and to know what it feels like to not have that. So Aiden looking at her doing that and saying, oh gosh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna see what it feels like. I wouldn't do that. I don't want to take that risk. He was willing to take that risk. Who knows if he would have bled out, who knows, whatever. But so I don't think it was suicidal, no.
Right. And there's no evidence in the records at all of any actual attempt by Aiden Fucci to commit suicide, right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Dr. Bloomfield, I want to move on to touch on a few things before we end up here. Maturity. I believe your answer to that was you couldn't say, or you think you're just saying he is immature because he's a juvenile?
He does immature things. He does.
Doctor, your testimony earlier was that he's immature because he's a juvenile, correct?
My testimony before, I believe, was that he's immature because he's a juvenile and he does immature things.
Right.
I think that's what my testimony
Right.
was.
And I think that you were drawing a distinction. She was asking you what you differed with, and you said she asked you if you differed from Dr. Pritchard on maturity, because Dr. Pritchard had noted some other people's thoughts on that, correct?
Dr. Pritchard noted some other people saying he was mature, but what I differed about was I wouldn't rely on calling him mature based upon an untrained person saying, well, he looks mature to me. And so Dr. Pritchard was relying on collaterals that I don't think have the weight to say that he's a mature person. The issue of brain development plus his own behavior shows, I think, the maturity.
And you understand that when Dr. Pritchard mentioned some of those persons, it was still in the context, and all of those persons, when they gave an opinion, it was mature for his age.
All of those people who said it?
Well, I'm about to go through them, but
So, my recollection is one person said it.
okay. Are you aware that the probation officer, Officer Barton, that's been visiting him in the jail since his arrest, are you aware of him from
Yes.
DJJ?
Yes.
He's worked in DJJ for 20 plus years,
Yes.
supervising juveniles.
Yes.
He made the statement that he was mature for his age. That's all.
That's correct. He's the only one that I
Okay.
read, that I know of.
Are
I
you-
could be wrong, but he
Do
was
you
the only one.
recall
But
Sergeant-
how would you base a decision
Dr. Bloomfield, I'm not.
Were you asking me?
He was about to ask me a question, so.
Well, when I said you, I meant me. How would I base a decision on maturity based upon a probation officer's sense of a child? One probation officer's sense of a child. I'm not, juvenile probation officers see a lot of kids. Kindergarten teachers see a lot of kids. We're talking about a concept, a factor, maturity. How does it measure? Just by looking at him, just by seeing how he acts, or is there some actual measure that I would use to test maturity?
Do you have a test for that in your
Do I have a
psychological
test for that?
battery?
No.
A test?
No.
Okay,
What-
so you have to look to collateral sources for that information, do you not?
No, I could use hypothetical situations with him. I could use other psychological factors on psychological tests. There's no particular scale that says, that measures maturity that I
Right.
know of.
And all of those things you could have done had you seen him. You could have done that, correct?
If it was appropriate, sure.
You could have administered IQ tests and psychological tests to him if you were permitted to see him.
Yes.
And so beyond the 20-year probation officer, there was also a correction officer, Sergeant Cox with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, and Dean Wetchen, who has been in the education system for 35 years. So there's 3 people generally stating Aiden was very mature for his age.
I didn't see Dean Witchen say that.
You didn't?
I have
Okay.
notes on what Dean Witchen said. I didn't
Okay.
see, he thought he was a good kid. He,
Dr. Bloomfield, I didn't ask you what else he said.
no, he didn't say maturity is what I'm saying. I didn't
Okay.
see that. If you saw that, that's something that I didn't see.
I'm just asking you what you remember.
Right. Well, I took notes on what these people said, and I didn't see him saying that he thought Aiden was mature. He said he gave him a threat assessment. He didn't think it was negative.
Dr. Bloomfield, it's okay if you don't remember. It's fine.
I understand it's okay if I don't remember, but I'm not sure he said that.
Okay. Dr. Bloomfield, you explain what impetuosity is.
I tried to. It's hard.
Acting without thought.
Say again?
Acting without thought. That's what I wrote down when you
That's-
testified. Is that
yeah,
fair?
Yep.
Okay. And Ms. Peoples asked you, do you feel that Aiden Fucci, she asked it generally, is impetuous?
I think he's impetuous, yeah.
Well, when you testified on direct, you said, I'm sure he is. In general
What did I
terms.
just say now? I'm sure he is. I think he is. Okay.
Okay. Do you know what the statutes say the court is to consider about impetuosity?
I don't have it memorized.
It's actually whether his impetuosity, not just is Aiden Fucci impetuous. As we stated, all juveniles can be impetuous. What the court's to consider is the crime that was committed, the murder, is that a result of his impetuosity? And I believe you went further and said that you believe it is, correct?
I don't believe that I said those words.
Okay, so was his murder as a result of his youth and impetuousness, or was it something else?
I don't know.
You don't know. You can't look at everything in this case and make a determination.
About his state of mind when he committed this crime? No, I can't.
You can't. And that takes me to the last thing you talked about, premeditation. You said, I don't see how anyone could possibly say this crime was premeditated. Is that
Correct.
what you said?
That's what I said.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. Doctor, did you read everything in the records about the premeditation? Did you read all the evidence?
Asked and answered.
Overruled. Did I read? I read everything that I quoted, that I said I read.
And you saw no evidence of premeditation?
I didn't see evidence that I could say this crime was premeditated, is what I said, and is what I'm saying now.
Do you know what the legal definition of premeditation is?
I have an idea, but I'm sure you know better than I do.
What do you think it means?
What do I think it means?
Yeah.
Pre-planning, specific pre-planning determination. I asked Ms. Peoples when we talk about premeditation, when Dr. Pritchard talked about it, did he mean that Aiden was going to go out and stab Tristan 114 times? I don't know. Why don't you tell me what it means? have a better idea.
So premeditation means in the state of Florida, killing after consciously deciding to do so. It doesn't have to be, it has to be present at the time of the killing, and there's no time that the law allows or affixes. It doesn't have to be a minute, a month, a week. It has to be time for someone to make a conscious thought about killing someone, and then time to reflect on that decision. That's what premeditation is. And so you read everything that Zophie provided as a background to Aiden Fucci and all of his thoughts about murder, correct?
All of his thoughts, yes.
Okay. You read that he had an obsession or an extreme interest in gore, murder, and specifically real life gore. Did you read that?
I wouldn't call it an obsession. I don't think anyone could call it an obsession.
An interest, we'll go with that.
Yes.
Did you read that she said he talked about killing people a lot?
That what? I'm
He
sorry.
talked about killing people a lot.
I read that it was reported that he talked about killing people, yes.
And that he had talked about killing her.
Talked about killing Tristan?
No. Zophie.
So, yes, I read that, yes.
And you read, I'm sure, that Zophie said that in very recent time, weeks before this murder, that Aiden Fucci said that he was going to kill someone within a month. You read that?
I read that, yes.
And that how he was going to do it.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
That he was going to be at night, he'd walk up on somebody, he would take them in the woods, and he would stab them to death. You read that, correct?
Yes.
Are you telling this court, saying all of those things and then doing exactly that weeks later is not a premeditated thought to commit murder?
I think premeditated is a legal concept. The court can decide if it's premeditated. I don't know why he said it. I don't know what he was saying. I don't know how reliable Zoe is as a reporter. She's has her own deficits. I don't know the context of how this was talked about. I don't know whether it was egged on. So I don't know a lot of things. You're asking me to make a determination, or Dr. Pritchard, by the way, about premeditation. That's not a psychological term. That's a legal term. And so lawyers and judges can make decisions about premeditation. I don't feel I can based upon what was said. And that's what I've been saying when in direct examination as well as cross-examination, that I don't feel I could make determination that this was premeditated.
Dr. Winfield.
If it was premeditated, it could be decided on a legal basis. You read me the law, legal basis of the law. Nowhere in psychology is there a definition of premeditation. It's a legal definition.
It's not, but when the definition of impetuousness is acting without thought, thoughts matter, premeditation matter in making a decision of whether this act was impetuous. You said this homicide was a result of his impetuosity.
I said everything he does is a result of his impetuosity.
Right, so therefore this homicide is. That means killing without thought. That would be the answer to that.
Without regard to consequences, I said a lot of things about impetuousness when I was asked in direct examination, not just one sentence. I said it's impulsivity. I said it's thoughts about poor decision-making, about lack of thinking about consequences. And I can't tell you what his state of mind was when he was talking to Zoe, or when he was talking Zophie, or when he was or when he committed the act. I can't tell you
No,
that.
you can't. But
That's right. And I don't think Dr. Pritchard can either.
his friend, Trey Apsher, also, let me ask the question.
Go ahead, I didn't say anything.
Did his friend, Trey Apsher, corroborate what Zophie said? He heard statements by this defendant who he wanted to kill.
He heard some statements. Yes,
Okay.
not exactly.
It's true that this defendant had an interest in knives,
Yeah,
particularly 2 knives
he had 2 knives.
that he named.
According to self-report, not self-report, according to report, he had 2 knives that he named.
Of his 2 best friends in life, right?
Right.
And-
Both of whom have their own problems.
both of who picked the murder weapon, poker, as it was named by this defendant, from a photo that was pulled out of a pond.
They were shown a knife that was pulled out of a pond that they had seen before with him. What? Yes.
Right. So they described a knife that you're saying that they're not necessarily reliable. I'm pointing out they described a knife, very specific details given at 2 different times by 2 different people. It's pulled out of a pond. They're shown several pictures of knives and they picked that one out.
He pled to the offense.
Right.
We know he did it. I mean, I don't understand what you're asking me. We know he did it. We know he did it
You
with
made
a
an
knife.
incredible statement that this crime was impetuous act and not premeditated. So I'm asking you about
I
that.
said that I can't, based upon the evidence, I cannot make a statement that this was premeditated. And I don't think one can do that. That's what I said.
Okay. And you can't do it by the act either, right? 114 stab wounds?
I don't know his state of mind at the time. I don't know whether he dissociated after the first stab wound, whether he was depersonalized after the first stab wound. No, I can't. I can't talk about Aiden Fucci's state of mind at the time of the offense, nor do I think anybody else can at this moment.
Dr. Bloomfield, you're aware we're here because he pled guilty to killing Tristan Bailey in a premeditated fashion.
I'm aware that we're here because he pled to murdering Tristan Bailey. I'm not sure it was, I don't know, was it he said.
Okay, well, if you'll take me at my word, he pled guilty. He was required to plead guilty and not plea no contest, okay, to her murder, and he was charged with premeditated murder.
Oh,
Okay.
He pled to premeditated murder. Then
Right.
He pled to it. There's nothing I can say.
Versus, there's no insanity issue here.
I don't know.
Well, you were just saying, I don't know what happened.
I don't know if there's a sanity issue. What do you want me to say? How do I know if there was a sanity issue?
I'm not asking you if there's a
You
sanity issue.
did. You said there's no sanity issue here. You asked the question, not me. I don't know if there was a sanity issue. Obviously, the defense didn't raise it, so it didn't.
Right.
It didn't get raised.
And they didn't let you talk to him. And I just want to ask you one last question with the example you gave. You gave an example when talking about this. And I think it was along the lines of the questioning under the number of stab wounds and the nature of the crime. You gave an example where you said, police can shoot at someone and keep shooting. And that's not necessarily premeditated. Right? Is that what you were saying?
That's correct.
Are you comparing a police officer shooting and what you were referring to has to go with they can't stop and that's reaction time and things like that?
I think that question's unfair because I said I wasn't comparing them. And I said that there's nothing wrong with the police officer doing that. And I was very clear about that I wasn't comparing them and that I wasn't saying that the police officer was doing anything aberrant. I said it happens. So if you're going to ask me a question and tell me what I said, let me say what I said.
I understand that,
Okay.
but you brought it up for a reason.
I brought it up as an example. I also brought up other examples of juveniles who have murdered in horrific manners.
You brought it up in the context of sometimes the police do this and there's overshooting. And you were comparing that to the number of stab wounds. I'm just asking if you're
No,
equating those things. You're
I'm
not, right?
I said in direct that I wasn't equating them.
How long do you think it takes someone to stab somebody 114 times?
I have no idea.
No further questions.
Dr. Bloomfield, the school records didn't indicate any mental illness, correct?
Correct.
All right. But you did receive the pediatric records.
Yes.
All right, and the pediatric records, if you have them, if you could take a look at the 25th page of 40, or on the top right-hand corner, it'll say 12 of 22.
I think I may have them on my computer. Can you read it to me, or? I may have it.
One second. May I approach your Honor?
What page was it? What page did you say it was?
It'd be 12 of 22.
I think I have it. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, say, oh, I'm sorry. The notes under attention deficit hyperactivity disorder say notes, discuss diagnosis differential, and will follow up Vanderbilt form, mom to bring forms back once it's done.
So at one point, on April 8th of 2015, the pediatrician made a note of that, but there's nothing in the school records indicating that this issue was raised.
Correct.
Why did you describe Aiden's friends as unreliable?
Well, because first of all, they're young, and they each have some of their own problems. I'm not diagnosing them or saying that they're bad or do things wrong, but DA was expelled from school, went to Gaines Alternative, and was expelled from Gaines Alternative. That's pretty drastic problem behavior. Sophia was described as having severe anxiety disorder. The other girl had cuts herself, also a sign of a possible trauma-related issue. I'm not saying it is because I don't know, or a borderline issue, or something like that. So they're young, they have their own disorders, and what they say has to be weighed, but weight has to be put on it. And we're all used to doing that. How much weight are we going to put on this disclosure or this report? And I'm saying that I can't put full weight on them because I don't know how reliable they are and how valid what they're saying is, and what their recollection is, and whether they have some other issue that they're trying to get, even if they agree. And so I think there's a somewhat problematic issue in putting tremendous weight on the report of young people who are also struggling with their own problems.
And then one moment, Your Honor. So looking at his state of mind, fair to say that you cannot provide an opinion at this time about his state of mind at the time of the offense?
That's correct.
All right. So when the state's repeatedly asking you about premeditation, again, your position is that you cannot answer that at this point in time.
That's correct.
And then whether or not, and it's not to blame the schools.
Say again?
It's not to blame the schools, but looking at the records that you have, there's nothing in the school records indicating that there's any follow-up regarding ADHD, or even that the IEP recognized ADHD.
That's correct.
Right. Or that any continued follow-up was made, whether it's with the pediatrician or the schools, to further investigate if that's the issue or if it's something cognitive.
Correct.
One moment, Your Honor. So earlier, or just a moment ago, the state had brought up, it's DJJ Officer Barton.
Correct.
All right. Barton had also indicated that Aiden reflected, or Aiden had informed him that he was hearing voices.
Correct.
Right. And Barton also indicated that Aiden stated that he was on lithium, Remeron, and Zyprexa, or lithium and Remeron.
And I think Zyprexa too, yes.
All right. What's the purpose of those medications?
Well, they're psychotropic medications. Lithium's typically used for people who have bipolar disorder. Zyprexa, Remeron are used for some psychotic behaviors and as a calming influence. So those medications are antipsychotics and for bipolar disorder, and they're psychotropic medications. They're heavy-duty medications.
All right. So all of these are psychotropic medications. This isn't for allergies or for acne.
No.
Okay.
Yes, they're all psychotropic medications.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, will this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you are free to go. Thank you. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Defense doesn't have any further witnesses at this time.
Okay. Is there any rebuttal witnesses that the state plans to call?
No rebuttal witnesses, Judge. We just have this last set of records that I would.
These are additional letters?
Yes. Or yes, letters, not records. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other letters or any other evidence that the defense wanted the court to consider?
Yes, Your Honor. We submitted them. We have some additional reports and just a summary of the education records that we'll submit this evening. I'm sorry. Additional summary of the educational records and reports that we'll submit this evening.
Okay. I'll receive those letters at this time. Is there a copy for me, or did you just make one for them? You already filed them?
No, I can do it that way.
If you could email it, yeah, that'd be great. All right. So at this point, we would be moving into argument. It will afford both sides an opportunity to collect their thoughts. Before we recess for that, I do want to address your client for just a moment, Ms. Peoples. Sure, absolutely. Go ahead. All right, Mr. Fucci, if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Fucci, we've been, you can sit down, that's fine. We've been obviously here for the last couple of days conducting a sentencing hearing. You've been present for the entirety of the sentencing hearing. So I have a couple of questions for you. You've heard the witnesses that have been called. You've been present for each of their testimony. Were there any additional witnesses that you had requested or that you requested for your attorneys to call on your behalf during this sentencing hearing?
No, Your Honor.
They have called all witnesses that you wished for them to call, and they presented, was there any other evidence that you requested that they present on your behalf that they have not presented during the course of the sentencing hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I saw that you had an opportunity to just speak with your attorneys. There was, it appears as though maybe there were some matters that you did wish for them to enter. Ms. Peoples, I see you're nodding your head. Have you addressed this matter with him?
Yes, Your Honor, it's part of the package that I plan to e-file tonight. I filed the letters already.
Okay.
So those have been e-filed today or just about an hour or two ago. There's some photos, some records and additional records that we've discussed that you'd like filed, and those will go through tonight, if not first thing in the morning.
Okay. All right. Other than those matters, are there any other matters that you wish your attorneys would have done during your sentencing hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation of you throughout this sentencing hearing?
At this time, I am.
Well, when you say at this time, so at this point, as far as what they have done, you are satisfied with their representation, is that correct?
Yes, sir, at this time.
And, okay. So we will revisit this then after they've made closing arguments, as you stated at this time. I want to make sure that you're satisfied throughout. And so, is there anything else at this point, knowing that we're about to close this portion of the sentencing hearing, there will not be any further evidence presented other than the, apparently some photographs that is going to be submitted later tonight. Is there anything else that you wanted your attorneys to present on your behalf during the sentencing hearing?
No, sir.
All right, do you need any more time to speak with your attorneys about that matter?
No, sir.
All right. All right, it is 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. How much time does each side anticipate requesting for closing arguments? I'll start with the state.
I would think a half hour on the high end, Judge, but probably not that long. Same.
Same. All right, I will give you 20 minutes to prepare your thoughts. So we'll reconvene at 4:40. Madam Clerks, Madam Court Reporter, I do apologize. That means we will be pushing past 5 o'clock. So if you need to make any arrangements, please do so while we're on recess. All right, we'll be in recess until 4:40. It's 20 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna start talking slow because I know I can turn down your thing. Are they gonna do the sentencing today? Why don't we just do it tomorrow? If it's gonna take till tomorrow, then why can't he just do the closing arguments tomorrow? You know, or is he gonna do the sentencing today? What do you guys think? I can leave it up this good. Wait, what do you mean leave it up this good? You can leave it up this good. Wait, what do you mean, daylight? I'm wondering, what do you think? Is it gonna be tomorrow or? Yeah, because if they're gonna just go ahead and do the closing arguments, then they might as well just do the sentencing. But the reason why I don't think they are gonna do it today, because she said that he would get the letters by the morning. Doesn't he need those letters before he makes his decision? Right? Or wasn't she talking about the letters from like his side? Maybe I misunderstood what she was talking about. But how is that even gonna help? What would be the point of it if he already sentences him and then gets them, right? Leave the feed up? It always uploads. Wait, what do you mean leave the feed up? It always I always upload my lives. Is that what you mean for later? I know that's what I'm thinking because she said the letters or whatever. Yeah, she said he would get them by the morning. So I'm just wondering why can't we just like do the closing arguments tomorrow? I don't know. I'd rather, since that's all that that's all they're gonna need to do. Hold on one second. My mom's yelling for me.
Okay, sorry. Leave it up for now for closing arguments. No, it does stay up though, daylight. That's why I'm confused. Why? I mean, it will be up. I mean, if I'm live, it's gonna be up though. So I'm a little bit confused. Now, after it uploads, okay, let's say that when the live stream ends and then it takes like sometimes it takes like depending on how long, since this is an 8 hour or almost 8 hour stream, it might take longer. So it takes a while for YouTube to process it and then upload it. And sometimes when they upload the video, the live, when it's really long, well, there's always a delay for the live chat. So depending on how long it takes, sometimes the live chat takes till the next day before they're able to put the live chat up. Some people think that I like took it down, like, why isn't the live chat up? No, it's YouTube. I always have the option of including everything. Like I always upload the live chat and everything, but I don't control how long it takes. So sometimes, like I said, the video will go up and then it takes a minute for them to get the live chat up for people to rewatch it. I mean, but the only time where the live chat disappears forever is if I have to edit something out. If I have to like edit something out for like, when I got like bombed when somebody came, I had a panel and oh, that was crazy. They had some inappropriate stuff that had to edit out, or sometimes like you get copyright and you have to edit out something. If you edit out something from a live stream, it takes away live chat. That's what sucks. So it's like, man, and then people can't rewatch the live chat. And when people like to, I mean, they can watch the video, but the chat goes away. So, but I'm not sure if that, was it quick? Okay, cool. Is that what you're talking about, daylight? Oh wait, what is Catalina? What is? Maybe I didn't understand premeditated. I always thought premeditated because the way she defined it, like that could be like a minute before, as long as they make a conscious thought. Like I always thought, why did I always think it was like if you plan it? Because think about how many trials. I mean, I've watched so many trials where they're trying to prove if it was like premeditated. And like, I felt like the laws, like the rules and the laws for that is like you had to like premeditate, like pre plan it. So ahead of time knew that you were going to go do it. You know what I'm saying? But the reason that doesn't make sense to me is like you could be in the moment, something happens and have a conscious thought, no planning, but then you kill somebody and then you're saying that could be premeditated because you do think about it? Like I just didn't think that's what it was. Is every state like that? Think about like have you guys not seen like even movies and stuff or like trials where they're like trying to decide if it's premeditated or not? And I swear, wow. I don't know if maybe certain states are different. She said in this state, Florida, right? In Florida, that's the law. So maybe it's not always like that. I don't know. Am I like? I feel like when I was surprised, nobody else in chat was surprised. Everybody's like, yeah, like you guys knew that. Like, I'm sorry, it used to be. I'm telling you, there's either it used to be or in other states, it's like you have to plan it ahead of time. And I don't think he planned it. I think this is my opinion only. I think he planned, he knew he wanted to kill somebody in a month. He wanted to kill someone, but I don't think he had it planned out that, okay, like tonight or tomorrow, whenever, like ahead of time, let's say the day before, I'm going to kill Tristan. So, later, like tomorrow night, I'm going to take her on. I don't think he planned it like that, in my opinion. I think he knew he wanted to kill somebody. It was a crime of opportunity. Tristan came over. She wanted to come over. FaceTime him. Hey, yeah, come over. Ooh. Maybe I'll do it. Probably brought his knife. Wasn't sure if it was, just see if there was opportunity. I don't think it was like premeditated in that way. I could be wrong though. Maybe he was planning on doing it. Maybe that meetup was like a little bit premeditated. I don't know. But to me, I always looked at it like a more of an opportunity. It happened. He wanted to kill somebody walking. He was like, oh yeah, sure. Let's go for a walk. And it was like, maybe as far as like in that night as she came over and they wanted to go somewhere and he's like, oh yeah, I'll walk. And then that premeditated, like, okay, yeah, maybe I'll try it now. But I don't think it was like the day before. You know what I'm saying? Like where people plan out like murders and stuff. But maybe he did. I don't know what was in his head. But Lady Montgomery, 114 times that could still be an act of like, no, see that the amount of the stabs doesn't like mean, in my opinion, I mean, like I said, I'm not an expert. You guys could totally disagree, and I know a lot of you guys are, and that's fine. But just because it was not just because, but 114 times, that doesn't necessarily go together with, oh, that means it's premeditated. That even sounds more of like a snapped thing, like an unpremeditated that just overkills, you know what I'm saying, and goes nuts and just, I'm not saying he did, but I feel like, I don't think just because the 114 means premeditated to me. You know what I'm saying? Like that part doesn't, I don't feel like that mean like that goes along with, oh, because that it was like an overkill, that means it was premeditated. I don't see the comparison there, or I'm trying to think of the word here, whatever, like I can't think of the word right now, but yeah, that I don't know. Like overkill is a lot of times like a snap thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, so no, I don't think, I'm not saying that's what he did, but I'm saying that doesn't go along with, oh, premeditation, in my opinion. Premeditation would be like you would expect to see like a pretty like good plan, well thought out, um, possibly somebody that you understood, like, is it somebody that they wanted killed? Possibly. I mean, not always, but like, I just think it was a opportunity. Like, he wanted to do that night walking. They were going to go on a walk, and he took up that opportunity. And that's how I was thinking. But like, I'm sure we'll see interviews with him in the future. I'm guessing maybe he'll let us know. Was it planned? Did you plan on Tristan? Was it? I don't know if we could believe the monster, but like, see, but I'm thinking it was just the crime of opportunity. It just lined up where he had the opportunity and he wanted to do it. But the thing is it, under Florida law, that's still premeditation, which I mean, I'm gonna I just learned something new. To look into the laws. Things are changing, or maybe it's just Florida's different, but wow, that surprised me. I knew she was gonna school us though. I'm like, when I was like, no, it's not premeditated, I'm like, oh, she's about to school it. Like, she's gonna change my mind and make me realize it was. I like her. She's cool. She's good. Um, yeah, no, but that still isn't I get that he had time to change his mind, but we don't know how long he was premeditated. I'm not saying that he didn't do it on purpose, and I don't think he snapped. I'm not saying I think he snapped. I'm just saying like overkill more makes sense more for snap. I'm just saying it doesn't, just because 114 time doesn't to me like say, oh, that means it was premeditated. That's all I was saying. No, I don't think he stopped. Yeah. I love that his sister or her sister did that 114 rocks, because it shows you how long how long it would take and how many stabs, and just to show you how many 114 is. So yeah, he had time to change his mind. So no, I'm not saying he snapped. Don't take what I'm saying the wrong way. I'm not saying he snapped. I'm just saying the overkill would go more. I could see how somebody could be like, that goes along more with that than that goes along with premeditation. But no, I think he didn't snap. I think he wanted to kill somebody. I think that it was a crime of opportunity, I think. And yeah, he had plenty of time to change his mind. I just didn't know the freaking law, like what premeditation, I guess. I didn't realize that it could be like that. Like it could be in that moment planning, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I thought it had to be. I'm not saying he didn't plan it out the day before. I don't know, but I'm just saying she read what it was, and she basically said it just, you just have to have a conscious thought before you do it. Which that's crazy, because I didn't know. I really didn't. Tristan also his cousin. Oh, really, Ashley? I didn't know that. Huh, I did not know if that's true. Okay, well, I get okay, so you're saying that anybody that has a plan to like do it, like to murder somebody in the future, and they have it like, oh, a way that they kind of want to do it, then okay, yeah, I guess if that's the case, then yeah. But I just didn't realize that but see, you're still missing my point, Tam. Yeah, he planned it, that he wanted to kill somebody, you know, he planned it out. But I'm saying she just proved that, at least in Florida law, that it doesn't have to be premeditation is just just having a conscious thought. It could be a minute before. That's what I'm like surprised about. Just take out, let's not even look at the specific murder. I'm just talking about what she defined as premeditation. Blew my mind. I did not know that legally that's what that could be counted, just to have like a conscious thought. There's no time limit, just a conscious. So it's like anything though, like really, like it could be a minute before, and you're like, "Ooh, I'm gonna kill this person." Yep, and then you kill them, and then that's premeditation. I don't know. That's crazy. I don't know if that's a wow. Yeah, I think it will be tomorrow. The son texting? Sentencing, you mean, Kim? Don't worry, I hate freaking automatic, uh I can't even think of the word. Um, when your phone does, oh my lord. Oh, wow. Lack of sleep. Oh my lord. When your phone edits your freaking, words wrong. Why can't I even think of what spell check? But no, I'm thinking of, yeah, it's spell check, but it's like, this is crazy. Am I having like a stroke or something? What the heck? I literally cannot think of what that word is. Autocorrect. Thank you, Daylight. Wow. And talk about autocorrect all the time. I hate it. I couldn't even think of it. Okay. So wonder what time it's gonna be. She's been saying she's going to get Discord for a month. Who, Baton? Who's getting Discord? Hey, Sophia. What up? What up? I know I am, Lady Montgomery. I am gonna sleep so good. Definitely. Or it's gonna be one of those things like tonight, I'm gonna be so tired. And this happens to me actually a lot, where you're so tired that you can't sleep. I had Discord actually. I never said, but we were. Are you saying that but I was saying that I was gonna get Discord? I don't think I ever said it. I had Discord. I had two of my old mods, they the one set up a Discord for me, so I know it's still there. I have to see. I don't remember how to get into it. Somebody, like I said, two of the mods, well, actually, one mod kind of set it up, and they kind of ran it. And I don't know. I didn't have time to really be active, and it probably is still there. I should see, but yeah, 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 Stacy, big time. I get them too much. Who, Peyton? She probably lost it. Who are you talking about? You sent me an email? Oh, Ashley. Okay. Wait, I don't understand. You get Discord just so you could chat to other people? I still don't understand the point of it. I mean, it's just like a big group chat, right? No, I actually meant autocorrect or auto text. Why does that sound weird? My auto. Because I always make a joke and be like, is it autocorrect? Autocorrect is drunk. Like I have no, wait, isn't there another word for it? I don't know. I get it now. I finally caught on Peyton. Yeah, but it takes, and that's another reason I didn't like it because my other phone where I kept like running out of data, it took up so much data for some reason. It does. It takes up a lot of data on your phone. So if you're running low, good luck. So I had to delete the app because I was like, I don't even use it. It was taking up too much data. Like Snapchat, I guess, takes up a lot of data too. My brother said it takes up like a ton. So I don't have that downloaded either. Autocorrect. I think it's just autocorrect. It just sounded weird. Don't you guys hate that? Like, not hate it, but isn't that weird? Like, you'll say a word a million times in your life, and then one day it just sounds so weird that you question it. You're like, wait, that can't be. Is that right? Like, is that a word? That happens to me a lot. It's like, is that a word? Is that how you say it? Or like spelling out a word, and you're like, wait, like how many times I had to I Googled it because I'm like, that cannot be how you spell it. Like you could write it out your whole for years, 20 years, 30 years, your whole life you're writing out a word, and then all of a sudden one day you write it and it just is like, wait, is that how you spell it? That doesn't look right. And then I Google it, I'm like, oh, I guess it's right. So weird. Yeah, that's the thing, Ashley. So I feel you on that. It does take a lot. I just don't have time. That's the thing though. Like I barely have time to keep up with my channel now that I'm going to do my grandma's channel. I don't know. I just don't have time to be on Discord, I feel like, to like actually run one. That's why I was glad my one mod was doing it for me, but like then I was never in there because I don't know. Just can't find the time. I wish I was like 2 people or 3 people. Put them down. Wait, put the pizzas down? I don't know. No, I think it is just autocorrect, but it's just sounding weird. For some reason, I feel like it was a different word I used, but I know, I'm excited. I just need to put I need somebody to do my art. I still need somebody to do my a new picture for my profile, like an artist, like a digital artist that could do like maybe a picture for my grandma's channel, and then for right now I'll probably just do like a picture of her or whatever, and then a picture I want a new one for me too. I know I was saying you were gonna maybe help me, right? But wait, doesn't Alsane work in the daytime though? I thought. I swear. Oh, look how red my eyelids are. Look, they look really red. It makes sense. I mean, I'm tired, but I was like, why do I look all fuzzy? It's because I have no lights on right now. So this is what it's like without any lights. Besides, I mean, I have my bedroom light that's over there, but I don't have any of my lights. Never talk, but I can't hold it anymore. Oh, I'm glad you couldn't hold it in, Lena. Predictive text. I don't know what it is, but we're all saying it's the same thing. Yeah, you guys are right. That's what I'm talking about, but I can't. I don't know. Everything sounds weird now, but I think it is just autocorrect. But I'm glad you can't. I'm glad that it made you talk though. Oh, thanks, Delana. Ooh. Oh, thanks, Daylight. Oh, it's sweet. Cute. Oh, Lisa, you chat this long. Like mute, like you want. I know. I want somebody to create like a original opener for me. But yeah, it's just be careful with music. You can use YouTube's uh, um library. They just got this new library now where you have like you have all the old stuff that's still in there, which you get limited songs. Like after like a year, you run out of like songs because it's just like you only have like a limited amount. Which I don't even use YouTube's library anymore. I just use um I pay a subscription to 2 different. I have to cancel one because the one I never use the music from, but I use 2 different, web, like, programs or whatever, where they have, music that you pay basically you pay a month, it's a yearly amount, and then you're allowed to use all the songs because the artist must. I don't know if they pay the artist or how they do it, but and then, like, one of the places I use, you have to give them credit, and then the other place you don't. But I always try to, at least sometimes I forget, but I try for the most part to put the title and the name, just because you want to give them credit. But yeah, one you don't have to, and one you have to. But with YouTube, okay, so YouTube has this new thing now. Oh, here we go. It's gonna start. Here we
I'll be
go.
seated. Thank you.
Remind me to tell you about YouTube's new thing. I don't know if I like it yet. I haven't tried to use it yet. I mean, try to use this on Fiverr. Yeah, Fiverr.
All right, we're back on the record in case 2021 CF 825 State of Florida versus Aiden Fucci. We are ready to go into arguments for our sentencing hearing. Before we do that, I did receive several items from the defense. I just wanted to make sure that they've been provided to the state and that they are going to be part of the record. The first is sentencing memorandum defense exhibit number 1, which is a letter from Aiden Fucci dated March 5th. That's the state in agreement with that. Court can receive that into evidence. And sentencing memorandum defense exhibit number 2, letter by Jason Fucci as well.
The first 4, Your Honor, I've given them a paper copy, but the first 4, I've given them a paper copy, but the articles from the milligram articles, all of that would be going in an email, and I don't believe my assistant has sent it.
Okay, well, let me just go through the first 4 then. Defense exhibit number 3, letters by Crystal Smith. You've received those. And then number 4, letters by Deborah Spywak. You've received those as well. Okay.
And then number 5 had previously been provided.
Okay, that is a report by Raul Banasco. Any objection to that?
Your Honor, I'll follow up and file the report of Dr. Fisher.
All right.
Over defensive.
What is the grounds for the defense objection?
It's the same objection that were previously cited to Dr.
All right, well, let's deal with this first then. Is there an objection to Raul Banasco expert witness report being received? He testified. There's also a report that's being offered that the defense is asking the state to consider. Or is there an objection to that? All right. And then defense exhibit number 6 is the case of the state of Miller versus Alabama, and then a brief for the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. Have you received this?
I have not. I would be okay with anything that's case law being filed, but articles and whatnot, I don't have an
All right, let me pass all 3 of these to you.
Yeah,
So they're basically the briefs that went with the Miller case.
that were filed in court.
That were filed, yes. And one was from the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. The other was the brief for the American Psychological Association.
That's fine, Your Honor. If there's a briefs that you could access anyways through that court, that's fine.
Okay. All right. So those have been received, and I will review all those prior to imposing sentence. All right, any other matters we need to address at this point from the state, from the defense? All right, I'll hear from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to start this afternoon by first just discussing the framework in which Your Honor is to make your decision before sentencing Aiden Fucci in this matter. When you begin with the Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.781C on the sentencing of juveniles in this structure, the rule states that the court shall make, when you come back and pronounce sentence, you shall make specific findings on the record that all relevant factors have been reviewed and considered by the court prior to posing a sentence of life or a term of years equal to life. And then you are to make some findings in writing, and just one specifically as to whether the defendant is eligible for a sentence review hearing under Florida statutes. And that's based on whether the defendant killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill the victim. So you have to make a specific finding of fact that he killed Tristan Bailey and intended to kill her in this case, which would result in his sentencing review after 25 years. And so that has to be writing. Subsection 2 doesn't apply to him because he doesn't have a prior offense enumerated. And 3 just says that a copy of your written findings about his review hearing, judge, have to be made part of the packet that goes to DOC with him ultimately.
Let me just back you up.
Yep.
Go back to that slide. As far as the court's determination that he killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill the victim, is that based on the evidence that you're asking the court to make a factual determination from the evidence, or is it also from his guilty plea, and was that stipulated to prior to this hearing?
That wasn't stipulated to. I mean, he did enter a guilty plea. So I obviously think we're in a much different posture than obviously a jury would be making a pure factual finding. But no, you should make your own factual finding. It's why we presented the evidence we did for the record here now, for you to make that finding and for any future court. So you do have to make that specific finding.
All right.
And we believe we've provided the evidence for you to do that. And then obviously judge the factors. We've heard this statute number a lot, obviously, in the last couple of days, and we've all been listening and hearing about the factors. And what I want to do now is talk about those and the evidence related to each factor and why that evidence means that the court should, in this case with Aiden Fucci, impose a life sentence. And based on all of these factors, even after reviewing everything, the appropriate sentence for Aiden Fucci is still life. And so when you review these factors, it starts with A, and right at the top, the nature and circumstances of the offense. You know, everybody knows the saying that pictures are worth 1,000 words, and that's very true. Even without the pictures, the testimony of Dr. Fulcher painted a picture of this crime alone. But I know you will never forget those photos. What those photos factually showed, and through Dr. Fulcher's testimony, is that there were 114 stab wounds. 49 of those were defensive. And then you see, and you've heard the other numbers here, 35 or more to her head and neck, and 29 throughout the rest of her body. When considering the nature of the crime, what was also important from Dr. Fulcher was to know and learn that she was conscious and alive for this attack. We know that obviously from at least 49 defensive wounds. She was fighting. Another important factor about this particular murder is the high degree of force that was used and would have been necessary to cause these wounds, the amount of wounds. And specifically, Dr. Fulcher talked about there's a high degree of force that's needed to penetrate someone's head, make slice marks in her skull, chip out bone in her skull, and ultimately break off the tip of a knife. That takes a high amount of force that this defendant used to carry out this crime, and then the pure number of wounds, Your Honor. And 6 fatal wounds. And he described that death and what happens when the lungs collapse. And he also went further when you had to view the photos and some of the internal organ photos. There's a purpose for those. He described to you that those injuries you saw in her lungs and the hemorrhage, medical term for the blood pooling, a hemorrhage around those, what that tells him is she was conscious, or excuse me, she was alive, and there was a heartbeat throughout that process. And we know she was conscious because she's defending herself. So none of these wounds were post-mortem. That's the nature of the physical crime. The circumstances are even more horrific. And that includes several things, but most importantly, the circumstances that led up to this crime was the defendant's verbalization that he wanted to do it. If he was going to kill somebody, he would plan it. It's what he told Sophie, his most closest friend and girlfriend in his life. He said it would be at night, he would drag somebody in the woods and he would stab them. And he said it would be soon, within a month. He said he would act innocent, keep killing, and then run away. The nature and circumstances, just factually alone, is horrific and some of the worst that this court could probably imagine. And then you put it in context through this group of juveniles that you're supposed to consider, juveniles that commit murder. And who helps you do that? Dr. Gregory Pritchard. And so he is called in to talk about the nature and circumstances of this offense and how does that compare? Because that's what the court's ultimately being asked to do. You're given discretion now. You can't just hand a life sentence out for first-degree murder to a juvenile. You can't. You're asked to weigh 8 factors about the juvenile and to weigh the offense. And so that's the purpose in this type of testimony. And so Dr. Pritchard told this court, that this act was extremely unique and extremely violent for anyone to commit, let alone a juvenile. And I think Dr. Bloomfield today eventually admitted that. Yes, I think anyone would say this is unique. And of course they would. But it's also statistically unique. It's not just a layperson's view at uniqueness, but Dr. Pritchard, with his vast experience in seeing these types of crimes, and that's backed up by the statistics. The U.S. Department of Justice tracks this information, and only 7% of all the juveniles in the U.S. in crime statistics that were arrested were even arrested for violent offenses, and only 1% of those were homicide. So homicide alone with juveniles is unique. And then you look at the type and nature and circumstance of this crime, which is obviously extremely unique and different to other murders that could be committed and are often committed by juveniles. He described it as an outlier and unusual. And when you read Miller v. Alabama and some of the cases that come after that, Horsley v. State with the Florida Supreme Court, they talk about those, that there will be juveniles that will deserve a life sentence. There will be those cases, which is why it's on the table, Your Honor. There will be outliers. There will be incorrigible juveniles that deserve the worst punishment, and Aiden Fucci is one of those. The second factor, Your Honor, is the effect of the crime on the victim's family and on the community. I know it's been made clear to you from yesterday to today, there's no way to measure the effect. Tristan Bailey was a daughter, a granddaughter, a sister, a friend. She was a great friend, it sounds like, to many peers. A good student, a good athlete, a leader on her cheer team. And it sounds like she was a positive influence in her school community, would have been in the world. Someone referred to her and said that, you know, we want to go on and be the light. That's what Tristan was. And so this family has lost something immeasurable. And it's not only the family, and the statutes tell you, you can consider the loss on the community. And you've heard a lot about that. And I'm sure you will, and continue to read the letters that came in from local community and beyond, people that were touched by this case one way or the other because they knew the family, knew Tristan, or knew someone affected. And there was over 100 letters submitted outside of this family. This has been an extremely unique case that's touched this community in a unique way. You heard from Mr. Bailey today about the number of vigils, memorials, the support shown through, you know, ribbons and everything the community did, certain businesses that opened up their place for his family and showed support in various ways. This has obviously had an enormous effect on the family and the community, and I think it really goes without saying, and all the evidence is clear on that. One of the other factors that we spent a lot of time on, Judge, along with another one that'll come later, and these really get to who Aiden Fucci is and who was he, trying to understand the juvenile and trying to understand why he committed this particular crime, what led up to, or just really, was this an impetuous crime or is this different? Again, under that framework of all juveniles are immature, a lot of them will take risks. They will make bad decisions, certainly. But is this murder just that? Or is this something different? And so this is a factor that helps you with that, Your Honor. And we've already gone over some of this already. We know he was young. You've heard the testimony about maturity as compared to his peer group. I want to comment on intellectual capacity. You heard a lot about that through both psychologists in this case. And I just wanted to point out, and I think Dr. Bloomfield finally conceded this point earlier when he just testified, that there's no evidence of a cognitive deficit, AKA an intellectual disability, in Aiden Fucci. You heard the testimony through Dr. Pritchard of how the teachers described it. It was more academic and a lack of motivation. That's completely two different things. And Dr. Bloomfield even had to agree to that point today. He was designated SLD, which means his performance was not up to par where they would expect him to be, and that was based on a learning disability. His last IEP was done right before this homicide. He was on track to earn a standard diploma. And then you heard about the behavioral issues in school, which starts to go to this mental and emotional health at the time. And again, we're comparing him to like peers. We're comparing him to juveniles in general. And this juvenile had overall 22 disciplinary referrals. Testimony in the records showed several suspensions. And again, Dr. Pritchard has information and relies on general information about juveniles when saying this is an outlier. Only 5 to 7% of students, K through 12, in their whole life get suspended one time. And this is obviously a teen who had continuous disciplinary problems, behavioral problems, some of them violent, threatening to throw another student out a window, fighting, disrespect. Dean Wetchen said he definitely didn't like to be disrespected, and he had a huge problem with authority. So that is who Aiden Fucci is at this time. And again, Dean Wetchen commented he's more mature than his peers. He's been in the education system for 35 years. He's clearly comparing him to his peer group. And he said he's mature and he had his problems, but he knew what to do. And what's the point of bringing that up? All of these teachers were asked, and I believe I went through this with Dr. Pritchard, you know, you had all of his 8th grade teachers essentially, and the dean interviewed, and they all stated he knew the difference between right and wrong. He knew how to react. Yes, he had a learning disability. We're not talking about that. But he knew and he understood consequences and he was able to make changes. It's just whether he wanted to or not. And that's the general sense that the teachers and then Dean Wetchen gives about Aiden Fucci. And then you have Mr. Barton from DJJ, obviously another person with experience in talking with juveniles. And he again said he's more mature than others, that Aiden Fucci never complained to him about any abuse in his life or abuse at the jail or being beat up by inmates, guards, or otherwise. And he never said that he was suicidal while he was in the jail. And this was somebody who was visiting him regularly to check on him. And it was the same type of well-being check every time. This would have been someone Aiden Fucci could have talked to had that been something of concern with him. And then the statutes ask you to look at his family and his background. And so, you know, Dr. Pritchard commented, it's someone unremarkable and normal. Well, he's looking at that from, you know, his world and criminal persons that end up in the criminal justice system. And he said it's, quote, normal from the perspective of we often see defendants and juveniles specifically that are committed awful crimes and they suffer from poverty and extreme abuse in their life, sexual abuse, neglect, and all of these things. And that's just absent here. It's absent here. And that is consistent with all the family accounts. The grandmother, Miss Spywak, she describes him growing up in a loving home, mainly with his mom. His parents were separated, and she said Jason Fucci never missed a weekend with his child. Did he discipline him? Sure. Had Aiden told her about that? Oh, Dad's going to discipline me more than Mom. And he had verbalized a few things to Sophie Bauman about that, but outside of that, outside of being disciplined when he misbehaved, there's no reports, no evidence of any sort of unusual, neglectful, abuseful home. He had it all, according to Grandma. He was spoiled. And the brothers felt the same way about being raised in that house. And so then we get to immaturity, impetuosity, which has obviously been a big thing that we've been talking about the last couple days, and failure to appreciate risks and consequences. Dr. Pritchard doesn't attribute immaturity to the commission of this offense, and that's what's important. It's a fact that Aiden Fucci was 14. It's a fact that he's a juvenile and less mature than adults. What matters was the crime, was the act a result of an immature, impetuous decision or behavior? And no, the evidence is overwhelming that it is just not in this case. And Dr. Pritchard gave good real life examples where if he was asked as a psychologist, he would have to say, well, yeah, this is different. And he gave a good example of a juvenile who goes into a store to rob it and carrying a gun to scare people, but never intended to kill. And that clerk does something, makes a movement, does something that causes that juvenile to react in that moment and make an impetuous, stupid, horrible decision and kill that clerk, run out of the store. That is a very, very different crime than what we have here. And I'm sure we can all think of similar acts like that by juveniles. Juvenile makes out with their friends and people are drinking and they're partying and a juvenile gets on the hood of a car and someone drives them around, that juvenile falls off and gets killed. I mean, these are the examples of risky behavior, impetuous behavior, juveniles not thinking of consequences. And there's dozens more examples like that that can be contrasted with the homicide of Tristan Bailey and what Aiden Fucci did in this case. Dr. Pritchard said there is evidence in this case that although there's the general understanding about these juvenile brain developments, that he can generally understand risk. He's not one of those people who just can't grasp it, that they don't understand. There's a difference. We know it because he told Sophie Bauman that when he killed, he would run away, cover it up, and keep killing. We know from other life events in school, that when he got in trouble or when he felt he was about to get in trouble in a classroom, he would ask to excuse himself and go to Dean Wetchin. He knew, if I do this, I'm going to get in trouble, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to go vent to Dean Wetchin. So Aiden Fucci understands consequences. Generally, it's clear as well as any other juvenile. And then after the murder, Dr. Pritchard attributed his actions into whether this was an impetuous offense by talking about what he did after. No, he knew what consequences were because he immediately hid a murder weapon so he wouldn't be caught with it on his way home. He went right up into his room as evidenced by that video. He hid the shoes and white shirt behind his dresser. He immediately went in a shower, spent a decent amount of time in that shower, washing evidence off his body. He snuck through that house quietly so nobody would find him or hear him coming home. He did things. He knew he had just done something wrong and he was trying to cover it up. And then he lies. This isn't impetuous behavior. Your Honor, we know that he was the sole participant in this homicide. It's overwhelming, but it explains why we put forth some of the evidence we did, obviously the premeditated statements. The other reason we large in part introduced all the video surveillance was just to prove that he is the only person who was walking with Tristan Bailey. He's the only person. He did this alone. And then we know all of the evidence related to this homicide ended up in his bedroom and in a pond nearby. There's no evidence of any pressure on Mr. Fucci to commit this crime by anybody else. One of the other factors, Judge, is criminal history. He has none. And then the effect of his youth on his judgment. And some of these factors, Judge, overlap, but essentially Dr. Pritchard and Dr. Bloomfield agree. You know, youth affects judgment. Yes, we talked about that. That's the lens to look at him through. But what did Dr. Pritchard say about Aiden Fucci? He has personal dynamics, personal features that make him unusual and dangerous. Dr. Pritchard testified that he has clinical concerns that something is seriously wrong with Aiden Fucci and in a bad way. It goes beyond poor judgment. It goes beyond youth with this individual and this crime. Obviously, that's why he made such a point of the unusual preoccupation with death and killing. That's not youth and poor decision-making. Again, it's a preoccupation with death. And unfortunately here, he carried that out. And then finally, Judge, the possibility of rehabilitating the defendant. And this is a factor to consider in sentencing him. And when you review some of the case law on these post-milligram sentencings, this is a factor. It's not as weighty as it is in resentencing juveniles 25 years from now. Things sort of flip when they get reviewed. A lot of emphasis is put on rehabilitation, but it is something for the court to consider now based on the information we would have to this point. And so that's all the doctors could speak to. Dr. Pritchard told you that he believes there's a poor prognosis based on what he's seen thus far. And that's all he can say. And he told you why he felt that. He told you, that behavior right after the homicide, his actions in the back of the patrol car and laughing, just the callous behavior that he exhibited when he was the only person in the world who knew where Tristan was and that she was laying in the woods dead from his actions. His demeanor in the interview room, just showing he's calm. He's asking his parents, what does this have to do with me? Why am I here? Not even looking, told his parents he wasn't scared. Not really. And then, of course, his behavior in the jail and all of the extortion and threats to guards and other inmates. So not just the fact that a juvenile inmate gets in a fight. Of course, those things happen. But what Dr. Pritchard found unique and concerning about Aiden Fucci is that he would brag about his crime, the specifics of his crime, in a way to boast him up and get what he wanted. So I don't shoot my victims. I stab them face to face. You know, using his actual crime to manipulate, fight, scare others, exert dominance is different than just juveniles getting in fights in jail. And so he's done nothing to this point to exhibit any sort of desire, care, remorse to change anything about his future behavior. And so, Your Honor, just going back to what we were talking about in the beginning, the framework. And this is just the statute number. 775.082 1B1 is where it states that when you make the finding that Aiden Fucci was the one who actually killed and intended to kill Tristan Bailey, he will be entitled to a review hearing in accordance to the statute. And that statute says that he is entitled to review after 25 years. So we've already gone over some of this stuff. You have to make it in writing. He admitted it again, and all of the evidence we've supported and put forward in this case supports that. Your Honor, the decision that you have before you is one of discretion. And like I said earlier, if Aiden Fucci was an adult, there would be no discretion, there would be no conversation. It wouldn't have mattered if he walked in a store and shot a clerk once, or he did what he did to Tristan Bailey. It would be a life sentence. But because of everything that's happened through our courts and the medically and psychologically accepted science, that gives you discretion. And the state of Florida has laid out those factors, and it now requires you to look. It's stating a fact, and we're legally accepting a fact, and you have to look through that lens and make an individual decision about Aiden Fucci. And so that's why the look that Dr. Pritchard did in this case, not just coming to educate you about the juvenile brain, we understand that, but to actually dig in and look at the evidence and try to apply it and then compare it across his peer group and draw differences and come to a conclusion. Is he unique? Is he an outlier? And does he deserve the harshest punishment out there? And that's why they tell you to do an individualized sentencing. And all the evidence that we brought you, and especially through Dr. Pritchard, should help you do that. And all that evidence has really shown us who Aiden Fucci is. And we all know that juveniles confide more. It's common sense. Juveniles confide more in their friends and their peers than they're going to confide in parents and teachers sometimes. And he did that. Aiden Fucci told his closest friends and his girlfriend his most innermost thoughts and desires. And he told them that real life violence was his interest. He wanted to know. He wanted to kill someone and do it by stabbing them, which is clearly different than shooting someone, and it causes much suffering. He knew how, and he knew when he was going to do it. How he was going to do it is he was going to take someone in the woods, just like that, and he was going to kill him. He was going to stab them until they died. That's what we knew. We knew he knew how. We knew that he knew when, that it would be soon. And unfortunately, Judge, his when ended up being May 9th of 2021. And his who ended up being Tristan Bailey. And for all of the evidence that we presented in this case, all of the factors, and showing you how those factors show you who Aiden Fucci is, the uniqueness of this crime, all of that shows you that this particular juvenile should be sentenced to the harshest penalty possible, which is life in prison, and he will be entitled to a 25-year review. And he will have a chance to attempt to rehabilitate himself and prove himself at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Good afternoon. When this kind of crime visits a family, every word that the defense has to say, every motion, every argument can only seem like minimization of the pain to the family and the survivors. But we can't go backwards in time. We can't undo the action. The only thing that we can do today is answer the question of a sentence. And that's whether Aiden would be sentenced to life in prison with a review in 25 years or 40 years with a review in 25 years. And with that in mind, what I'm going to do is walk the court through what the court knows already, and that's statute 921.1401. So looking at that first prong, the circumstance of the crime, of the offense. 14 years old, 114 stab wounds. Those are numbers. They're not insignificant, but they're numbers. A child is now before the court for the life that he took of another child. Horrific, heinous, horrible are just some of the words that have floated around regarding this offense. But we still have to look at the circumstances. The state had presented, or had put in the court file, a photo of the scene, of the neighborhood, and the many lakes or retention ponds in the neighborhood, the many homes and residences in the neighborhood. And what did Aiden do before and after? There's the walking past all those ring cameras, the running back with the bloody shoes before those ring cameras, all the different retention ponds that he could have thrown the knife, the clothes, the shoes. No, threw the knife right there in the closest retention pond and took the shoes back home with him. And then the location matters. It's a spot that the kids had gone to before and visited in the past. A spot that wasn't covered in terms of there's a lot of vegetation there, a lot of palm fronds. There's no effort to hide the body in terms of covering it or burying it. There was no effort to conceal the decedent in terms of removing hands, removing head. All the things that could have been done to disfigure and hide the identity was not taken by Aiden Fucci. Was the crime heinous? Yes. Was that a terrible act? Terrible doesn't begin to describe it. But there are other things that he could have done to cover up this offense that he didn't take. 9/21/1401 2B. The effect on the family and the community. And to this, there's no question. None. Fundraisers, vigils, letters. The court heard from the family and the community this morning. And Aiden's family. His grandmother, who tearfully expressed the loss to her family and prayers that she and the rest of the family have for the Baileys. But Your Honor, I have to quote Francis Bacon and observe of revenge. Revenge is a kind of wild justice which the more man's nature runs to, the more ought the law to weed out. And looking to the effect of this on the family and the community, revenge and the calls for it are not appropriate. We use the law and we look to the law in how to sentence Aiden Fucci. Whether 25 review after a 40-year sentence or a 25-year review in a life sentence. So subsection C, and there's been a lot of testimony on this regarding the defendant's age, maturity, intellectual capacity. He's 14. Now today he's 16 before the court, but at the time of this offense, he was 14. And some say he's mature. And Dr. Bloomfield rightly pointed out, by what measure? Who do you compare him to? How do you measure maturity? Your Honor saw the video clip of him in the back seat of the vehicle, throwing up a peace sign. That's not maturity. To his mental health, there can be no question it's an issue. Telling friends that he hears voices, telling the DJJ officer Barton that he hears voices, and the antipsychotic drugs that he is on, lithium, Remron, Cyprexa. Yes, he has issues. But the focus is his age, his maturity at the time of the offense. He was not mentally well. He was not mature for his age. The actions of Aiden and his friends and the risky behavior that these children were involved in points to immaturity. A 14-year-old isn't a late adolescent, but an early adolescent, Your Honor. And you've heard both Pritchard and Bloomfield in agreement about the brain science, that a child that age doesn't have a fully formed brain, that the part of the brain that's involved with risk assessment, the prefrontal cortex, is the last part of the brain to develop. And why is that important? Children do not make sound decisions, reasoned decisions, or wise decisions. Nothing in this offense points to maturity or assessment of the risk, despite what the state would argue to the court. But he will mature and the brain will form. It's the same with that prefrontal cortex. We're already seeing forms of maturity in Aiden. February 6th, he apologized. That was the first chance that he had that the defense team would allow for him to say something in open court. And members of the family don't accept it. And what apology could he present that would be acceptable? It's understandable why they don't accept the apology, Your Honor. But the child who highest grade level completed is 7th grade, arrested in the 8th grade, not reading at grade level, presented in his own words the best he could. So Dr. Pritchard had much to say about Aiden. And yes, Dr. Bloomfield was contesting certain portions of it. Interesting though still that both of them are in agreement on brain development and that these issues aren't in debate, whether it's psychology or psychiatry or social workers or even pediatricians, that they're all in agreement about children and their brain development and their ability to think through and assess the risk. And I come back to risk while we're talking about this section of the statute of mental health, because the risky behavior that we saw Aiden participate that night was carried through. It didn't start and end with Tristan's death. There's risky behavior in his out of the home after midnight, which his mother didn't know about. The risky behavior was going to a friend's house and smoking marijuana. The risky behavior continued and continued and continued because he's a child. But Dr. Pritchard argued, or it stated, I should say, before the court, that he's mature. But that's not what the evidence is showing. Dr. Pritchard relied on the collateral information in terms of the other children. The other children who had their own problems of anxiety and depression and their own risky behavior. Dr. Pritchard said that his actions were premeditated based on the conversation with the girlfriend and that it wasn't impetuous. Tossing the knife into the pond, he didn't think was impetuous. But it was. The pond was right there. Some forethought. He could have taken all of the incriminating evidence and placed it somewhere else, but most of it he brought to his home. And Dr. Pritchard said that he lacked remorse, and on this, above all, I have to disagree. Because Aiden has expressed remorse. The court has the letter. Again, it is not the most articulate letter, but it's his words and his writing. And he did that this year at 16 as his best expression of an apology, which over time will improve. As he matures, as he grows older, he'll be in a position to better express himself. And then Dr. Pritchard said that he had a poor prognosis for rehabilitation, but I'll come back to that one. So turning to subsection D, family background. Now, Aiden comes from a fairly large family. He, from his mother's side, is the middle child. He's one of 5. On his father's side is a large number of children there too. So as the middle child, his grandmother described him as silly, happy, fun, and respectful. This is the kid that she would gather with the other children in the summers, take to church, have outings, go fishing. Aiden's family loves him, and they care for him, and they don't understand what happened. Both of his parents have provided letters. But what was his daily life like? And there's conflict. We hear from the same girlfriend that he was neglected emotionally, that his father is physically abusive. And then there's the constant movement. Every Tuesday and Thursday and every other weekend, he was in a different house. And it's born out of love. They loved him and they wanted to spend time with him, so that's why there's so much movement. But a child needs consistency. And he didn't have that with the constant movement between the 2 different homes. Part of the reason why he's late for school is because of the distances that he had to travel to get to school on time. And it's not a complaint. It's just pointing it out, that his background and the complexity of it. But within that background is mental illness. So his grandmother also testified about his uncle. And the uncle at 14, the same age that Aiden was at the time of this crime, was Baker acted and struggles with depression. That his grandfather had some mental illness issues that were so great that she separated the children, his mother and uncle, from the grandfather. So there is a family history of mental illness. And Your Honor, I point these out because it's within the statute. I'm not pointing these out as excuses. Aiden has entered a guilty plea. So turning to subsection F, Aiden stood alone and entered that guilty plea. And the apology. (921-1401) subsection G. Peer pressure, familiar pressure. We know that he was, again, with the children and the risky behavior. We know that there was drug use that night. That it is reported that he had smoked marijuana that evening before walking down or walking off with Tristan. So 921-1401 2H, that there's no criminal history, and there is none. He has no prior arrests, no prior contact with law enforcement, and the minor infractions in the school were resolved with detention or some sort of in-school discipline. But never inside that school setting was it an issue of a red flag is how they were described. Issues where law enforcement is contacted and arrest is made. Any issues that they had with Aiden never rose to criminal conduct or an arrest. But in candor, yes, there's illicit drug use and there are allegations of drinking, not in school, but underage drinking, that are part of who Aiden Fucci is and was. Subsection I is the effect, if any, of characteristics attributable to the defendant's youth or judgment. So here we have a demonstrated lack of judgment that can be completely attributable to his age of 14. A child in middle school who's struggling academically. And his actions are a full demonstration of a lack of judgment in his actions with his peers and the results of his actions. It matters that we're dealing with a 14-year-old, Your Honor. And what do we do with a 14-year-old? He's been direct filed and he's been brought before the court with these adult charges on an indictment. But the court still has the opportunity to consider his age and give him a term of years. And it does make a difference in terms of the life sentence versus 40 years. Because the court has heard from Raul Banasco in terms of what the Florida Department of Corrections and the resources available and the targeting of those resources to inmates that actually have a release date. At 14, he goes to the Department of Corrections without completing the 8th grade, again, with a reading level and academic level that was scoring below 8th grade. No skills, no skill set. All of those that he would have to learn in prison. With a term of years, he'd actually be in a position where they could place him into one of those programs. He loves working with cars like his father. And that opportunity to learn a skill so that when he reaches his 25-year review, he would actually have an opportunity to present himself as a skilled or some sort of skilled trade would be another reason why to give him a term of years versus a life sentence. But then there's the other half. It's not just that he has no working skills at this point. If he's given that opportunity of a term of years, he can receive programs for rehabilitation. And this is a child that does listen to authority and respond well, because we saw that in his interactions with Dean Wetjen and Officer Beasley. So this statute does not bind the court. The court can, it is a non-exhaustive list. So there are factors that the court can consider, whether it's his grandmother's discussing his faith or his good behavior in court, or that he's loved by his family and that he loves his family. His little sister who longs to figure out what's going on with him and where he is, shows that he is able and capable of forming loving relationships, that he's able and capable to care for others. The court can look out and not see his father and not see his mother on his request that they don't appear, because he is well aware of all the negative press and harm that his actions have had on his family, on his father's employment, that even his mother and his mother's family had to move, and he didn't want any further harm should they even come to court. The court can consider that he had a diagnosis that was not followed up of ADHD, that the schools that did a phenomenal job weren't in a position to provide him with intellectual testing, to provide him with counseling and therapy that he desperately needed. And how do we know that he desperately needed therapy? Because at 14, his recreational time was spent smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol with friends. And that he started before this offense. That within the school, in the school records, it's identified that there were behavioral issues, and yet no therapy was provided specific to that. So Aiden is presenting as disabled, and the full depth of it, we don't know. It's based on the records. We know that he had issues with auditory and speech that were not fully developed or fully examined in the school, and that he had a language-based learning disability. And that the school psychologist that was within the IEP wasn't a psychologist in the sense of a trained professional. And I don't mean in the sense of 40 years like Dr. Pritchard or in excess of 40 years like Dr. Bloomfield. She had a bachelor's degree, not a master's or a doctorate. Perhaps had she had one, she would have recommended the testing that Aiden didn't receive in the schools. That wasn't followed up on as suggested by his pediatrician. So, Your Honor, turning to 921-1401, subsection J. He's 14 and he's presumed to have a potential for rehabilitation. And I do understand that Dr. Pritchard thinks not, but he does. We have the example that has been testified to by Dean Wetchin, that in the school setting, given an opportunity for the mentoring between Dean Wetchin and Officer Beasley that demanded respect as the officer and the dean, that Aiden responded well. That given an opportunity to express himself or deal with behavioral issues by going to them, he did that. And there was a noticeable difference in terms of the disciplinary issues that they had at the school. In Department of Corrections, can he be rehabilitated? Yes. And the best way for that to happen would be with a term of years. With a term of years, he'd have access to programs for counseling, for mentorship, and for skills. Again, he's going in with nothing. Absolutely nothing. He doesn't know how to fix a car. He doesn't know how to do anything electrical. He has no skill sets. So given that ability to get the term of years and get into one of those programs that would allow him to improve would be a benefit, not just to Aiden, but to everyone. So what is the court to do with Aiden Fucci? Would sentencing him to 40 years diminish or take away from the 114 stab wounds? And I submit no. 40 years is not a light sentence. It is not an easy sentence. It is a 40-year sentence that this child will be placed in the Department of Corrections with grown men who have experience in the Department of Corrections. And Raul Bonasco had described the need to keep children separated and protected. But that protection only lasts for about a year. Nothing moving forward for Aiden Fucci will be easy, and it shouldn't be. And it shouldn't be. But the 40-year sentence doesn't make light of what happened on Mother's Day in 2021. It still is punishment. That every day that he's in custody, away from his friends, away from his family, is punishment. Every day being told where to go, what to do, and when to do it is punishment. Your Honor, we are talking about a prison sentence for a child and asking for 40 years as punishment. For a child that came before the court and pled guilty, not to a lesser, but pled guilty as charged. The family this morning referred to him as less than human and not human. The court cannot do that. That is not a factor under 921-1401. But the court can punish Aiden Fucci with a prison sentence of 40 years. And that's what we're asking, Your Honor. We're not asking for a release, but the child that is before the court today, that is loved by his family, we're asking for a 40-year sentence with a 25-year review. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Are there any other matters that we need to address before we recess? Mr. Fucci, you've now heard the arguments of your counsel. There was also, as you saw, a lot of photographs that were being shown during the course of her argument. Were those the photographs that you were requesting that the court review when we spoke last?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're going to provide me a copy of those, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, having heard your counsel's argument, once again, Mr. Fucci, is there anything else that you wanted your attorneys to present or argue on your behalf during the sentencing hearing that they have not done, that they have not already done?
No, sir.
And up until this point, are you satisfied with your attorney's representation of you?
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right, we will be in recess. I do have a couple of fairly quick matters on Friday that I will take up first. So we'll probably get started on this at about 9:15, perhaps 9:30. But I will start court at 9 a.m. I don't anticipate those other matters taking more than 15 minutes. If the attorneys could be here by 9 o'clock, and then we'll get started as soon as possible. All right, they're in a recess.
Wait, he said Friday. Tomorrow's Thursday. I'm so confused. There's no way it's gonna be tomorrow, and I'm hoping tomorrow it's only gonna be really quick. I don't think it's gonna be all day tomorrow, because there's some videos that now that I've been wanting to work on, but they're gonna be old. I just don't understand how they could have a whole day, or did he think tomorrow was Friday? No, because there's nothing left to do but the sentencing, right? Oh, it's not coming back tomorrow. Okay, somebody help me. Is it tomorrow or is it Friday? I might have to re-listen to what he said. So not tomorrow. There's nothing tomorrow. Help me, guys. Is there something tomorrow or not? So nothing tomorrow. Wait. He said that yet? Oh, he said yesterday that there wasn't going to be anything for Thursday. Okay, I understand it's Friday. So you're saying no tomorrow, nothing. Right? Take a day. Friday's obviously going to take a day to consider. Okay. All right. Well, I just don't want to get up and get it off. So nothing tomorrow. Okay. All right. Let me take this off. Well, yeah. No, I'm glad he's taking a day to review everything and stuff. I know I feel like that she was kind of blaming the uh counselor or whatever, right? Or what was the girl's title? She was almost blaming her because she did but I mean, I don't want to say too much about that because think about us being mad at certain things oh man, if they would have did this or did that, not that you're blaming, I mean, not that I'm blaming, for instance, with that school shooter, Ethan Crumbly, how we're oh, if the parents would have stopped or the teacher. So I mean, I understand gosh, if they would have just made a better choice and did this and did that, I understand that thought, that reasoning, but I mean, um so yeah, I guess I have no judgment on her bringing that up because I've done that before too, where it's not totally blaming somebody, but gosh, if they would have just done this, or the adults would have taken action and not did this, or got him help or did that. Now I'm not saying that she was right, that's right, that it would have stopped him, because I don't think this could have been stopped as far as uh that way. You know what I'm saying? That doctor, what was his title? What was that boring guy's title? I don't even know what his title was, but him saying "Oh, it shows that he could be reformed, he could be rehabilitated." That was so, it was proven the opposite the way I looked at it. No, that's showing that he did get that help, and maybe yeah, it could help him with schoolwork, but it didn't help him to not commit a murder. You know what I'm saying? So if you're saying that, oh yeah, that could help, then why didn't that help? He was getting that support, still killed her, so obviously it didn't help with that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it will help with maybe his schoolwork a little bit, but anyway, um, he didn't just take a life. He stabbed. Yeah. Uh. Yeah, I mean, I don't think what I don't understand is she was going on to say how the abuse maybe was something did I miss that part today? Because maybe there was a time when I was at my brother's house and I was trying to clean up and I missed like, and I didn't have my phone because it was charging for, like, a part of today's, hearing, so maybe I missed it, but what I seen, I didn't see any of them showing that there was, like, this horrible home life and he was being abused. Did I miss something? Did they try to say that? Or did you see that with one of the witnesses that I missed? Because I thought they were doing the opposite, and I was confused because 'cause I'm like, "Why are" like, they're showing, like, how he has this support system, and he did have all that, and that's why, I went on to go on about how, like, yeah, it didn't help. Like, he had all the support and tools, but she was saying, like, abuse and stuff? What? Somebody help me out there. Like, if that was the case, why didn't they show that? Because if you're gonna use that in your closing arguments, then why wouldn't you have showed that in your defense there? Right? Hey, Sarah. I didn't see any of that. I thought they were doing actually the opposite, like saying how he had a good life. Um, yeah, so I would have liked to hear what this would be. Not that I'm saying I would believe it 100%, but who was he being like abused? Where what? Tell me what's going on. I didn't see any of that. Yeah, and they didn't even try to do that with all their witnesses. She just kind of threw it in there on the closing argument. So I don't know, guys. I would have asked the kid if he got a cramp in his arm after 40. Yeah, for real. Um, hey, Stool, what's up? So yeah, I guess we'll know Friday. I mean, is it okay? So is Friday just gonna be basically him just giving the sentence, right? It'll be like probably like a quick thing, or how long do you think it'll take? Because just like how I thought the sentencing was just gonna be like a sentencing, I didn't realize it was gonna be a mini trial. But I'm actually kind of glad it was because we didn't get to see the trial, so we got to see some of the evidence and hear some of the stuff that we hadn't got to see yet. Not the whole time, but we did get to see, and I appreciated the victim statements, her family, and I actually thought it was very effective. And maybe some of you guys might disagree, but Tristan's sister doing the rock thing, the stone things, I thought that really was because it just showed you 114, like it just showed you how long that would take, how many times that really is that he was freaking stabbing her. I mean, it really put things into perspective. Like that is ridiculous, So I thought that was really effective. My opinion, I thought that was a really good idea. Um, you know. Anyway, yeah, that's what and that was one of their witnesses. She was going on about how he had like a good relationship with his dad and it was like a good home life. Because we were talking about which we've been kind of like it was kind of our theme all day about talking about how he had, you know, why are they like is that really helping to show that he had all the resources and he had a good home life? Not that I'm saying I believe he did or didn't, but like that's what they were trying to portray. And I'm like, is that really gonna help? I don't think that's helping. I think that makes it look worse. Um, as far as like if he's able to be rehabilitated and stuff. But yeah. Did I misunderstand her in that closing argument? Didn't she say about him and then like make it seem like with just like a part of her little closing argument, make it seem like he had like a bad upbringing and like he was abused and stuff? Did she not just she kind of just said that like in one of the sentences? I gotta rewatch that. Yeah. Yeah, that was like the whole point. Like my whole point, Sean. It's like if he has all the tools and resources and has a good enough home life that he has those resources and tools and he still failed and he still did that, then how is the prison going to reform him and rehabilitate him? You know? Like you would have more hope for somebody that has like this horrible upbringing, no tools, no support system, no understanding of how to, morals, values, all that stuff that wasn't taught. And then you'd be like, okay, if you give him like some structure and you teach him things, maybe he can be rehabilitated because he was only 14. I'm saying like that would show more. But the fact that they portrayed it like, oh yeah, he had this resource, he could go talk to this that counselor no, he wasn't a counselor. What was his title? His super whatever, that guy that was saying how he came and talked to him and he thinks it helped him because he had to come less. If he had like issues, he could come and talk to him. So he had that resource. He had wasn't there one other person that he could go and talk to too? And then how like, oh, he had a relationship with his dad and he had a good home life, you know? That's what I got from their defense. I was kind of confused. And then yeah, the grandma. I wish the grandma just got kind of like, I feel like she probably wanted to say way more than what she said because I don't even think it didn't even seem like she even read the whole letter, did she? From the other grandparent, and then I feel like she just like stopped in the middle and then she said there was so much she wanted to say, but now that she's up here, I think she felt stupid. Like I said, like she felt like uncomfortable because she knows everybody like hates Aiden and just the position she's in up there, like of the grandmother who did that. I feel like she almost felt like anything I say, it's you know what I'm saying? Like it's not gonna I don't know how to describe it, but I feel like I kind of felt for her in that way. And she just like, "Oh, I don't even know what to say," or whatever. So I don't think she got to say probably nearly as much as what she wanted to. So I feel like we didn't get a whole ton from her because she just didn't finish. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he could be rehabilitated, because he had those tools and it didn't work and he had resources. And yeah, it helped with his schoolwork, like, get a little bit better with his schoolwork, but it didn't help with those urges. To kill, he still did what he did, but I don't know. I guess I'll just trust the system or yeah, the system fails us so much. But I mean, as far as like the review, um, but yeah. So I have a question. You could get life with parole, right? That's what I want to look up. So he could still get life with a possibility, or is the review kind of like, let me see here. Yeah, that's what I think you should get life with the possibility of parole, but you give 40 years, then that means you're just out in 40 years regardless. And possibly think about that. Can you possibly, like, would he be able to, okay, let's say he gets 40 years, would he be able to possibly get out early with like good behavior and stuff? Or does that not work with a sentence like murder? I don't know. Cause that would be sucky. Like, what if he even got out earlier than that? Mm-mm. Went down the wrong tube there. So yeah, 40 years. I don't know. I think, yeah, I think it should be life and then review it and see where he's at because he would still be like young enough and strong enough and like able if he still had it in him that he could still go kill people getting out because he gets out in 40 years. He would only be what? How old is he now? He's 16. I don't know if they'll count time served in that since he's technically been in there since 14. But let's say they don't count that. If they did, let's say they give him 40 years. 56. That's young. Like he'd get out and have many a years where he could commit more crimes. So no, I think he should get life with parole and they could review it and see where he's at. What do you got? I don't know what I mean, it's tricky because he was so young, so I don't know what the judge is gonna do. Is it only those two, or could it be like somewhere in between? I mean, could he give like 50 years, 60, 70, or is it just like 40 or life? Is it just the two? I wonder. Oh, my phone is hot for some reason. Usually it's not. I wonder why it's so hot. I've never felt it this hot before. Huh. Oh, my shirt is I had slept in it. It's just what is it? Oh, Johnny Cash. I think my dad got it for me. Johnny Cash. I don't know. Sun Record Company. Just my relaxing one of my t-shirts. I know that's the thing, Soul. That's what scares me. I mean, you could pretend and be like, yeah, you could totally fool people, like fool your, your psychiatrist in prison or whoever you talk to. And he could pretend I mean, doesn't take a rocket scientist to know what to say to make it seem like you're better, right? And then he could still have that and these urges and then get out. Yeah. So that's the scary thing, but then it sucks because there's some people that really do get rehabilitated, and then, so it's a very tricky line there. I just don't know if because the fact how he threatened that kid in prison already or in jail, um, but I don't know if he just did it to survive. You know what I'm saying? Because he's like a kid with a bunch of adults. He could get like so much in there. I mean, so maybe like, was he making those threats just so he could survive in there and not get, beat up every day or not get whatever killed or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We're just to act like you're a tough guy and like maybe just learn, I have to like pretend, or do you think he meant it? I almost think he probably meant like he probably still does have that crazy urge, and the fact that it doesn't look like he feels any remorse doesn't look like it. I mean, I know you can't know 100%. People, maybe he is, and he's just, but no, it didn't look. I mean, it doesn't look like it when he looks. It looks like he could care less. But I just wonder, as far as him making that threat, is it just to put on you know, like a front because of where he's at? Or is he still like that? Like I said, I think he still is. That's what scares me. Like he might not ever change. And who knows, he might end up even killing somebody if he is still like that, like he might even end up killing somebody in prison. And then even if he would have got 40 like years, he would be in there for life. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. I don't know, Spicy Lady. It would be tough. I don't know. I don't know if it's possible. I mean, it's never experienced it. I don't know if it. I mean, yeah, I don't think not a crime like that. I think maybe sometimes people like that are in gangs or somebody is like rob somebody and then shoots them or like that kind of a killing that there's a purpose to it. I'm not saying it's all right, but like maybe they're a young age, they do that, they go to spend like 40 years in prison and they're like actually not that bad of people. They get rehabilitated and then they feel bad about what they did. And I do think like those type of people, there's possibility that they can and come out and not be violent and be like, feel really sorry and be a changed person. Because like the point of them killing somebody is not just for killing. There was like a motive for money, to survive on the streets, to get money, you know what I'm saying? That it was not because they just wanted to kill somebody. It was for another purpose, which like I said, I'm not saying they're okay, but I feel like those type of people that kill people could possibly be rehabilitated. But like somebody that does it just to kill, like no purpose, just for the thrill of killing somebody, that's tricky. Like, I don't know. I don't know, Spicy Lady. Such a unique thing, like somebody that young doing something like that. I mean, there's really no studies to like compare it to see like, oh yeah, well, yeah, most kids like that, they could no, I mean, it's so rare that you don't know. So, yeah. Oh, you were gifted. Oh, congrats, right, Rissa? Who I bet you was that Soul? Thanks, Soul. I'm just assuming it's you, Soul. Yep. Oh, thanks. Soul's always gifting memberships. Thank you. Um, Yeah, he's still bullying, but I wonder if he's just doing it to, because he is so young in prison. If not, he's afraid to get like, you know, taken advantage, not taken advantage, he could be afraid of getting like overtaken because he is so young in an adult world. So he could just be doing it just to be able to survive. I don't know. I really don't. I could see that that could be a possibility, but with him and his history, it's almost like maybe not. I don't know. Maybe someday he'll do an interview and I'm sure he will. I mean, someday he'll probably do multiple interviews. Um, oh yeah, I got this like nail that's like it's driving me nuts. So I almost was biting it, but you know what? I'm gonna cut it because I don't want to start biting my nail. But it's like I've like you know when it's like like it got caught. It's like I don't even know how to describe it. I can't talk right now very good. Oh, I know. I was gonna do like a short. I saw that. I saw that yesterday, and I was so tired. I wanted to do like a short video on it. And I was so tired last night, and then I was thinking, should I just do it after this? I might try to put one out, but by the time, I mean, these updates, by the time like I get an opportunity to put them out, like a million other people have done the updates, and then I feel like I'm wasting my time. And people were like, "Oh, why are you? This is old news." Like if I put something out like a day or two after that it came out, like I'll get like, at least one comment like, "This is old news." It's like, gosh, I have to be superwoman to keep up, like, in the moment. I'd have to, like, always be online to know every update when it comes out. Like, I feel like I should be able to do it even if it's, like, a week old, to inform people, but I guess I don't know. I just hate reading those comments where people make me feel stupid. I should just ignore it, I know. I'm gonna just keep doing it, whatever. So, yeah, so I might put out a thing. Yeah, no, yesterday I screenshot the one post and now like there's a bunch of articles. I was just gonna do like a short and read it maybe. Um, but yeah, it was yesterday when they said it. I think it was a post. What do I think Steven's mom posted? I think it was, and then everybody started like posting, but yeah. Um, I know me either. I feel like either way he's gonna get well, yeah, I know I don't either. That's a hard decision. Oh, thanks. I know. It's hard because I'm never gonna be able to like do it right in the I mean, I'm not that type that's like always online. Like so I spend hours a lot if I'm like working editing a video and stuff like that. And then this is the worst though. Like you're editing a video and you take like maybe like a day or two because sometimes my videos do take that long. But then by the time you get it up, then it is like another extra day old. But then by the time like this has happened before, by the time I get that done, then then there's like a new update that's from like the same case that you just spent all this time editing, but it's actually something new than what you were just editing. And then you feel stupid putting that out, but you have to because it's like you spent like 20 hours, 30 hours sometimes editing, and you're like, I can't just waste this. But then it really seems really old because you're putting that out and there's like something new over top of it. It sucks. I wish I was like two people sometimes. I can't keep up, man, especially when you're covering like more than one case. It's like, but I'm not like there are some people that are constantly like online all over like social media, and I don't know. I'm not. I am like working a lot, but it's like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not like on like social media types where it's like, and then if I, like I said, if I am working on a video, updating it, and then I'll miss like other updates. Then I'll be late on that. So my point is, you guys, I am gonna get like update, even if it's up to like a week old, because there are some people that aren't always like online seeing all these updates. So there are some people like when I do, if I am like a week old put update is there's some people that it is new to them. So I don't know why I'm explaining this. Oh, because of the Stephen Smith. Yeah, so I probably will do a short. do you guys don't get like for shorts? I know shorts come up in like a different area because like on my shorts, it's a whole different group of people that watch my shorts than watch like my lives or my other videos because of the way that they're recommended. Because you like for instance, when I do a short, you guys you guys don't get my recommendations, do you? How does that work? Does it pop up like when a live pops up or like a recorded for the shorts or no? I don't think it does, but I'm just asking. Which is fine because then I get like there's a lot of new people, but it's like I feel like the people that watch my shorts are like separate from. I want to start putting out more shorts, but they're tricky the way it all works with shorts. Because you can't like, as far as even like ads and stuff, you can't. I mean, you can't put an ad in it, so it's. I don't know. It's tricky, and then like they don't recommend them to like normal, my normal subscribers, but. So it's almost like I feel like with shorts, you have to actually go to the person and then go to the shorts. Or like if you're like one of those people that watch the shorts, and then you just go through the feed. I watch shorts a lot. Like in YouTube, where you go to like and then it's just all shorts. But that's the thing. Like when I'm watching shorts, it's not like like a certain creator that you watch. It's just like random creators usually, right? Yeah, no, some people do. And I know, like I said, there's like it's a whole different group of people that watch the shorts compared to the others. So it's kind of cool, I guess, if you look at it like that. You get two different wait, what do you keep telling me? Sarah? Wait, what? Oh yeah. Well, maybe my next chair I'll get green. Because when I do the green screen, it'll be like I'm floating whatever I'm doing. I will maybe. Yeah, I'll have to look for one. The only thing is like I need something that's all green. Because let's say like it has like some kind of black or something in the seams or something, then the green screen it will like those things will be popping out. Sun-kissed, yes. Aw. Thanks, Kayla. So what I'm gonna do now, oh thanks, Del. I'm gonna do real quick. Oh, Liberty. I'm gonna maybe tonight real quick. What I'll do real quick, see, hopefully it won't take me a while. It shouldn't take me too long. I'm gonna from yesterday's live, all the like the video footage of Tristan and Aiden walking because there was a lot that didn't get released. Remember like the one clip that got released or the one surveillance that got released, it was just that one angle from one of the surveillance, but they showed a lot more different angles on the hearing yesterday, the state side, the state's um when the state did it, because yesterday was the state and then today was the defense, right? So I'm gonna like take all like the clips like of the surveillance and then a little clip of like Aiden's room and the pictures, and then wait, there was something else. Maybe I'll even zoom in and slow down parts because I know there were some parts where I was like, oh wait, I wanted to see that again because it was like so quick. But there was something else. Hold on, it was the surveillance and then there was something else that was like in the extra stuff when they show it. What was it, guys? Well, whatever it was, I'll include it. But I'm just like on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, the surveillance of Aiden and Tristan, Aiden and Zophie. Is that her name? Zophie, and then the pictures. Oh, the them in the room with his mom and dad, his mom and stepdad. So what I'll do is I'll try to get it as loud as possible. Because remember that was hard to hear, even though we have the transcripts. I read the transcripts way back when they came out, but like to be able to see it. And remember it was so low and he's mumbling and stuff. I'll have to see if I can find my file with the transcripts on there. I don't know if I want to do subtitles. Dude, subtitles take so long. I don't know if it'd be worth it. That would take me like all night. So I probably won't do when you do your own subtitles so they're correct. Because if you do the automatic one, I mean, they're never right. Anyway, I'll try to get it as loud as possible. And when the mom's talking to Aiden, basically like trying to convince him to say that he was in khakis, and then asking him like, what happened, and you remember, did you hear where she's almost like saying like, make sure your story's straight, like don't be consistent because they'll ask you a million different ways and expect like any like differences of answers. But that is true though. They try to trick you up on like what you're saying. And sometimes it's like for a good reason because you're lying, but sometimes it's somebody telling the truth, but it's hours and hours of asking in different ways and pressuring that you end up maybe saying something that's not true. You know what I'm saying? Like you almost get like forced, which, yeah, I mean, sometimes it's not right how they do it, but for this case, it would be, yeah, so that's why I just don't like how she was, if you know your son did that, like you're trying to like, like talk him into a way where he could get out of it after doing something so horrible like that. Unless if there was a chance that she thought in that time that he did. No, there's no way because she freaking cleaned his jeans. She obviously had to know that there was something on there to clean. You know what I'm saying? Like when she's cleaning them. All right. This thing on my nail, I gotta get off and kind of I'm gonna end up biting it if it's driving me nuts. Yeah, so I'll play that. I'll put it all in one, like all like the parts of the thing, right? Parts of the trial that it probably would be like 20 minutes. I don't think it'd be that long if you do the surveillance footage and then that's about it in the pictures. I don't think it'll be. Oh, and I'll do the picture of that the notebook piece of paper that Diana got a screenshot of. And I'll try to like edit it to see if like if I change the filter if we could see what was written on it. Yeah. Cuz just from looking at the screen I did without like zooming in, I couldn't. No, I think I did zoom in, but not like trying to change like the filter at all early this morning. I couldn't make out what it said, but it was the notebook that he was drawing on. I'm sure it's not anything what's the word? I mean, he's not the brightest guy. I mean, not to be mean, but I feel like he's just I don't know. I don't like him. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna go. Yeah, that's true. No, like I don't. It's not. I don't. She didn't know like for sure, and that he told her or anything. But I think she suspected, and she was worried, and she's like, "What did you do?" And like she saw a stain on his pants that she thought probably, "Oh man, is this blood?" So she's washing it off just in case. So I think she had like an idea that he could, wait, this isn't looking good. They're talking to you. Your pants had a blood, like look like blood stains. Um, so I think she had an idea that he possibly could be involved. And if he was, she wanted him to like try to not get in trouble for it. So, yeah. I mean, I don't think she knew like for sure. She was probably hoping not, but the fact with the khaki pants, that was just so weird how she just like, "Oh, weren't you wearing khaki pants?" Like not weird, but that like I mean, you're basically trying to tell your son to lie when he's being like honest about that part, saying like, "Oh yeah, I was wearing the jeans." So right there, she had to have an idea that he was involved because why try to tell him that he was lying, or why try to tell him to lie about that? You know what I'm saying? So, all right, guys, I'm gonna go. Hi, Lisa. Oh wait, I don't understand why my phone's so hot though. That's worrying me. This is a new phone. Huh. Never felt it this hot before. All right. Bye, guys. I'm going to go try to edit that real quick and then go to bed. So look out for that edit. 9.5 hours. Oh, God, I got to get out of here. I got to end this. Sorry. Bye, guys. Thanks for hanging out. So Friday, 9 o'clock, we'll chat. We'll be here. Bye.